Well, welcome back to Houston, Texas. Welcome back to Speedsportz Racing Park, and welcome back to Kart Chaser Premium in 2026. We're getting ready to go racing with your K100 Juniors presented by the Trinity Karting Group. Rookie Colton Schniegenberg puts it on the pole position alongside Travis Pettit. Easton Cox, yesterday's winner, starts alongside Carson Berry on row number 2. Emilio Bolanos and Nico Orbezo on row number 3 with Tyrone Kemper Jr. and Braden Wagner on row number 4. Callan Berghofer and Max Christia on row number 5. Go down to your next couple of rows. Ellie Steinbrook and Nathan Golseth on row number 6. Mason Berry and Arthur Barb on row number 7 with Lucas Dryby and Joao Pedro Pereira on row number 8. Franco Escoto and Jackson Baldus on row number 9 with Lawrence Perriman and Santiago Orioli on row number 10. Your top 20 starters back to a couple of more with Gabriel Balog, Alexander Savage on row 11, Tristan Murphy and Carlos Molina on row number 12 with Tucker Tribe, and Alex Chandler on row number 13. Rodolfo Lavin Jr. and Nico Katowski on row number 14. A long way to go for Katowski. Franco Estavao, Clayton Stiles, Theo Mitchell, Mia Johnson, Christopher Goulet, Hudson Thomas, and Benja Fernandez starting last in the pre-final here. A lot of work to do for the MPG Motorsports driver who we saw run up at the front of the field all day yesterday. But it's Sunday, and we're getting ready to go racing once again. The KA100 Juniors with Colton Schniegenberg on the inside, Travis Pettit on the outside. The first time for this rookie, only 10 years old, double duty, with all eyes on him. 35, look to the inside. Colton Schniegenberg takes us to the green flag. And a huge pileup up front. Schniegenberg, the pole sitter, out and into the grass. Travis Pettit to the lead with Callan Berghofer slotting in. More drivers go around into turn number 7. But again, the first time starting on the pole for Colton Schniegenberg, facing the wrong way around and into the grass in turn number 6 with Kai Park. And the TKG Burrell Art is out in the double right. It's going to put it into the pits with a broken front fairing. But a hectic start to the pre-final here in K100 Junior. Travis Pettit is going to lead the first half lap with Callan Berghofer in second, Tyrone Kemper Jr., Ellie Steinbrook, Max Christia. Your top 5 with Mason Berry not too far back there in the 6th spot. Lucas Dryby to Golseth, Perriman, and Murphy all inside of the top 10. As Kemper now looking to get himself through for second, slots in. Steinbrook going to follow. Here comes Christia. Berghofer looked to his right, looked for anywhere where he could slot in the line, and Berghofer is going to do a half spin as well as Mason Berry just got into the back of him. Rookie Lawrence Perriman now. A little bit of help from Tristan Murphy looking to work his way around 3 wide into turn number 9. Perriman around the outside. Golseth on the inside of the bottom. He's able to get clear. But how about that? LP getting his elbows out already. Going around the outside 3 wide there to make up a couple of spots. But unfortunately, it looks like that front bumper looks a little pushed in there by LP. Not fully dragging, but again, does look a little loose. Pettit going to lead the second lap with Kemper now slotting in a second. The gap sits at about a second. And between first and second, and LP goes around with Murphy into turn number 3 on the exit. A chaotic start to KA100 Junior as now Kemper still going at it here with Steinbrook that looked like on the back straightaway, able to hold on to the second spot. Here we go, more movements further back into turn number 7. They're side by side, door to door. Hip checks throughout the field. There's Benja Fernandez, the driver who started in last, working his way through with what looks to be the 915 or the 815 maybe. That's either Jackson Baldus or could that be yesterday's winner, Easton Cox, who's just buried in this field. And I think that might be Easton there, right there on your screen in the 815. Confirm that here momentarily, but again, that high 5 performance driver just stuck in the middle of this field. And indeed, that is Easton in the 815. Down in 22nd after winning yesterday. You talk about the turnaround in 24 hours for that kid. That's a lot. As now Dryby looking on the inside. Clayton Stiles all the way into the grass in the turn 4 and 5 section. It's right by our compound here, but wow. Good number of drivers already going off. We follow along with Murphy in that mid-pack with Gabriel Balog right in the middle of it. They all sit in 13th. Murphy 12th. Orbezo's the one right ahead of him in 11th. And here's a look there. Orbezo side by side with Callan Berghofer, who was up in second earlier. Now still falling down the order as Orbezo into the back of him. Looks to set up a crossover. He's going to get through. Murphy goes by as well. Barb looking to go. Gets clear. The same for Gabriel Balog. And still a backwards slope for Callan Berghofer. He's down in 13th now. And the biggest mover has got to be the 871 of Dryby. Dryby with a great run so far. There goes Golseth looking on Mason Berry. Golseth now up to 5th. And for these two drivers just kind of growing up within the same neighborhood, now racing on the national stage together. Berry and Golseth both local to the Dallas Metroplex. Find themselves now on the racetrack here at Speedsportz Racing Park as Travis Pettit leads the way over Tyrone Kemper Jr. They're 1-2. And Pettit now going to get challenged. Kemper Jr. on the inside of turn 14. Kemper Jr. able to get clear. Cross six up in the air. We're halfway through, David. And again, this race has been chaotic, to say the least. A lot like what we saw yesterday.
Yeah, and Tyrone Kemper was one of the guys who I kind of feel like really wanted to get a win. Didn't get one yesterday, so he's motivated. He's looking good. I'll tell you what. That is such an easy kart to spot. The only kart that I've seen on the grounds without a sticker kit on it. That's a good-looking little machine, kind of Batmobile-esque.
There you go, and exactly that right for Tyrone Kemper Jr. Not many stickers on there, just the high-five performance ones across the side of it. And again, just putting that up at the front in the 834 over the bright pink and blue Awesome Performance Group Cosmic. You saw a move there out of Nicholas Orbezo, able to go on Pereira. That was for the 7th spot, with Murphy just right behind him in the 811 for the Ryan Perry Motorsports team. But again, we're starting lap number 7 as Balog looks to go low on Tristan Murphy. And again, we talked about that with Ryan yesterday. Turn 14, one of the sections that you can really just go deep into the brakes, try and make a move there, and try and make it stick. And for Nico Orbezo, who has a good number of laps here, has done everything at this racetrack. He's won, he's lost, he's gone up and over. He's done it all here at this racetrack now. Races here on the national stage. So for Orbezo, making a move there in turn 14, he's going to know, right? That's one of the prime passing zones here in Houston.
And one of those things about the exit of turn 14, I mean, throughout the weekend, what's one of the things that I've observed is that they've dug a rut. So if you really don't want to be on the outside, you certainly don't want to get forced off at the exit of turn 14, because most likely you're going for a ride and possibly hitting the Tech Pro barriers on the very far side. And there's a little bit of hand signaling there, a little bit of sign language. Well, I don't think the sign language was for pass me, please. I think it was for work with me.
And you saw just the opposite there for Arthur Barb and Tristan Murphy, two drivers that were working together. How about Gabriel Balog, 12 spots gained. Tristan Murphy, 13 spots gained. A couple of others losing a good number, a good chunk. Colton Schiegenberg's down 19. Fernandez is up 18 with Carson Berry as well. Down 11, unfortunately, there for Carson. Steinbrook, a great showing so far for Ellie, up 8 spots. Max Christia up 6, 7 for Nathan Golseth. To get himself inside of the top 5. Kemper up 6. So, again, a lot of movers. And you saw that, right? After qualifying, a lot of drivers missed place, having to work their way through this field as we're getting ready to start lap number 9.
Schniedenberg actually gained 4 spots on that last lap. He was 23rd up to 19th. So he's coming back through the field. We know that go-kart is quick, and so we'll see how many he can gain. Of course, it's going to be an uphill battle in the final regardless, but he's making life a little easier on himself right now.
Yeah, definitely, and that will help when it's all said and done to get himself just that little bit better. 2-6 in the air from Aaron Likens 2 laps ago as we follow along with Nathan Golseth. Max Christia looking to chase down the top 3 as Tyrone Kemper Jr. now. Head on a swivel, looking over to see where Travis Pettit finds himself. And it's on his rear bumper for Tyrone Kemper Jr. with Steinbrook as well. Right there, looking to pick up the leftovers when these two start a fight. Oh. Pettit, you see the aggressive line from him, and you've seen it as well throughout the day, right? Just going over the double rights there, as Kemper takes it to the bottom in the buckle.
Yeah, Tyrone already low-lining, because I think if you're Travis, now that you have a cart behind you, see, you go, because you don't want to get passed for second, and so it's go time for Travis Pettit as we're heading to the white flag. Oh, boy.
And here goes Kemper around the outside, looking to make the move stick into turn number 1. Steinberg to the bottom. Pettit looking to hold on. It's not going to be enough for Travis Pettit. Stays in second, and Tyrone Kemper Jr. to the lead with an outside move after Travis Pettit tried to park it in turn 14. But here we go. Last time on the backstretch, Kemper to the bottom. Pettit going to follow. Here comes the rest of the group. Golseth, Christia side by side. Golseth gets himself up to 4th as Kemper still takes him to the bottom of the racetrack. We saw Pettit last time around through the curbs. Is he going to do it again? Looking to go aggressive. He will. Gets a good exit. And into the buckle we go. Final time in pre-final racing action for the pole position in the main. Look at Golseth looking to cross him up. He's going to go side by side with Travis Pettit for second. He's going to slot back in a line, but still getting creative. Kemper to the bottom. Here comes Christie to the inside as well of Nathan Golseth. Pettit's not going to have the run. Tyrone Kemper Jr. around the outside on the second and last lap. Gets the pole and gets the pre-final victory in KA100 Junior. Travis Pettit across the line second. Nathan Golseth to round up your top 3.
What a great final lap from Tyrone Jr. there. That was defensive driving, a clinic, quite honestly. That was fantastic for him to keep Travis Pettit to get behind him. You know, I wonder if Travis went a little too early there, showed his hand. You hate to do that.
Yeah, there you go for Travis Pettit, right? This is a hard track to kind of stay in front at, right? It's hard to defend. It's hard to keep drivers behind with the amount of passing opportunities that you have here. You can almost pass in every single corner here, David. Almost every single one. We've seen it everywhere throughout this racetrack. Just have to set it up perfectly to get it done, and that's exactly what Tyrone Kemper Jr. was able to do. Colton Schniegenberg, again, the driver who started on the pole position, down almost to the back of the field in the grass, able to finish in 19th. So good recovery for the young driver, the rookie, who we spoke about earlier on today. Nonetheless, though, that was it for your KA100 Juniors, the first one of the day. Give it to Tyrone Kemper Jr. for high five performance. The kid out of New Orleans, Louisiana, gets it done. Coming up next, though, your KA100 seniors get set to hit the racetrack. Their main event, they're led out to the field by Jared Clark, as well as Colin Lloyd for the Velocity Racing Sodi team, who was able to put it on the pole position. And again, joked around with Colin yesterday, finally able to get a little bit of luck at Speedsportz Racing Park after the past couple years, up and down race weekends when we came out here previously for the United States Pro Kart Series a couple years ago, and then last year here for the Skusa Pro Tour at the opening weekend. And Colin, again, able to put himself up at the front, but nobody was better than Sebastian Garzone yesterday, the 951, getting his first race win as a senior driver. We'll see what Sebastian can do here on Sunday, looking to capitalize. And you spoke to him yesterday as well, David, just looking to get himself back-to-back wins, his first as a senior, and looking for his second today. Mateo Rubio Luengo, another one of the BJR LN karts, going to have a familiar face right ahead of him on the outside with Jared Clark. Cash Perkins, again, a driver who burst onto the scene last year, now second year in the division, looking to get himself a good result here. His first, if you will, preseason race with Speed Concepts Racing, and his second as a if you will, as a driver, right, with SCR. The first one was over at the Super Nationals. New look for Chase Gasly on the Bennick machine. We saw a video of Alex Albon going out on a racetrack with Williams F1 out on a Bennick machine.
I have a feeling we're going to sell a few more of those Bennecks with that endorsement.
Well, there you go. Chase Gasly, a little bit of a new look. Again, they tried it out at the AMR Motorplex local K100 senior club scene, and I believe if he didn't win, he was up there at the front racing for a race win. And I believe it was a win for Chase Gasly. But again, the national debut for him and a return back to really chassis manufacturing for the Bennick team after quite some time away from that, and as well as a senior program that's was kind of put on the back foot a couple of years ago. But Chase Gasly, their first senior driver, quite some time on their chassis. Last year, I believe Zachary Clayman DeMello was able to run with them as a senior, technically under DPK Americas. That was 2 years ago, actually. So quite some time that we've seen their senior program take foot. But nonetheless, a lot of drivers getting ready to get going here with 30 plus.
36.
In the field, 36. They're ready to hit the racetrack here in a couple of moments. Well, here we go. Let's take you through your starting lineup in the pre-final. Colin Lloyd and Jared Clark getting ready to lead the field of green from row number 1 with Sebastian Garzon and Mateo Rubio Luengo on row number 2.
Chase Gassiet Lee in that new Bennick chassis. We'll see how that goes today. Cash Perkins alongside of him outside of row 3. Shane Reddy on the inside of row number 4. And Juan Paramo on the outside of that row.
You go back to Cameron Weinberg and Marcelo Tortado on row number 5. Donovan Bonilla and Ibrahim Din on row number 6.
Edgar Rodriguez there alongside of Ethan Gonzalez in row 7. Champ Chambers on the inside of row number 8 alongside of Davis Henry.
Chris Harrower and Joseph Hewitt going to be on row number 9. Your top 10 rows are concluded by Matthew Cagle and Mad Max Weiland starting 20th.
Santiago Duran on the inside of the 11th row. Lucas Fink on alongside him. 2 Orsilon karts there in row number 11. Row 12, Derek Wargo alongside Finnegan Bailiff, who has been on the struggle bus this weekend.
Anthony Rivera and Hamza Ambar getting ready to kick off from row number 13. Town Laney and Asker Antonsen on row number 14.
Sawyer Roussel on the inside of 15. Alongside of him is Rodrigo Polaya. Row number 16, we'll see Wrigley Keys or Kais. I know that's a maiden name of mine. And then on the outside is Adi Bambro. Row 17 is Francisca Maurice alongside Vladimir Prodavich. I almost got it.
There you go. Jose Rangel Orozco and Josh Norman going to round up your field. 36 drivers total getting ready to take the green flag here in the pre-final. For K8 100 Senior, Weiland looking for a spot to slot in.
Uh-oh.
And we'll see if they let him in. But green flag flies. We're racing in Senior. And so far, so good up front. Edgar Rodriguez shuffled to the wayside there as a couple get collected. Harrower and a couple more.
That's a whole bunch of them.
As it looks like Weiland might be one of the ones involved, as here goes Derek Wargo on Roussel. More moves all throughout this field, but about 5 to 6 drivers collected in the double rights. And up front, Colin Lloyd able to run away with it as of now. Sebastian Garzon right behind him at kart length. To Mateo Rubio Luengo, Chase Gassiet Lee, and Perkins, your top 5. But a chaotic start at the back of the field after Harrow went around in front of him. And it looked like Maurice was one of the ones collected. And a couple more as well involved at the start. Here goes Perkins to the bottom of the racetrack, looking to go on Chase Gassiet Lee on the brakes. A little bit of a lockup there for him. Able to make it stick and through for 4th.
That's what we call the slide job right there. I mean, the tail was wagging, but he pulled it off. You know, it was such a clean start at the front of the field, but certainly, I kind of wonder if some of that discombobulation that we saw coming to the green and the tram lines created that situation, in turn 2 or 3. But here's the thing that this has done. It's spread the field out. There's, you've got about a 6 or 7, maybe 8 car length or car breakaway just behind the top 2. and everybody else behind is spread out. You can just see. So we don't really have there's not going to be much of an attack. So what we might see, we kind of saw it going into turn number 1 right there, was guys being more willing to make moves because there aren't as many karts that can challenge.
And we see it here now. Sebastian Garzone, the first real challenge for the lead. Give that to the 951. Goes to the point of the field over Colin Lloyd, and that's going to give a little bit of an opportunity as well and a little bit of time for Mateo Rubio Luengo and Cash Perkins to try and close down their gap up to the top 2. Here goes Chase Gassier-Lee looking to the bottom on the 979 of Cameron Weinberg. Can't get clear. Bonilla's right behind him. Looks like Shane Reddy finally able to put himself inside of the top 10. Reddy's up to 8th, and here goes a change for 3rd. Cash Perkins goes back on Mateo Rubio in a turn 14.
Yeah, we'll see if Mateo will work with him. Obviously, Sebastian Garzone going to the front of the field, that's not really a surprise, is it? He was so quick yesterday. The question now is going to be whether Colin Lloyd is willing to work with him or not. Are we going to see a pass? This would be the place it would happen. He's working with him. So, will the top 2 be able to break away from the rest of the field? Well, if they race like this, they certainly will be able to. Yeah,
there you go. It was side by side. Cameron Weinberg looked to go on Chase Gassier-Lee. Bonilla had to muscle his way by on the sophomore driver as well. So Gassier-Lee lost 2. Reddy's now right behind him with Jared Clark and a rookie and Davis Henry for the Hodes driver development team in the 914. So a great showing so far for Davis. And what's his first start as a senior driver. Puts himself inside of the top 10. Tortado's right behind him to Gonzalez, to Caguin, Rodriguez, and Hewitt, your top 15 nonetheless. And there goes Henry on Clark. They're side by side on the exit on turn 15. Henry's stuck on the outside, going to have to make way. And Clark is able to hold on to 9th. But that little bit of movement, that passing that they were doing kind of back and forth, allowed Tortado to get closer, as well as Ethan Gonzalez.
Top 2 hanging in there all the way through to 4th place. They're just waiting for now. Still passing going on, going into turn number 1, side by side. And this is just breaking this pack up a little bit more as time goes on. It's going to allow those leaders to pull away, and that's not what you want to be doing this early in this pre-final.
There you go. Bonilla on Cameron Weinberg as now Chase Gassier-Lee looks to follow him through. He's clear on the exit of the buckle, with Shane Reddy just right behind them, starting to close in, and Weinberg wasting no time into turn 14 into the boot. Able to get back, and Gassier-Lee wanted to cross him up. Weinberg said no thank you. Close the door as we start lap number 6 in the mid-pack. Up front, you're not missing much. Garzone and Lloyd still pushing each other away from Perkins and Mateo Rubio Luengo for about a second at bay and closing, it looks like. So Cash Perkins, the gap was at over a second. It's now closing into even lower than that. And they're starting to close in. So we'll see if Cash Perkins and Mateo Rubio have enough time. Again, we have 4.5 laps to go left in this race for Cash Perkins and Mateo Rubio to try and close in.
Oh, it's visual now. It's visual now. You can see Cash Perkins closing in. If these two work together, I think they'll have a good shot here, and probably well before the end of the race, we're going to have a 4-kart breakaway at the front of the field.
Yeah, we'll keep an eye on it here as Weinberg takes it to the bottom of the racetrack in a 14. Like he wanted to maybe try a move on Gassier-Lee and just didn't have the momentum maybe that he thought he would. There is either that or blocking back from Shane Reddy, who's right behind them. Nonetheless, though, that mid-pack, seen some elbows out racing throughout the weekend, and you continue to see it here today as now Mateo Rubio up front looking to pass on Cash Perkins. And again, exactly that, right? You're kind of catching with Perkins in third, and that might just trip up the momentum a little bit, if you will. So it was another 10th out of Perkins there. Perkins catched, was able to, again, kind of cut down another 10th, and that pass by Mateo Rubio. We'll see what this group looks like now with Mateo Rubio at the lead of it as they look to close in on Lloyd and Garzone.
Well, if you're going to make that move, go fast, right? And it looks like Mateo does have the pace right now. He's gapped Lloyd just a little bit there. Or sorry, Cash Perkins just a little bit. And it looks like that LN kart is closing in on the top two. So we'll see. It's kind of unfortunate for Bonilla there. He's kind of off in no man's land. He's not really drafting with anybody right now, so he's definitely going to be hoping that these guys start to battle here pretty soon so he can join this fight for the lead.
I think even then it might not be enough time for Dono to try and close down the gap. He's Just about 3 seconds back from the lead, so that puts him 2 seconds back from the likes of Perkins and Mateo Rubio Luengo. Last time around, I mean, they didn't lose time, really. They were still 8/10 away. And this time, I think it looks a little bit closer. And they will need a little bit of help out of Colin Lloyd to try and rattle Sebastian Garzone here a little bit. But Garzone had a great lap a lap ago and was able to extend his gap over Colin Lloyd. They are at car length right now, 2 laps ago, and Lloyd's going to really need a great opening sector to try and close in on the back straightaway. And it looks like he might have got it. So here we go onto the backstretch as Luengo and Perkins continue to close in. Garzone looks over the shoulder. Lloyd's going to fall into the bottom, and that's going to bring the BJRLN kart into the mix. The same for the Speed Concepts Racing.
This is it. This is what we waited for. 4 karts, throw them under a blanket. Wow, what a move. To the outside by Colin Lloyd. They're going to be side by side as Mateo looks, but that was a mistake because it allows Cash Perkins into the 3rd spot.
Yeah, Mateo just tried to open up for the corner, and Cash able to go in and able to get himself to 3rd. Here goes Lloyd looking on the inside of 13. A little bit of contact. Garzone had to go wide, and he's able to hold on. Here comes Luengo looking for 3rd. White flag flies this time by. Last time around, and Lloyd tried it, thought better of it, but he's right there looking to get it done. This time around into 4 and 5 to the backstretch. We race our way down to turn number 6. Garzone going to take him all to the low side. Lloyd going to follow, looks over the shoulder, has to be careful with how much he wants to open up. Perkins going to go wide around the outside on Luengo, looking to get through on Colin Lloyd inside of 7. Cash Perkins is clear.
Yeah, but I think that might have just sprung Sebastian Garzone. I'm not sure that Cash Perkins is going to have the time to make a challenge, but I'll tell you what, Garzone's just making sure he can run his line. He doesn't want a low line. He wants to run as fast as he can right now.
And again, Garzone took him out of the bottom, let it all implode behind him. And there goes Cash Perkins the second, going to start to defend, looking to hold on to a front row starting spot. Garzone played it perfectly in the end, and they're 3 wide further back, but Sebastian Garzone wins the pre-final in KA100 Senior, and the driver who won yesterday starts on the pole position on Sunday.
Wow, Colin Lloyd really had a bad exit off of that final corner, lost a couple of positions to both Donovan Bonilla and Chase Gassiet-Lee, so I'm very curious what happened there. I didn't exactly see it, just looked like the kart bogged down. I'm kind of surprised, maybe a curb strike perhaps defending, but nonetheless, it's Sebastian Garzone over Cash Perkins, Mateo Rubio Luengo in the 3rd spot. Chase Gassiet-Lee taking that Bennick chassis to the 4th position. Donovan Bonilla rounds out your top 5. Colin Lloyd, your pole sitter, will roll off 6th for the final. Cameron Weinberg in 7th. Shane Reddy in 8th. Davis Henry in 9th. And Matthew Cagle rounding out the top 10.
There you go. You have to go back to 11th to find Jared Clark. So again, lost a good number of spots there for Jared, unfortunately. That being said,
it's been a good weekend for this kid, hasn't it?
Great day of racing so far. Great day of racing so far. Micro Swift gets ready to hit the racetrack next. Sebastian Garzone will start on the pole later on today. We'll see you in a little bit. We'll be right back after a quick commercial break. You're watching Kart Chaser's live coverage of the Skusa Winter Series.
Motorsport is reinventing itself, and our mission is to accelerate this transformation so that it becomes even more efficient, cleaner, more spectacular, and more sustainable. Welcome to the next generation of motorsport. TotalEnergies and Peugeot co-developed the 9X8, an eco-responsible hybrid electric hypercar capable of outstanding performances.
Join us for the biggest kart racing convention of the year, the 40th OVKA Kart Racing Trade Show and Swap Meet, Saturday, January 24th, Robert Center, Wilmington, Ohio. Whether you're into sprint karting, dirt and oval racing, road racing, unlimiteds, or vintage karting, there are deals here for you. Shop our 60,000 square foot show floor, filled with the karts, parts, and supplies you need. Network with kart racers of all disciplines from across the country. Get insights from experts at our performance seminars. Visit our Intro to Kart Racing open house to get started in racing. Visit OVKA.com. Vendor registration is now open. OVKA.com.
Cat food marketing. $9.99 a month.
Dude, Caleb, wake up. Dude, we're live in 5 minutes. Let's go. Come on. What are you doing?
Dude, I'm so sorry. Xander had me in a cat food marketing meeting till like 2 a.m. last night.
Come on, man.
Do you have anything I can drink?
Dude, I got the perfect thing for you. Perico. It's a healthy energy drink alternative.
Perico, non-GMO, gluten-free, kosher, magnesium, B12, B6,
Yeah, it's good.
B5, biotin, and zero sugar? Pericazo! Try Perico, made with natural ingredients, organic caffeine, and supports your metabolism. Try the new official energy drink of Kart Chaser. Well, karts are on the racetrack, and for some,
Not all of them are on the racetrack.
yeah, this race kind of goes sideways before it's even begun. Two drivers find themselves into the grass. That being said, though, let's take you through your starting lineup. The driver who's been flawless so far in 2026 gets ready to start on the pole position alongside Tristan Francisco, Cohen Scott, and Dusty Strayer on row number 2.
Franco Chavillo alongside Max Santana, Andreas M. Pena alongside of Brody Beyer on row 4. Romeo Ferrente in row 5 alongside Axel Gomez in the 10th spot.
There you go, that's your top 5 rows as we get ready to go racing with your micro swifts. Liam Capatiello and Shep Sullivan on row number 6, Noah Diamantino and JJ DeShong on row number 7. Wiley Lee and Enzo Botero on row number 8 with Trey Sanders and Vettel Baker on row number 9. Dan Dukalescu and Rodolfo Garza on row number 10.
Row 11 rounding out our field, and Alexander Reppin. Alongside of him in row 11 is Bernardo Mento. And then in row 12, it's Wyatt White alongside Michael Dean. And shotgun on the field in row number 13, it's Leopoldo Santios Rodriguez. And the final position, and we've got an accident. 217 and 287. We'll take a look on those numbers real quick.
I think that was Enzo Botero was one of those, and he was set to start 16th. And the 287 involved as well as Alexander Reppin.
Oh, goodness. That's not the way you want to start, and obviously that kart is probably finished for the day. So here we come into the tram lines. These starts have been a little bit ragged, and it looks like maybe we've got 2 good lines here coming to the green, Caleb.
Here we go. And again, the 2 drivers will join the back of the field. A couple of drivers out of the tram lines a little early. That being said, green flag flies. We're racing in micro. And so far, so good for Jack
you had to say it. You had to say it, Caleb.
For Jack Katowski there, but for the rest of the field, couple will get collected. That's a 244 there for the Norbert Karting Academy.
205 is Romeo
goes
Ferrante.
around. So, yeah, indeed. So a couple get collected. Rodolfo Garza looked to be involved. Wiley Lee was one of the ones that I believe was tripped up there.
Ooh, Shep Sullivan sideways in turn number 14. He hangs on to it, but that was a bit of a hairy moment there for sure.
As we work our way through, first couple laps. First lap underway. Katowski going to lead the field away from Tristan Francisco to Cohen Scott. Ferrante then down to, Ferrante is down in 14th, but that's down to Dusty Strayer and what looks to be Max Santana, who sits in the 5th spot. So your top 5 starting to get settled in. Looks like Schiavo's right there as well as More moves further back. Compatiello looking to go on Shep Sullivan in a turn 6. Compatiello was able to get clear.
Yeah, no worries for Jack Katowski. You know, he saw all of that chaos behind him, or maybe he didn't see all that chaos behind him. You want to be looking forward rather than backwards in these machines, but certainly a nice little gap there, about half of a second right now, and we'll see if Tristan can close the gap. But certainly there's some pressure from behind as Cohen Scott took a look to the inside, and in turn 15, will he be able to make the pass? No, he will not. He'll have to fall back in line, as we're getting a pretty good group here behind the number 2 spot. So let's see if these young drivers can work together and come up and challenge Jack Katowski.
Yeah, we'll keep an eye on it here. Here's that group that's single file right now. Behind Tristan Francisco, Cohen Scott's right behind to Strayer, to Max Santana, and Franco Schiavo. As now Strayer looking to mix things up, get himself up to 3rd, and he's able to get clear.
Ooh, no,
as now they make contact here as Dusty Strayer looked to get through. He was able to make the move stick, but side by side between himself and Cohen Scott, popped him a little bit in the air and able to make it stick, though. Dusty Strayer holds on to 3rd.
Yeah, not clear. If we had spotters in this form of racing, of course we don't. And now he's doing the universal sign of work with me. You tap the back of your helmet. That's kind of more of a 206 move, but you know what? Maybe it works here in Micro Swift, and well, that's not really. You gotta live by the sword and die by the sword. If you're gonna work with somebody, Dusty, you gotta work with them.
And here goes Strayer, like you mentioned, right now asking for a little bit of help from Cohen Scott. Driver he passed just a lap ago. A little wide there for Dusty, unfortunately, into turn 5. That's going to hinder his run to try and get ahead of Tristan. But through the back, Schiavo looks to go on a fellow CRG, not going to get it. Again, Dusty just reminded him, all right, work with me, push me a little bit here, Cohen. Help me out as a move further back. Bodie Byer on Gomez. That was for 7th. Byer is able to get clear. As now Santana looking to go by on Cohen Scott. And he's through, but they're still side by side. Scott looking to cross him up and just has to get back in a line. So just some movement here as Schiavo's still trying to go by on Cohen Scott. So hasn't been able to get through. 3rd time's the charm here, maybe, for Schiavo as he gets ready to start lap number 5.
Yeah, these guys haven't formed up nearly well enough to catch Jack Katowski right now. But now Dusty's on the back of Francisco there, so maybe these 2 drivers will be able to work together. Certainly, you would think that it's faster. 2 karts are faster than 1. But again, it all comes down to how well those 2 karts work together and whether or not the right one's in the front. That always seems to be a major factor.
And here goes Scott looking on the bottom on Santana. He's able to get clear in a turn 6. As Santana looking to go back, and he does.
Oh, wow.
How about Cohen Scott? Maybe crossover. There will go side by side. Here comes Schiavo, though, looking on the inside of turn 8. And not enough of a run, but that's going to back him up to another Kart CRG USA machine. Here comes Byer looking on the inside of the buckle. And how about that for the kid out of Waco, Texas, to get clear and up another spot, up to 6th there for Bodie.
I'll tell you, Cohen Scott's going to be seeing CRG karts in his nightmares tonight. I mean, he's surrounded right now. He's outnumbered. He's trying to hang on, but man, oh man, and he's driving the wheels off it right now. We saw him sideways in turn number 14. This is some pretty great running right now, that's for sure.
Yeah, we'll take a look at it here as we're getting close to the end. Next time around, we'll start lap number 7. So a good bit to go as now Schiavo still looks to the bottom on Scott. Slots back in the line. How about Gomez with a late move on Bodie Byer to get clear into turn number 6. So these drivers just going back and forth in this mid-pack. Nothing to worry about up front with Katowski still improving lap after lap. And he's the best 3-lap average out of the rest of the field. So
the only driver under a minute during this race as well. So he is flying.
Yeah, not looking to slow down here for Jack Katowski as everybody else with Francisco and Dusty Strayer, single file. And again, you got to think about these young drivers, right? Dusty Strayer, he was with us last year, all the way from Daytona for the United States Pro Kart Series, all the way to the end of the year. But we weren't really able to see the same flair of greatness, if you will, quote unquote, like we saw in his kid kart days, right? Moved up early in a Micro Swift. A first full year was for him last year in 2025, and now a second year, right? Already a year under your belt where you're able to learn and you're able to kind of break into the spotlight as well with drivers moving through the field. The same for Franco Schiavo as he's making moves on Max Santana and for Bodie Beyer as well, as they're going to go side by side with Cohen Scott. A little bit of contact, and Beyer just had to brush the brakes, check up a little bit, or else he's going to end up into the dirt. Gomez holds on. Beyer over the dirt, not going to help his tires.
Yeah, there was a little bit of plastic popping right there, some bumpers making contact, and a lot of Cohen Scott. I'll tell you what, I can't believe that Cohen Scott even has any logos on his side pods anymore. He's been banging wheels with everybody. But I mean, this is this is the thing too, Caleb. This is a learning experience for these drivers, right? When you go out here and you battle like this, you're always learning something that you can take further down the road with you. And so Cohen Scott definitely getting a learning experience today. And that's definitely I noticed that earlier. I thought that was a pushback bumper.
So again, remember the outlap. Gomez was one of those drivers that was involved in the incident on the outlap. So that could be where the pushback bumper was deployed, unfortunately, for the PSO karting Burrell art machine of the 298. But that being said, for Gomez, probably going to find himself falling backwards as we go through turn number 7, and Bodie Beyer leads this group of Cohen Scott, looking to get it done around the outside. Crossover now into the right-hander, and just like that, Cohen Scott able to get clear ahead of them all and able to stay in 6th after getting challenged early by Bodie Beyer. So nonetheless, though, as we get ready for the white flag to fly for Jack Katowski, last lap underway, and Katowski hasn't had much screen time because of how far ahead he is of Tristan Francisco and Dusty Strayer. You got to think if Katowski wasn't in this race right now, 4 seconds clear in the pre-final, what a battle we'd have in our hands from Tristan Francisco and Dusty Strayer to fight for the win here, as Francisco now feels like Strayer's that little bit too close, going to take himself at the bottom, open back up for the corner, still with a great margin to Strayer, and that's the group we'd been following. Beyer still looking to go by on Cohen Scott with the last lap underway.
Yeah, Jack Katowski, the old Max Verstappen special. We never see the car once he gets past the first corner because he's so far out in front. Just as I say that, I see what you're doing there, Jake. It's a great little run for Jack Katowski. Fastest lap of the race, pole position, led all the laps. That's a pretty good day at the office, I'd say.
There you go, Jack Katowski, our pre-final winner in a Micro Swift. Tristan Francisco will have another go at it with Dusty Strayer coming across the line in 3rd. Max Santana in 4th. To Schiavo, to Cohen Scott, Bodie Beyer, Gomez, to Sullivan, to Compatello and Trey Sanders. Your top 12. That's it, though, for the Micro Swifts. And Jack Katowski, flawless in the pre-final. Quick commercial break. When we return, it's time to go racing once again with our X30 Juniors.
Wins the Wisconsin Grand Prix! James Overbeck on start number 2 gets win number 1 in OKN Stars.
On track or off, Brandon Jarsekrak Racing delivers elite performance. Led by 4-time Pro National Champion Brandon Jarsekrak, our team masters driver coaching, data-driven analysis, and mechanical precision at every national event. Contact us today at BrandonJarsekrakracing.com.
Kyle, what are you doing?
It's got my new Greyhound seat.
You don't even have a cart.
Doesn't matter. I have a Greyhound.
Look at this Kyle Cuthbertson. Doesn't even have a go-kart.
Doesn't matter.
Cuthbertson through on Turney. Turney in the dirt.
Cool features that Race Studio 3 has that people normally don't know about it. The track map on the background. So if you just connect your computer to the internet, you can come up here and click on this Google Earth icon, and it will pull the background from the Google Earth into your GPS data.
If you want to learn more about data analysis, sign up on my website. I will be launching an online course in December for people like you.
Welcome back to the Superkarts USA Winter Series live on Kart Chaser. 2 sessions remain before the lunch break here on Sunday. Round number 2 of the 4-round championship. Travis Pettit and Royce Vega going to get set to lead your field to green here in the RPG X30 Junior Division. Row number 2, Nathan Golseth and Ashton Woon for an all-SCR. Second row, Mateo Calderon joins his teammates on the inside of row 3 alongside Enzo De Janeiro. Tristan Murphy and Eli Steinbruck back on row 4. An improvement from yesterday when it comes to the quality effort for Josh Bergman. He'll roll from the inside of row 5 alongside Braden Wagner in the Norberg Academy GFC. Row 6, Grayson Walcott. A little further back than yesterday, still a good spot to start from. And Aston Wyatt. Colton Schniegenberg and Nico Katowski back on row 7. Valentino Santillan and Juther Malasami make up row number 8. Marco Samet and Yao Pedro Pereira on row number 9. Liam Nachawati and Asher Pavon complete your first 10 rows and top 20. And with Paxton Romero and Parker Ives, a couple of young bucks back on row 11. Mason Berry and Leo Da Silva start behind them in 23rd and 24th. William Vitor and Arthur Barr back on row 13. Pasha Ali, Rodolfo Lavin Jr., Alexander Savage, and Clayton Stiles, the top 30. And the final row, Easton Cox, Esteban Roach Jr. Here we go, looking for green for our second to last pre-final of the morning rotation. RPG, X30 Junior, and an RPG lockout of the front row. Travis Pettit has our field underway. So far, so good as they wrap through turns 8 and 9. I think we're going to get them all cleanly and safely into the buckle here on the opening lap. Caleb, good stuff from the X30 Juniors to improve from yesterday. It seemed like if they weren't having issues in turn 6, they would have issues over at turn number 8. But to start Sunday, it's at least all of them making it to the timing loop, albeit a bit spread out from the first 2 packs to the main contingent. There you see the 2 leaders, Pettit and Vega, then Ashton Woon a little bit by himself. And then another 3-pack with Eli Steinbruck, Tristan Murphy, and Josh Bergman here, rocking it down the backstretch and getting up to full song for the first time.
Here we go, starting lap number 2. And again, for a couple of drivers, just kind of slow off the start, had to check up. There was a couple going wide, but now Steinbruck going to take Tristan Murphy to the bottom of the racetrack there in turn 6. That's going to slow them up, but besides that, everybody so far so good. If you look in with yesterday's winner, Nathan Golseth, who's currently in 7th, with Calderon right behind him in 8th, Juther Malaswamy as well in 9th. So a couple of Speed Concepts racing drivers kind of finding themselves on the racetrack, looking to close in on Josh Bergman in the MPG Motorsports Red Bull machine that's currently sitting in 6th.
Yeah, that's another improvement from yesterday. Josh Bergman struggled a bit on the starts. Now he's moving forward. You can see him right there, right on the tail end of Eli Steinbruck and Tristan Murphy in the 7-11. Both of the classes we saw Tristan Murphy, and it felt like he was on the outside edge looking to get to the top 3. He finds himself kind of in that similar scenario just earlier in the day, and now he'll get a little gap with Steinbruck defending back from Bergman. But the gap up front opened up quite a bit. Really good on cold tires and low air for Travis Pettit, Royce Vega, and Ashton Woon. In fact, Ashton Woon, the best of them. He closed in quite a bit last lap, and he'll officially make it a 3-pack for the lead. But no lead changes yet. No fighting quite yet either. Pettit, Vega, Woon, and then right here, first battle we'll see is Bergman picking up another one. Josh Bergman into the top 5 for MPG Motorsports with that slick move in the boot.
Yeah, I don't think Bergman wanted to wait all too long behind Steinbruck. Again, Steinbruck was taking him to the bottom for the last 2 laps. Really, I don't know if Steinbruck was trying to pass on Murphy or just looking to hold him back. Is now Golseth looking to go with an inside move there. Looked like into the double rights at the top of the track and just couldn't get clear. Back to the drawing board, but luckily for him, has a good bit of help from behind with Calderon and Thermolaswamy, so could be good for Golseth, right, to try and get ahead as one driver way off. The exit of turn number 6, that's Pasha Ali. Pasha Ali goes off in the 142.
Heavily damaged rear bumper for Pasha Ali. No doubt his race is done. Motioning to the officials as well, kind of gingerly holding his back there. Hopefully he's okay. Back to the on-track activity. This has been a quick closing down of the gap by Nathan Golseth's contingent with Mateo Calderon and Drew Thermolaswamy. A swarm of SCR Carlos Sainz chassis have closed up to the group led by Murphy here for 4th. And I don't know if Tristan Murphy's going to be able to hold that 4th spot for much longer because Josh Bergman is rolling right up to him. He'll have a good run at the end of the backstretch. He won't be quite close enough there. But from what was 3, mark it now at 8, maybe 9. Although Steinbruck's going to split him up, going back by Bergman there in 7, and here comes Golseth to take advantage in 8, but he popped the curb pretty hard. This will be tough to complete. He does it over the inside of 9, drops the wheel a little bit. Now he'll have to cover here in the infield buckle, and Josh Bergman will equally have to do so to try and not fall too much further backwards. But great start, though, for the karts, closing up on the 2 of them right here and watching the fight. Drew Thermolaswamy up from 16th. Marco Samet up from 17th, both up 6 and 7 spots apiece, along with Valentino Santian up 4, Nico Katowski up 2, Grayson Walcott down a little, and Braden Wagner has faded a little bit while Liam Nachawati's been on the charge. Nachawati, just like in the main event yesterday, buried in the midfield trying to charge back to where the speed was from the morning. Big moment here. Thermolaswamy really had to get on the binders.
Yeah, teammate right behind him. I don't know, they got together and pushed him up the racetrack, but yeah, didn't help him out all too much. And turn number 6 is now they get ahead of Marco Samet. So there's that little bit of a change. Thermolaswamy to Calderon to Marco Samet. They worked their way through up front. Like you said, very quiet for Travis Pettit, for Ashton Moon. For Travis Pettit, Ashton Moon, and Royce Vega. We're in the top 3. Then you go back to find Tristan Murphy. This is a group that was kind of getting close together, where Bergman was looking for a move, but then it just got tripped up by Steinbruck, as well as Nathan Golseth and a couple others that were looking to go by on the rookie in the 777. They worked their way on the backstretch this time by the top 3, just inching their way closer and closer to each other. And this group looks to be separating that a little bit more.
Yeah, as we try to hunt back for some other movers, Arthur Barb is up 8 spots here in the 727 SCR machine. You saw him flurry by. He started 26th. He's climbed up to the 18th spot. The biggest backward slide, though, has been Enzo De Janeiro, unfortunately. The Parolin driver buried down the pack in 16th, rolled from 6th on the grid. But while we've gone through the notes a little bit on the timing pylon of what you need to know and where the changes have been from where they started, we finally have a little bit of movement up front. Ashton Woon split up Royce Vega and Travis Pettit. Now he's got his sights fully on the 729, who's led every lap to this point. 2.5 laps remain here in the X30 Junior Pre Final. Woon's going to have a big run with help from Vega down the backstretch. He's not going to go yet. Maybe that's the right call, maybe not. At some point, though, you worry that the forward momentum you just started to build up goes away. Here, there's nothing but just up and down, back and forth, forward and backwards momentum in this pack now. Steinbruck getting the elbows out to finally get a move done on Tristan Murphy. Golseth able to follow suit and move himself into the top 5. Solid improvement for Nate to come back from how far he faded on the opening lap, and now this will be another. That was sweet there in turn 13.
That was a great move there out of Nathan Golseth to get clear. Now 2 laps to go. Ashton Moon splits up the Rawson Performance Group drivers. And again, his closest help is back to Nathan Golseth, who is stuck in a fight of his own, but this time onto the backstretch. Travis Pettit, long look over the shoulder as Ashton Moon, not going to go just yet, stays and follows Travis. Vega going to open up, though, and he can do just that with the space that he has. Yellow flags flying in turn 6. Might have been a little bit of contact back there as Woon takes it over the curb. Looking to go on Travis Pettit here, into the buckle. Nothing yet.
Nice and tight down on the inside. Royce Vega took a quick look over the shoulder. There's plenty of room out back, more than 4 seconds. You can do whatever you want if you're the man in third. Doesn't mean it's going to be easy to be able to find a gap. Travis Pettit now has been in this spot already twice over this weekend in main event. charges for the win. Now he's got a pre-final on tap. So third try, being the leader, trying to fend off the charge from behind, parking the bus in the right spots, defending where you need to, and maybe in this case, in a three-way fight, instigating a bit of a battle to form up for second. But instead, Ashton Woon's going to try the super low line into 6. He did not have the confidence to get all the way there on the brake zone, and that might be just enough of what Pettit needed. Here comes Vega to the inside of Woon. Woon will try and cross him back up. He'll climb over the curbing. It won't be all the way done, and that should be the gap that Travis needs. Vega now fighting to the inside to hold on to second, to maintain that front row lockout for the final, as they'll rocket to the back sector for the final time.
Here we go through turn 14. Not enough for Vega as he got locked in a battle with Ashton Woon, but across the checkered flag, Travis Pettit wins the pre-final, wins the pole in the main event in X30 Junior.
Nathan Golseth, Josh Bergman, Tristan Murphy, 4th, 5th, and 6th. 7th on back with Katowski, a pretty sizable group. Mateo Calderon, Marco Samet, Liam Nachawati, and Juthar Malaswamy all together, along with Valentino Santian, who charges up the board a little bit late in the going from 15th to climb to 12th. And just like that, that's another one in the books. One more session to go. Here's a look at how they cross the timing line. Travis Pettit, Royce Vega, no changes there. Back to the front row again they go for the afternoon final. Ashton Woon 3rd. And with your X30 Juniors parked and into the scale line, one more race still to go. Hurricane Trav, solid job all the way, start to finish in X30 Junior.
Hey, Travis Pettit through the scale lines here. He's getting a lot of experience in these late race duels right now. We'll let him get his helmet off, and then we'll talk to him about it. As the helmet enters the cockpit, the cart goes to tech, and Travis Pettit comes over to an interview. All right, so you're getting a lot of experience in these battles. What did you learn there that you're going to be able to take into the final here in a few minutes?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like yesterday, 2 laps ago, I was defending a little bit too much, so I took that in consideration until today, and hopefully today we could pull off the win.
It certainly seemed like it helped that it became a 3-kart duel rather than a 2-kart duel there. You know, obviously it seems like you've got some pressure from your teammates. Who's the biggest threat right now, do you think, to you?
I mean, I don't know. Everybody's fast. I mean, it just depends on who like breaks away, but yeah.
It's warming up quite a bit. We can really feel it. Are you feeling that in the go-kart? Have things changed a lot since the morning?
Oh, yeah, for sure. I took off my extra pair of gloves that I was on because my hands were numb this morning.
Well, he can feel his hands, and hopefully he'll be holding a trophy at the end of the day. We'll see.
Yeah.
Back to it now. Time to get ready for Pro X30 action, and a new pro leading your field to green. First career pole award for Alexander Vanchev was up and on the box after an initial post-race tech infraction, then back off of it with the way round 1 has finally gotten the dust sorted out and settled. But still, he should have been in the fight for it. Had he not got spun around backwards, he drove all the way up to that man right there, his teammate, by the time the main event concluded. Ended up winning out on the battle for eventually 4th along the racetrack. Today he gets to start ahead of all of them, and on the inside of a wealth of experience, and already a multi-time American winner and a winner on the biggest stage at Supernats 28, Gus Lawrence. Blake Nash, now with yesterday officially sorted and reinstated, he's well in the championship fight, and he's already got a full notebook, Caleb, of what to do here to win it today. He probably went back regardless of what was outside of his control and was thinking about anything else he could have done a little bit different. Duck left, duck right. Try to go earlier, later. Look back, scrub the video, the onboard camera, scrub the data, look for more, because every day's changing, and you know that everyone else, including yesterday's eventual winner, Oliver Hodgson, will be doing the same thing. Blake Nash, though, from 3rd. That's a great spot to fight from, and better than where Oliver will be from. And for Paulie Massimino on the outside of him there in row number 2, he needs some redemption.
Yeah, Paulie definitely looking for a much, much better day here on Sunday. Again, you talked about Paulie yesterday, right, on the Saturday. Fastest in the pre-final. You get to the main event. Doesn't even complete 2 corners before being taken out of the race. So for Paulie Massimino, again, a driver who, again, this is the year for him to break out of the spotlight. No Ryan Norberg, no Austin Garrison at the Winter Series. Could this be the year of Paulie Massimino, or could it be the year of Aiden Ingrata, who returns with Racing Edge Motorsports? Aiden was fast on the Friday. Yesterday got himself onto the box after it was all said and done.
Looked like he was going to be even a little bit closer at points in the main event. He had a lot of spotlight laps that were getting thrown down. Ultimately, he didn't really have enough to track down Blake Nash and Oliver Hodgson, but he's starting closer to the front runners today. If he can keep that good spot from the inside of row 3 through the first couple of corners, I'm curious to see if he can maybe get some clean air and what that might do for the REM Cosmic machine. But the Cosmics up front, it's the blue and pink crew, Rollison Performance Group. The juniors did their job. They took care of business. 1-2 from the front row. Let's go down to the grid here and listen to them fire off as Gus Lawrence and Alexander Vanchev try to do the same. Here's a look at the graphic version of that starting lineup we were mentioning. Past Aiden Ingrata, it'll be Donovan Bonilla. Much better qualifying effort, much better second day for the Speed Concepts Racing Carlos Sainz machine. The 318 and former Supernats champ himself starting from P6. Oliver Hodgson, yesterday's winner, back on row 4 alongside fastest in final practice, Jose Carlos Hernandez with Orsolon Racing.
2 Burrells on row number 5 with Diego Ramos on the inside and Finnegan Bailiff on the outside. Jesus Vasquez Jr. and Sergey Karamiselli on row number 6.
Row 7, rookie Eric Doan ran inside the top 10 almost every lap of competition yesterday. He starts just outside of it in 13th. Ibrahim Dean with a much better start for Sunday from 14th. Marcelo Tortado and Remy Andriatos back on row number 8.
Tiziano Rosso Orcel on row number 9 alongside William Botillier with Levi Sangera and James Overbeck on row number 10.
Row 11, Hector Iturriaga on the inside alongside Alejandro Ramirez. Freddie Siemens and Max Weiland back on row 12, and then Austin Perrin and Camp Chambers on row 13.
Eduardo Ramirez and Davin Roberts on row number 14 with Chase Bellinger and Fian Shi on row number 15. And what I believe is only 30 starters here in the field. So Fian goes to the back of the field with a lot of work to do in this main event, but we're gridded up. Vanchev's on the inside, Gus Lawrence on the outside.
Ready to go. Final, pre-final of the morning. On the inside, rookie Alexander Vanchev, multi-time British champ, Supernats champ now, Gus Lawrence on the outside. Pro X30 pre-final presented by Kart CRG USA is green. Bit of contact there. Donovan Bonilla up and over the front tire of Jose Carlos as Eric Doan gets swarmed in the middle of the fray. And not a great start for Blake Nash from third. The rest of the inside lane went straight backwards in turn 7. And we've got one spinner in the buckle. Other than that, a clean start so far. Vanchev the leader. Lawrence second. Massimino third. Bonilla fourth. Hernandez fifth. And Oliver Hodgson just got a move done there on Blake Nash in the final corner. And Ingrata's trying to follow. That's going to give a nice and healthy gap here to kick off the top 5 breakaway at the end of the opening lap.
And here we go, onto the back straightaway. Gus Lawrence, we talked about him finishing second, a rookie Alexander Vanchev. Does he want to stay second, though, as we start this main event? He will for now, but again, Paulie Massimino in line with Bonilla, with Jose Carlos as Ramos to the bottom of the racetrack on Blake Nash goes through. Finnegan Bailiff looking to go by as well, but Blake Nash getting swarmed at the start of this race.
And he was frustrated. You saw that little tap he kind of gave to Ramos as Ramos sent it in, and he's just going to continue to fall backwards. He was able to fend off Vasquez Jr., so that's gotten him some breathing room. In fact, he may not have even had to defend there in the buckle, but he was just trying to hope that nobody would send it any further. Massimino, though, with a send here for second. Mark it through. He splits up the teammates, and Paulie goes up one more spot on the pylon. Highest he's been this weekend. Same goes, of course, for Bonilla and Hernandez. New players in your lead group here on Sunday from Speedsportz, all hunting down the rookie Alexander Vanchev, leading laps for the second time in 3 main event starts in his young Pro X30 career. And look at the fray back there. I thought Nash was clear of him. He's not. Here comes Buddy J with a train to the inside as Massimino goes to the lead.
This is a fresh look to the front of the field in Pro X30. Paulie Massimino going to lead his first laps here at Speedsportz Racing Park. And now putting a car length back to Alexander Vanchev. Gus Lawrence not wanting to wait in third. He's going to go by for second in the buckle.
Yeah, tough to wait at that point. He was patient and conservative with his teammate early. Now he had to go. Now he's on the bumper. Massimino undercooked it in turn 13. Backed up the corner. Thought he was safe. He was not. It's Gus to the front now. Third, new leader. Massimino looking to the inside in turn 1. Side by side into the S's, and Gus hangs on.
Paulie really wasting no time to try and get back in the lead of this race. He knows Vanchev is the driver in third, so that could put him even another spot back. So for him, it's attack mode right now. Going back on Gus Lawrence is a main priority for the 03.
Gus there protected into turn 6, now really protecting in turn 7. That's good news for the rest of the field, including Aiden Ingrata and company trying to close up. And even for the rookie Vanchev, he's trying to hang on over Bonilla, but there's Nash, a side look at him, how far back he's fallen. He's just hanging on to 9th as of last time by. I think he was maybe another spot back with Vasquez Jr. getting by and Doan now putting the heat on. Yesterday's runner-up. But a little bit of spread up here. Hodgson, good move early, had to track down the top 5. Now he's knocking on the door of the multi-time Canadian champ Aiden Ingrata and last year's Rotax Max Challenge winner trophy champ as well.
Well, here we go. This time by Gus Lawrence, Paulie Massimino still 1-2, Vanchev in third, Bonilla, Ingrata, Hodgson all in line with Jose Carlos Hernandez at the back of the pack. Paulie, look over the shoulder, and again, still content to stay behind Gus Lawrence for about the second lap in a row. At the start of the last lap, he looked like he wanted to make a move. That time, Ingrata going to go by on Donovan Bonilla, and Jose Carlos going to go back by on Oliver Hodgson.
Yeah, Hodgson got the pack, kind of stalled out there once he started to make some room. Correct myself there, Ingrata led the points all the way through, won multiple mains of the winter trophy, didn't get the ticket, obviously, with a heartbreaker on Sunday. Paulie's got to run back up to Gus here. He's not going to do anything with it yet. Still early going. 4 laps complete, mark at 5. We're only at the halfway point here in this pre-final. 6 of them all lined up behind Lawrence as they roll to the S's.
Yeah, we'll see it this time by. Third lap that Paulie's going to make behind Gus Lawrence. And again, he's just right there with him. He's not going to wait this time, though. Goes to the bottom of the racetrack. Vanchev, does he follow Paulie Massimino? Looking for the lead in 6. He's got it as Vanchev and Gus Lawrence go side by side. And Ingrata playing spoiler to the two of them. Gets clear for third.
Oh, Vanchev trying to send it back in on Ingrata. He's going to pay for it. Bonilla through as well. One decision to go left, to go right, to fight or not. He's going to fight on Bonilla here, trying to rectify that. And again, you can only really say these decisions are right or wrong in hindsight, just the way it plays out around the drivers around you. But one little miscue now. We're 3 wide going through the kink. Jose Carlos getting the elbows out with Hodgson. Hodgson will fend him off. Bonilla goes back 2 more spots. And that's going to give Ingrata and Vanchev now some breathing room. And new life for Diego Ramos back there at the end of the top 10. Closing in on the main group. Finnegan Bailiff's also gotten to the lead of the second pack, going past Vasquez Jr. But how about it for the Brazilian? The 4 plate has now made it 8 deep in the front group, and it's 5 seconds back from him before you find his fellow Barrel Art driver in Finnegan Bailiff, ahead of Vasquez Jr., Andriatos, and William Botillier.
That's been quite some time. We didn't mention Diego Ramos at all in the qualifying session, and now to see him kind of work his way through this field in the pre-final, right, for him to finally, catch a break really throughout the weekend to get up here into this group. But yeah, this race has been wild, right? You talk about the three wide with Jose Carlos and Oliver Hodgson. Unfortunately for Jose, put his countryman onto the rim of the racetrack, sending him into the dirt. That being said, though, up front,
And it looked like we were trying to see there, I think what our crew was trying to show us looked like Ramos might have had the pushback deployed on one side, trying to get a better look at it. Doesn't look to be on both sides of that PSL barrel arch front bumper. He had that, I believe, in the main event, got it overturned. And here is an over-under, potentially. But it's going to get boxed out by Ingrata. Side by side and wheel to wheel with Massimino. Gus Lawrence back to the lead with 3 to go. He waited for his moment, and now he's going to take them all to the low side. That'll stack them and pack them again. Hodgson back to the bumper of Vanchev. Hernandez and Bonilla closing. Can anyone find a gap here? Vanchev's going to find one on Ingrata. That was nice. But Hodgson really set up that corner beautifully. He'll drag race with Vanchev and run him just to the edge enough to get past, coming onto the front stretch. And that'll make it a mano-a-mano fight for the moment. 2 to go. Massimino versus Lawrence and Hodgson. Never doubt the number 359. Started 7th, up to 3rd, right when it matters most, with the momentum on his side. And the fight is open and up behind him. Ingrata into the side of Jose Carlos Hernandez. He wanted that spot and had to really take it and force it. Now he'll have to cover. Hernandez giving the wheel back to him. Gets the spot back away.
Yeah, Jose not afraid to do that back on Aiden Ingrata as he's going to take him to the bottom of the racetrack. Jose Carlos going to hold on. The same for Gus Lawrence up front. Has a little bit of breathing room over Paulie. But again, we'll hit the white flag this time by, and we'll see what Paulie can do. Really going to have to get after it here in this final lap.
Yeah, Gus Lawrence pulled the pin, I think, at the perfect moment. Started to pull a bit of a margin. Granted, he's still got to deal with the back straightaway. Paulie's still going to be close enough to really put the heat on him. But Gus Lawrence yesterday struggled in that main, but he was mighty strong in the pre-final. He's strong again. Obviously not quite strong enough to get out of 5 and not have to block in 6. And here comes Hodgson, and that might be just enough of what he needed to keep Paulie at bay if Oliver can get there and start to fight a bit for second. But I don't know if Hodgson's really going to be able to do that with only 2 corners to go. Massimino still following Lawrence to cover. Here comes Vanchev back in the mix. Final time to the last 2 corners. Gus Lawrence covering 13. Massimino, I don't think, is really going to force the issue. Neither will Hodgson. They'll take the result that's available and easy to them. And Gus Lawrence will score the pre-final win in Pro X30. Massimino second, Hodgson third, Vanchev fourth, Jose Carlos rounds your top 5. There's your second pack. And that pack has disintegrated. And Blake Nash.
Wow.
There must have been something really amiss there with the number 5 machine. And I don't know exactly what to pinpoint. You would have thought that when he finally kind of got settled a bit there in the middle group that he might have been able to get going. Even early there on lap 2 or 3 when he kind of got away from Vasquez Jr. down the front stretch, I got to think that maybe he might have been a bit underpowered or something, because he had about a 5-car length gap on him going into the S's. It was gone by the back straightaway, and it felt like every lap he was fighting for dear life. And without a doubt, the drivers behind him were not showing any love back his way. He ends up unofficially 17th. Here's the rest of your group here, all the way back to P28. But Gus Lawrence will get the pole position for today's main event off that solid drive in a battle that he definitely had to fight all the way from start to finish to get it.
All right, Gus Lawrence rolling through scales right now. He's going to get the go-kart up on the stand, and we'll get a word with him in just a second. Super Nats champ, looking every bit as strong as he showed in Las Vegas. So, Gus, I know yesterday you kind of missed it a little bit. Certainly looks like you didn't miss it there.
No, it was a fun race. Obviously, it's hard to lead out there because sometimes you come around and there'll be all dirt on the track from the people at the back who go on the dirt and whatnot. So it's tough. And then obviously the draft is quite strong, so you've got to race it.
It certainly seems that the conditions have changed significantly from the morning. How much have you had to change your driving style?
Obviously, the track seems to be a bit more slippery, not quite as free. So it seems to be as the more the tarmac warms up, the less grip there is. So you have to just account for that.
One of the things that's been talked about off of the track is that your future's a little uncertain at this moment. You know, how important is a weekend like this for you and a result this weekend for you?
No, for sure. I don't come all this way not to win. I try my best to win. I put as much effort in as possible to come back with the best result I possibly can. So, and yesterday wasn't good enough. So, need to dig deep today.
It's a very good start for Gus Lawrence, that's for sure.
One more session to close it off for Gus Lawrence. Try and collect another checkered flag here. He'll have that opportunity later in the afternoon. Back on down, though, with the lunch break beginning to David as we hear from the other half of that head-to-head fight.
Yeah, just wanted to follow up with Paulie Massimino because I know, Paulie, you were pretty down on your chances this morning. It looks like they just got a lot better.
Yeah, we put on tires. Yeah, it was good. Kart was really good in the beginning. I felt like I was a lot better than those guys in the beginning, but it seemed like we fell off just a touch towards the end. But at the same time, every time I come through that middle hairpin, there was a bunch of dirt on the exit. So I don't know if that was really costing me coming into the last sector, but felt pretty free there. And then once Gus got back in front of me, it felt a lot better. So I'm not too sure. We'll go back and look at everything and see what we need to do for the final.
That was something Gus mentioned too, was just how dirty the track is. Is that a typical sort of thing, or is that something that was kind of unexpected for this weekend?
I mean, that's the first time I've been near the front, so I couldn't really answer that question. I don't know how it was yesterday. Obviously, I was a little bit farther back in the pre-final, and I didn't race the final. So, yeah, it seemed dirty. I don't know if that's been happening, but that's definitely something to look out for.
Well, Paulie's definitely getting his experience at the front today, that's for sure.
He'll join Gus Lawrence on row number 1 later this afternoon. 3 more classes still have their grids to be set for main events, though. KA100 Master, and we return at 12:45 p.m. local time for their pre-final and 1:45 p.m. Eastern. There's your countdown to green. We're ready to get back after it for Caleb Vieska, David Land, and myself, Xander Clements. We'll see you on the other side of the break.
Oh my gosh, can I show you this cute dress I just got?
Yes, of course. Oh my goodness, it's so cute.
I just love shopping.
I love shopping too.
Oh my gosh.
Wait, did you guys say you like shopping?
Of course.
Well, dude, I have the perfect place to do that at. ShopPayCara.com. At ShopPayCara.com, you can get free shipping on orders $200 or more. You can get anything you want, like MXC rims, gloves, rib vests, shoes, anything that you need, all at ShopPayCara.com.
Who is he talking to?
No idea.
But we're gonna have to check it out. Sounds like a great deal.
Sure does.
Cat food marketing. $9.99 a month.
Dude, Caleb, wake up. Dude, we're live in 5 minutes. Let's go, come on. What are you doing?
Dude, I'm so sorry. Xander had me in a cat food marketing meeting till like 2 a.m. last night.
Come on, man.
Do you have anything I can drink?
Dude, I got the perfect thing for you. Perico, it's a healthy energy drink alternative.
Perico, non-GMO, gluten-free, kosher, magnesium, B12, B6,
yeah, it's good.
B5, biotin, and 0 sugar? Pericazo! Try Perico, made with natural ingredients, organic caffeine, and supports your metabolism. Try the new official energy drink of Kart Chaser.
Welcome back after our lunch break. The Masters get ready to hit the racetrack presented by Miami USA East. And they're getting ready to roll out for their pre-final. I'll run you down their starting grid order here momentarily. As well, timing and scoring coming back from lunch, but that being said, we'll have Brian Boley and Trevor McAllister starting on row number 1 with Mario Barrios and Janae Din on that second row. Jose Eduardo de la Garza Elizondo on row 3 with Scott Falcone alongside him, starting 5th and 6th. And you go back to Carlos Calderon, David Pregande, Miguel Mir, Brent Harper, your top 10 to Shane Burkett, Esteban Roche Sr., Slade Miller, Paul Montopoli. They're starting on row number 7. Benjamin Davalos and Todd Shambo getting ready to start on row number 8 with Scott Cherry, Kyle Piepenbrock, and Tom Gershner, your 19 drivers that are getting set to take the green flag here. But a lot like yesterday, Brian Boley, a great day from yesterday. He's getting ready to start alongside T-Mac himself on row number 1.
Trevor McAllister had really good short run speed in the pre-final yesterday, and honestly pretty good long run speed in the main. Nobody had anything for Brian Boley, though, so the question will be, is that different on Sunday, or were the qualifying results where Brian Boley had everybody covered going to continue throughout the entirety of round 2? We saw an action-packed pre-final yesterday. Are we in store for the same today from KA Master? We are green. Let's find out. Paul Montopoli dropping a tire in the dirt. Otherwise, it looks like everyone survived turns 8 and 9, and it's been a terrible start for T-Mac. Way back for the off-pole man. And now, contact in the buckle. Multiple drivers all stacked up as the leaders kind of got tangled around 4th onwards, and McAllister is going to go all the way to the rear. And along with him, 2 or 3 others. Looks like maybe Slade Miller getting collected in that. We saw it barely began with Janae Din getting spun sideways along with his teammate Miguel Mir. They drop down the leaderboard. It's RPG, 3 of them in the top 5 now. Boley the leader, Barrios second, but Carlos Calderon into 3rd, and Edward De La Garza up and into 4th. David Pregande with a nice start to the day here in 5th.
Yeah, great start for Pregande to get himself into the top 5 now. But yeah, hectic start for those drivers that were just hoping for a little bit more. For Trevor McAllister, he was slowing. Not sure if he even continued here in this race, and we don't see him out there just yet. So, again, unfortunate for McAllister, who would slot back in 18th. Not good at all. Miguel Mir now going to make a move on Paul Montopoli into the buckle. And they're going to go side by side on the exit. Montopoli just going to let him by, and the 477 now set free to try and chase down the group ahead.
Two laps complete, and the only movement really was that one on that lap. Scott Falcone with about 3 car lengths to boot there in the 499, and the left rear starting to hang a little bit low on that Orsillo and Tony kart. Hopefully it doesn't start dragging and the bolt fully disconnects, but that looked a little bit off. It looked a little wild to me in qualifying, and I don't think it's moving at all. It might just be the way that, again, the bumper's kind of shifted and how loose he's running it, where it can go up and down the gliders. There's 2 real connection points with the rear bumpers. Right there you saw Paul Montopoli's nearly get put to the test. And I think Falcone actually is all right, so I don't want to send anyone off freaking out too early. But no doubt it had to weather the storm a little bit from how chaotic it was in the buckle on the opening lap. Here he goes to work now, trying to get away and trying to fight to hang on, and he won't be able to. Miguel Mir gets that spot. Move Miguel up to 7th. Behind him, Montopoli was getting swarmed again. He lost a spot there to Scott Cherry in the High Five Performance Texas livery. And moves Scott into the top 10. Deeper in 9th. Montopoli 10th and still getting hunted. Shane Burkett, the Louisiana native in the red suit, closing in. Looking inside of Montopoli here down the backstretch. Junaid Dean looking on. Oh, man, that got a little bit hairy there as they try to quickly get down to single file by the middle of the corner. Burkett through. Now Din to the outside. looking for the crossover on Montopoli. It won't materialize. He'll stick back in line, and right behind him looking on looks to be Benjamin Davalos, who's got the move done on Todd Shambo. And there is Junaid. Nice move there on the inside.
Yeah, a lot of these drivers, right, kind of struggling for some to make moves to make them stick in a couple of corners, and in others just having to reset, get back to the drawing board, and make them just like this, as that was a good one there from Davalos to go by on Todd Shambo.
No, with Shambo
yeah,
on
with
Montopoli.
Shambo. There you go, yeah. My apologies there on Paul Montopoli on the best kart.
Trevor McAllister's now caught up to the back of that group as well. He's ready to march forward along with Junaid. So the drivers that started 4th and 2nd on the back foot and having to put on a show to just fight back to neutral, or at least as close as they can. Nice move to the inside for Burkett on the Speed Concepts Racing livery, Kart Republic. That'll be another one for Shane, and contact behind them. That is the 410 machine, one of the RPG's Esteban Roach Sr.
And Slade Miller.
And McAllister's done. He's had enough. The contact, the carnage, trying to weave his way through the middle of the pack there. Probably incurred some more damage along the way. Here's your leaders coming out of the final turn to the halfway mark. It's been all smooth sailing for these two, Brian Boley and Mario Barrios. Safe and clean and away. 5 down, 5 to go. Behind them, Carlos Calderon, Jose Eduardo de la Garza, and David Pergande are tightening up for the 3rd spot. Little trio right there at the top corner of the screen as well. But no movement up front. Let's see if we have anything here. I don't think anyone's close enough for a pass there. And then further back, you'll find your first one on the back straightaway. It's Miguel Mir with help from Falcone, who sends it deep to follow. Scott Falcone was frustrated the way yesterday ended. The contact as he was chasing down Trevor McAllister, trying to fight for the top couple of spots behind Brian Boley late in the going. Had Falcone staring backwards at the rest of the racetrack in turn 13's runoff area. Looking for a better Sunday, and it already got off to a rocky start for Scott. But he's back now up to the 7th position, I believe, following Mir through. That's almost back to even. As we check back in here with 3rd, 4th, and 5th, Calderon, De La Garza, and Pergande.
Yeah, this is that group just 3rd on back, as, again, you see both of the RPG Cosmics up front of Boley and Barrios just long gone up ahead. And again, the last time we saw Boley and Barrios close together was yesterday throughout the main event, where Boley was able to get the better of Barrios, and then Barrios, obviously with the chain kind of coming loose and coming off, definitely wasn't a good end to Mario Barrios' day. That being said, though, none of these three have really been able to get into the mix and challenge those top 2 drivers. Calderon, although, did finish on the podium, so just looking to maintain that result and looking to start on the inside later on today. We saw what happened to McAllister, right? Starting on the outside, definitely didn't go his way.
With the back and forth opening hairpins, we've seen the outside lane pay off in just the previous session. Blake Nash from the inside of row 2 going backwards, pinballed around, incurred some steering column damage that then at that point made him just kind of a sitting duck, trying to hang on for dear life to the end of the session. And a heartbreaker for our runner-up from yesterday's Pro X30 main event. And then here in the KA Masters, the inside lane with the upper hand because of how quick the transition is from turn 6 to the right, all the way to the 180-degree turnaround here at turn 7, back the other way. 2.5 to go. 2 drivers still well broken and away up front. No changes there. Still keying in a little bit on the 3-pack right here. There's not too much action is continuing at this point. A very calm KA Master class here on this Sunday afternoon from New Caney, Texas. 2 to go, this time by Barrios and Boley, your top 2. Boley out front in the black suit, Mario Barrios in the white, blue and pink RPG colors in 2nd.
Yeah, here we go. 2 car lengths of separation in between Barrios and Boley. And again, 2 laps to go. Mario Barrios yesterday was passed, and now he's going to be the one to pass as he goes on the inside of turn number 6, forces him wide. Mario Barrios to the point of the field here in Masters.
And a tactical, albeit looked a little awkward transition right there. Barrios really didn't clear himself. I think Boley was willing to let him go, but he wanted to put Brian up and into the marbles a little bit, make it a little tougher for Boley to make a counterattack as quickly, but Brian staying right there with him. And with Barrios covering the inside in the buckle, he'll have to cover again in the last turn. Boley had a thought about it there. Both of them go a little bit wide. And Barrios is saying calm down as he's the one defending and took him a little wide in turn 6. How about that? White flag.
Here we go into the S's. Barrios past Boley last time around through turn number 6. Let's see if Boley wants to repay the favor. Barrios going to cover it low, and Brian's going to follow to the bottom for as long as he can. Then he'll open up. Calderon and the rest of the crew on their way. Here goes Boley looking to set up a crossover and a 7. Barrios sticks it O's in down low in 7, able to stay ahead.
And right here is the tough part to get the crossover done. Barrios covers it perfectly. Had them slowed up enough. Boley couldn't really keep the revs up with the wider arc. Now to the buckle. Right here might be tough, though. Even with the track bending back to the right, Boley's going to have a lot of steam going into 13. He'll show the nose. That'll be tight going to the last turn. Sets up for the crossover here. Barrios really parked it tight. Boley's going to have the momentum. They'll bang tires down the straightaway, and to the line it'll go Brian Boley's way. He wins the pre-final.
Elbows out racing for both of the Rollison Performance Group, Cosmics and Brian Boley and Mario Barrios to finish 1-2. Calderon across the line in third to Elizondo in fourth. Pergande, your top 5 at the K100 Masters.
There you have it. Chaos ensuing in the opening couple of corners for KA100 Master. Really shakes things up a little bit for us with the lineup for the afternoon show. Scott Falcone back in the top 10. Junaid Din as well. Trevor McAllister will be rolling from the rear. 18th from the outside of the front row. A tough one to swallow. But the Mini-Swift drivers are no stranger to that. They had a shake-up in both sessions yesterday, and we've had another one here in qualifying. Liam Astalis, best career qualifying effort. This kid's first ever karting events were less than 18 months ago. And now he's sitting on the front row of opening weekend in the 2026 national season in the Parazino Chassis Jig Mini-Swift class. Right behind him, this kid's looking for some more front-running laps. Jake Manalio, the 191. And the Ryan Perry Motorsport Nitro crew, they've got him dialed up pretty good. He rolls on the outside of that second row, and you can see he's locked in and ready for your pre-final here today. Let's go to the inside of the row, though. Brody Brown, another career best qualifying effort here. The Kid X USA crew out of the slow group with their 2 kids making an impact on Sunday, Caleb.
Yeah, great drive out of Brody Brown out of Austin, Texas, coming to a familiar racetrack. And as well for Tyler Moravietz, looking to start inside of the top 10 here today for the MPG. For MPG Motorsports, really, Tyler, again, another driver that's all too familiar with Speedsportz Racing Park. You move over to Win Gottschalk, again, a driver who's been a sensation worldwide, racing almost every single weekend, and now he'll start on the inside line with his brother, Zev Gottschalk, just right behind him. Only 8 years old for young Zev, making the move up early to the Mini-Swift class. And joining brother, we'll see if they can do a little bit of shake and bake here in the pre-final.
Boys from Curacao ready to impress. They've had some highlight moments already last year. So has Hudson Howard. Nobody probably had more runs back and forth through the pack, up and down, across all 3 sessions yesterday. Qualifying a little bit wild and exciting. The pre-final the same. The main the same, and some Superman moves that kept him with our cameras locked on. Lucas Durango ready for more action with a good starting spot further as well, joining the rest of the Nitro karts in the mix. And here's a great look as the engines have come to life for the second to last pre-final of the morning. Well, there was no one more shocking or exciting in qualifying probably today than our pole sitter here in Mini-Swift. Stealing it at the last moment after every other lap prior to seemed to be a little bit less so than what he needed. Lorenzo Lopez will lead your field of green alongside Astalis, Brown, Manalio, Win Gottschalk, Tyler Morwich, And then Zev Gottschalk and Hudson Howard, your first 4 rows here, Caleb.
You go back to row number 5 with Houston's own Brody Stoffel starting alongside Lucas Tarango.
Row number 6, inside lane for Liam Francisco alongside Mason Brody. Connor Lipka and Dutch Westbrook roll from row number 7. It's Samuel Chavarri and Tyler Blackwood back on row 8.
Ace Lasek, Ryan Rock Motorsports on row number 9 alongside Nico Salazar. Leonardo Tavares and Thomas Pretzel on row number 10.
In total, 35 drivers. Let's go back to row 11. Yusuf Adi on the inside with REM alongside Flynn Fallon's Velocity Sodi. Then it's Andrew Lee Anastasio and Marcelo Flores on row 12. Marshall Steves and Kimo Ahmad on row 13.
Boris Blair and Bautista Puglisi Bassi on row number 14 with Liani Schiavo and Emilio Damian Scheidt Sanchez on row number 15.
Final page here for rows 16, 17, and 18. Iker Alvarez and Nathan Ramirez on the Benix. Grayson Drazik and Samia Sanchez on row 17. Sam Hornish all by his lonesome on row 18, starting P35. Perazino Chassis, Jake Mini-Swift, 9 laps the distance for their pre-final. Ready to go green here as they slowly parade around turns 4 and 5. Hands down, the most unpredictable category thus far. And speaking of unpredictable, we have a really early jump from Lorenzo Lopez. It will get the green. It might trigger some penalties, but the field is underway. Oh, big stack up in turn 7. We had 2 around in turn 6, and there are about 8, maybe 10 karts slow to continue, trying to stay in the fight here. A huge breakup of the field around 9th onwards, back from Lucas Tarango. It took out a number of contenders. You see Brody Stoffel at the front of this pack, way back. Lorenzo Lopez with a huge lead to Astalis, and Win Godshock trying to eat into it and work his way up the boards. He'll take 3rd away from Manolio. Zev Godshock got away clean, as well as Hudson Howard. And then it's Mason Brody in the mix there in 7th. After Tarango, 2 seconds till it's Dutch Westbrook there in the 9th spot.
And a great start for the 117 of Brody Brown to get himself up to 2nd. And again, you see him just up on the wheel, trying to close down his gap to Lopez, who got off to a great start. And it was fast, but they gave it to green to work our way through. Howard going to look to block low for Mason Brody. And end up going that little bit wide, and Brody still looking for a way by the Kart Republic machine.
So no dice there for Mason Brody. The pack is still somewhat tied up. Lorenzo Lopez and Liam Astalis with a little bit of breathing room for the moment, back to Win Godshock. That'll probably get eaten up, though, because they are both by themselves, and Godshock has Jake Manolio shoving him along. In fact, starting to push him away a little bit from younger brother Zev. We'll see what the lap times look like this time past the loop. Biggest mover, by the way, avoiding all that chaos. Iker Alvarez from row 16's climbed up to 14th already. And we'll have to keep tabs on some of the major contenders here. Also looks to be a transponder issue potentially for Liam Astalis, if he wasn't tagged in the opening incidents. No, indeed. Liam Astalis was another victim of it. So it's Brody Brown there, in 2nd. Astalis out on the Kid X USA Kart Republic. Only one remains. Brody Brown in the middle there, the Houston native. And he's got the gap closing in here. That was a 2/10 improvement from Win Godshock and Jake Manolio towards 2nd, and even as well a 10th improvement off the lead. They are bringing the pack back together up front, and Dutch Westbrook is on a tear as well, matching the pace of the group, so won't be too long before even more could play. Here's a move. Godshock through with help from Manolio. 2 collected in the back. Andrew Anastasio, I believe, is one of them.
Yeah, Andrew Anastasio there on the 43 gets collected in the buckle. So that's not going to go his way. Brody Brown got slaughtered back again. Jake Manolio, now Zev Godshock, a fellow rookie in the class, going to go by. And Hudson Howard the next one with Mason Brody. As well as you look back to Lucas Tarango. So just for Brody Brown, it's a matter of holding on. Trying to hold on strong here for Brody.
Yeah, you had that great qualifying effort, did Brody Brown. Now he's losing another spot. This is fellow Kart Republic, the JHDD entry, Hudson Howard making the pass there. Next up to go on him would be Mason Brody in the chrome and black RPM Nitro. Here he goes to the inside of the buckle. He'll take that spot away. And now Brody Brown will have a little breathing room before Lucas Tarango can get to him. All the while, Dutch Westbrook's pack further away, continue to inch closer, and Win Godshock, fellow Bennick driver, closing the gap to the lead or trying to. Lorenzo Lopez still all good out front, 4 down, 5 to go. The gap is 7/10. There's Westbrook's contingent with help from Brody Stoffel and company. There's Iker Alvarez in the 144. 31st to 12th for Iker. Heck of a charge.
Yeah, great drive. Marcelo Flores there was the last one through the shot, and he's down in 21st. And that was going to be a change for second. Jake Manalio looking on the inside of turn 6. He's got it. And he gets clear on Win Godshock, looking to lead the charge up to Cooper Lorenzo Lopez, again, the driver who led most of the day yesterday and was able to keep himself out in front up until, obviously, the last lap where Manalio was able to get the better of him. But that being said, Manalio looking to do the same here in the pre-final. Next time around, we'll start lap number 6, 4 laps to go for these young drivers.
Out of all the competitors here in the Mini Swift class, so many that have returned from last year looking to make 2026 their banner year. If Jake Manalio could double up on opening weekend, it would be a shot across the bow to everyone that the 191 is here to play and the one to beat to go into the rest of the year. Huge run for Jake through the S's. That was a great exit and line through turns 4 and 5 as well. He'll have an opportunity at the end of the back straight if he wants it. Big run towards Lopez. Here he goes inside for the lead. Jake Manalio takes over in turn 6.
Yeah, and he was putting on a tear, but Cooper going to go right back, looking on the inside of 7. Here comes Godshock side by side for second. And right behind him, Zev Godshock looking to push him through. And Win now clear for second. Zev gets by as well. So now it's a Godshock 3 and 2 as Howard going to go by for 4th. He's able to get clear. So Manalio from the lead of the race for about a corner. That move by Lopez moved him all the way back to 5th.
He's going to try and at least make up for some lost ground with that move, but Hudson Howard will cross him up and they'll drag race down the front stretch. That'll bring Mason Brody into contention. He'll shove his teammate past Howard, get back into the top 5. And the boys from Curacao get some more breathing room to go to work on Lopez. Here's Brody with a surprise move on Manalio. That was nice in turn 4. Jake goes back to 6. And here comes Win Godshock with a huge head of steam towards Lorenzo Lopez at the end of the back straightaway. He won't be able to do anything there. Brody Brown back to the inside to start to make up for lost time. Trying to make the pass stick. Can't do it on Tarango. He'll surrender that. 2 to go at the line. The 3 drivers up front are tightening again. Another 3-pack now with the way it's split up. But they're not out of the hunt. Mason Brody's tear continues.
Yeah, and keep an eye out that second group as well, or third really, if you want to call it. Brody Stoffel, Liam Francisco, as well as Dutch Westbrook starting to get closer and closer to the back of the pack as Godshock now into the boot, going to get clear for the lead. And now Lopez in a Godshock sandwich with Win up in the lead, Zev in third as they work their way through the S's.
Heck of a send there from Win Godshock, but again, the main straight able to let Lorenzo Lopez reset. Win covered low there in turn 4. He'll have to cover it again down the backstretch with how close Lorenzo is. Zev Godshock following, now ducking low to follow his big brother. Can they freight train by Lopez? Oh, Win parked it tight. That won't be enough momentum there for Zev to be able to pull along and get into second, so it'll still be Lopez there fighting outside now through 8 and 9 by himself. Zev to the inside, door to door, coming out of the corner. He can't get that position away and now has to tuck back in before Mason Brody takes advantage. All on the bottom side. Manalio's going to try the high side again in the buckle. It won't work. Here comes Tarango connecting the dots between the main 6 and the next 5. They're about to be 11 deep for the lead in the Win and Mini Swift. Big send by Zev to the inside for second. Brody will follow. Mason Brody. Huge move there to pick up another one. If he can complete it by turn 1, he's still on the high side. Lopez sends it deep. Still wheel to wheel. Brody will get through by 3, and Manalio, his teammate, follows. Now they can gear up for a run towards the Godshock brothers. The boys from Curacao, 1 and 2, but Zev is under fire. Brody almost protecting, and I think indeed he is. Back from Manalio.
And this is great for the Godshock. Zev going to push older brother Win for the entirety of it, and that's only if Mason Brody can't get close enough as Manalio looks to the bottom of the racetrack, and he's through for third. Side by side for 4th. Lopez able to get by Mason Brody, and up front, it could be a Godshock 1-2 to close this one out.
2 by 2. Look at Dutch Westbrook ripping the high side. He'll pick off a couple there, continuing to rebound from getting trapped behind the wreck on the opening lap. But for Wynn and Zev Gottschalk as they fan out and race behind them, Brody to the inside of Lopez. What a family moment. The boys from Curacao go first and second in the pre-final. Wynn Gottschalk, your winner. Zev Gottschalk, second. Manolio, Lopez, Brody, your top 5.
Wow. And again, for the Gottschalk family, one driver way off. That's Samuel Chavarri.
Was fighting wheel to wheel with the Orsolone entry of Nico Salazar.
Yeah.
He made it across the timing loop. Good job to Samuel to keep your foot in it. Would have lost probably about another 10 spots. Instead, he only loses 2. But the drag race up front, a cool show as the brothers end side by side, 44 thousandths apart and a half second up with the way the battle ended up behind them.
That's got to be a feel-good moment for their dad, Marshall, who was a professional rower for the Netherlands, and now to see his 2 boys compete up at the front. An island of only about 100,000 people. And these 2 kiddos, coming up from a small population there, go 1-2 on the national scene.
Get back with your car, bud. Good job. Good job, Racing. Good job. Good job, Racing.
What a cool moment. You think about a lot of the brother acts that have been in racing. You think about the Labantes, you think about the Schumachers, you think about the Unser brothers. We might want to start thinking about the Gottschalks. This is absolutely unbelievable. We're going to try to get the 2 brothers together. Obviously, a lot of hugs going to be going around. What a neat moment. As Zev, see if we can get Zev over here. Yep. Zev, come on over here. We're going to wait for Wynn as he gets his helmet off. The 2 Gottschalk brothers finishing 1-2. What an amazing job here for the 2 brother act. You know what? I'm just going to let you 2 take it away because I want to hear your thoughts working together, finishing 1-2 in this race. That was unbelievable.
Yeah, I'm very happy we're brothers. I didn't thought he will be being. I didn't thought he would do that good. And he did.
And you were kind of playing rear gunner there. You were you blocking for little brother or for big bro there?
Yeah.
When you saw him up in front, was there any chance you were going to pass him?
No, not really.
And how amazing was it when you guys kind of realized that you were going to be 1-2? What was that like?
Very awesome, but it's just the pre-finals, not the finals.
That's right. So looking ahead, are you going to have to race your brother for this win?
Yes.
And I guess I'll ask the question, if we're in the final and it's the last lap, are you going to do the same thing? You going to let your brother win?
Maybe not.
Oh, it's a maybe. The Gottschalk brothers. I think they're going to be battling for the win. What do you guys think?
It'll be close. That's for sure. What an awesome moment there. But like they said, just the pre-final. Main events to roll for them later. Pro Shifters up next. Our final pre-final of the morning and afternoon rotation coming up.
Let's go race.
Come on, man.
You have to fight to pull ahead, to find your edge, to do whatever it takes to make you 1/10 of a second faster, smarter, more committed than the other guy, because you've got the kind of passion that can overcome the impossible. And we've got the most powerful performance race fuel available to help you do it. Sunoco race fuels. Take the lead.
Welcome back to Speedsportz Racing Park as we get ready to get going with our pro shifters as they work their way out onto the racetrack. One full lap for them as Jay Irwin and Diego Ardiles lock out row number 1 for PSO Karting and Burrow Art.
Row 2, Billy Musgrave and Gavin Bailiff. And then right behind them, great qualifying effort out of Ashton Henkel on the inside of row number 3. Alejandro Herrera will join him on the 3rd row. Then it's Lucas de Longchamps and Vincent Cassard on row number 4.
That was Arson Charles Gauthier on row number 5 to round up your top 10 starters. Nicholas Bull and Justin White starting all the way down on row number 6. A lot of work to do for the 32 here in the pre-final. Cooper Becklin as well starting down on row number 7 with Kyle Drysdale. And starting in last, back in 15th on row number 8 on his lonesome, John Paul Melchiori. After issues for him in qualifying, found him out of the session early. A lot of work to do for the driver who sat on row number 2, starting on the outside yesterday at this time during the pre-final.
Yeah, so the issues in quali and the update there. Justin White lost his fastest lap of the session for contact with Cooper Becklin. The two of them, we saw the main contingent that Gavin Bailiff was smart enough to wait and lag behind, albeit sacrificing a lap, putting him back on the 2nd row, where he might have had, based on what we saw in yesterday's main, the 2nd best car, if not the fastest car, to fight for the lead in the race win. Instead, from the outside of row 2, but didn't end up all the way back in P12 like Justin did, or Becklin down in 13th. And Melchiori, all the passing lessons that he had to learn yesterday, going to get put to the test again. Going from the tail, how good of a start and how good of a launch can he get as well? And how about it for young Diego Ardiles? 2nd ever season in a pro shifter machine. He's on the front row alongside his teammate, who just a month and a half ago was going in the top 5 against the world's best. Off we go. Ardiles stalls it nearly, and it's a huge jump for Musgrave to 2nd.
And already Henkel able to slot himself up in a 3rd with Gavin Bailiff falling back to 4th, Tazars to Cassard. And where does Diego Ardiles stack up? Right in the middle of this group, right ahead of Justin White and right behind Cooper Becklin.
Chaos to begin this one here. Becklin already trying to charge. White to the inside of Ardiles, who didn't want to give it up, but he's able to muscle his way past and catch the kid off guard a little bit. And now Justin's going to go on by on Becklin there in 13. Good move to catch him off guard in the kink going in. And now Jay Irwin, a little wide. Bailiff the same. Bailiff with a heads-up move in turn 1. He'll take over 3rd away from Ashton Henkel and set his sights on the top 2. Musgrave as well. Great launch out of 5. He's right on the heels of Irwin. It will not come as easily today. Billy Musgrave looks dialed here early in this pre-final.
Yeah, and you see Jay Irwin just kind of taking a little bit of a tighter line into turn number 6 there as Billy Musgrave now looking into turn number 8. And just wasn't quite there just yet to go by on Jay Irwin, still applying a good amount of pressure on the number 6.
And it's hard here. If you're the man behind and the leader knows that you're there in the gearbox classes, how quickly they can tighten the line and still be able to get a good launch on the exit of the corner. So Billy Musgrave might have to get a little creative to find a way past Jay Irwin, who has been unstoppable thus far here at opening weekend of the Skusa Winter Series. Covering low as well into 4. He'll back him up as much as he needs to until he feels confident in the piece and can get away. Right now, a car length gap means he can go back to the normal arc a little bit into 6th, but still tighten that line on the entry. And all the dirt on the racetrack on the front stretch there, it didn't look like anyone went off track on the opening lap, so it should be clean enough. We heard the Pro X30 boys talking about how dirty it was to lead, how tough it was to lead here. Even with some of the extra runoff areas, you still have the grass right on the exit of a couple of corners, most notably right here at the end of the buckle, and then, of course, at the end of the last turn. The shifters won't go as wide, but it's still difficult to navigate when you're racing each other and the leaders flying a bit blind with the size of the grid and where they are on the circuit. That was a good launch, though, for Irwin. He pulls the gap out nicely to about 4/10 as of last time by the loop. It'll hold through the S's here. Musgrave tries to close up again, and we rip down the backstretch, working lap number 4. Gavin Bailiff trying to charge up to the top 2 as Jay Irwin continues to lead.
And I'll tell you what here, Xander, Gavin Bailiff is closing at 50.2, going 2/10 better than Billy Musgrave, as well as Jay Irwin going 2/10 better than Billy himself. This time by Justin White starting to close in the gap to Vincent Cassard, a driver who was fighting for the World Championship over in the Masters division overseas 2 years ago in 2024. Now finds himself in his first start since the Super Nationals that year here at Speedsportz Racing Park, a home track, as now it looked like Diego Ardiles wanted to go on teammate Lucas de Longchamp and just thought better of it. Got on the brakes there as de Longchamp, again, didn't make it easy for him. Kind of took a tighter line into the boot.
Yeah, he knew he was going to get stacked up a little behind Justin White. Let's watch the 32 go to work here on the back of Cassard, trying to set up for a nice run down the back straightaway. Cassard knows he's there. Here comes White to the inside into 6. This will be easy. Ardiles behind, a little bit tougher to get by de Longchamp, but he does. And so Diego will get one spot back towards his original starting position through turn 7 and 8. Cooper Becklin still trapped behind them as well, trying to carve up like he did yesterday. A little misshift there for Ardiles. Nearly got caught out, and it's going to end up making de Longchamp pay. He'll lose a spot, maybe 2. Here comes Melchiori trying to work alongside him into 13. He'll get that spot as well. And back goes the 21.
Yeah, JP has had to kind of pick him off one by one to try and work his way through this field after horrific qualifying for the sophomore driver. The 60 now up into the top 10, currently sits 10th as Justin White looks to close in on another CRG, the 57 of Noah Zars, who's just about less than a second up the road, and Ardiles is going to send it low on one of the oldest drivers in the field, and Vincent Cassard side by side. Vincent looking to hold the inside into 7, and he's got it. Taking Ardiles to school here. Vincent able to hold on.
Much different than the X30 Junior car that the last time Ardiles would have been really in the spotlight here at Speedsportz. But there, a mistake out of Cassard, locked the rears up going in the buckle. He'll lose 2 spots because of it. Becklin gets through as well. Here comes his teammate JP looking to the inside in the last turn. Should be able to get the launch out, and he does. Melchiori gets another one back. Becklin one back. And Ardiles 1 spot less on the loss from the opening lap where he just could not get off the line. And up front, Jay Irwin the lap before this had a great one and then just gave up nearly 4/10 last time to Bailiff and an additional 10.5 to Musgrave as they continue to yo-yo out front here in the gaps between them all. But you still got to think, if you're Jay Irwin, playing it like how you did yesterday's pre-final worked, so maybe just giving yourself enough of a gap and then managing it, taking it easier in different corners to still have plenty of room to fight in the final. And especially if fellow Barrel Art Gavin Bailiff can get to Musgrave and begin a battle for second, or put Musgrave at least on defense mode, you could really begin to cruise. 3 to go. The gap looks to be good enough that if he doesn't make any mistakes, it'll be hard to touch him.
And out of the back straightaway here with, again, only about 3 laps to go, 2.5 really. This could be probably time to, how much do you want to push at this later stage of the race? Is 1 spot really worth kind of putting that much heat into the tires, that much wear really with how much you're pushing? And that's a question I always use as well, Xander. How much do you think it's worth, right, for Gavin Bailiff making up 1 spot?
In any other class, I would say I don't know, but in Pro Shifter, you're talking the difference of having a kart in front of you on the start or being on the clean side of the racetrack and having clear circuit in front of you. And right now, that's not going to be the case for JP Melchiori. Stuck in the grass, trying to will his way out of it. He's going to come out right in front of the leaders. It'll probably drag some dirt on the track for Irwin and Musgrave and Bailiff, who will have to be cognizant of it through 4 and 5. You can see their hands busy there. Melchiori, something happened as he was working the back of Ardiles and Becklin. I believe he was really the one trying to fight with. Didn't obviously make it across the timing loop. He's a lap down. He's still on the circuit, and now Irwin's going to get to him in a terrible spot through turns 8 and 9. The leader with lap traffic to deal with now.
Yeah, John Paul just kind of rejoined in front of him, and that's not what you want to be doing, especially right in front of the leaders. So they're going to get by with no time wasted. The only one who really kind of got tripped up was Jay Irwin up at the lead. So now Billy Musgrave looking to start on the inside as they work their way through. White flag in the air, 1 lap to go, and Musgrave's as close as he's been since the start.
And you think about points, might be a little early, but this is a short championship, right? Best 3 of 4 rounds. With Musgrave having a DNF yesterday, that's his drop. He needs to be perfect here on out. Every point he allows Jay Irwin to take off the table shortens the chances of being able to get the Skusa Winter Series crown. And while it's not the big one, every piece of hardware, every piece of exposure is all the more important for the Factory Karts brand. He'd love to deliver here to start the year on a great note. But he's also, again, got to be cognizant of Bailiff. And this is where the inverse of what we just talked about plays in. Fighting for that front row. Bailiff wants it. Musgrave has it. Musgrave's going to cover off really tight in the last turn. Nothing Gavin can do. And Jay Irwin will survive this pre-final. A little stressful, but he leads them all. Musgrave, Bailiff, your top 3.
Well, there you go. That moves Gavin Bailiff to the inside for the main event, the starting spot. That'll put Billy on the clean side, and Justin White with what looks to be a destroyed front nose cone, as well as Diego Ardiles. So they were fighting for 5th.
And that'll now...
After crossing the line, both of them crossed.
Yeah, that was after the timing loop. I wonder if they got to Melcori. We saw Melcori give way to the leaders. There was a little bit of time before Ashton Henkel would get up to him.
Melcori pulled off that final lap, but...
No, well, remember, he didn't hit the timing loop when he went across and cut the racetrack.
Yeah, I guess so.
I don't know if he would have pulled in because he scored 9 laps across the timing loop. We'll have to see if we can get some intel from all of our cam-ops around the racetrack and our crew of what we might have of that. But we thought it was a little bit wild for the top 3. It might have been even more so by a lot beyond them. Nonetheless, Jay Irwin, Billy Musgrave, Gavin Bailiff, those should be all good, and they'll begin to roll across the scales.
Just rolling off the scales right now, Jay Irwin. He's been extremely strong this weekend. We're gonna wait for this kart to get up on its kart stand, but certainly I'm sure he wasn't expecting what we saw there with a couple of laps to go. Jay Irwin in a 10-lap sprint race. You don't usually expect to see lap traffic. In fact, really no lap traffic at all in pro shifter racing. What was that like to navigate?
Yeah, I don't know, when we came around at the end of the straight, I kind of opened up because I thought maybe he would have shot into the pits, but he didn't, and then that kind of caught me off guard, and I had to improvise from there, but yeah.
One of the things that we've kind of been hearing in a lot of the pro classes, but really across the board, is, you know, when you're in the lead, it seems like the track gets very, very dirty, and you have to deal with a lot of that. Kind of talk through why that seems to be at this particular track.
I don't know. I think in some places there aren't exit curves, and when people are fighting, you always drop wheels and it brings on dirt, but yeah.
When you're the leader, how difficult is it to deal with that when every corner potentially is an unexpected level of grip?
You just have to keep your eyes up, and then if something happens, just try and adapt, you know.
20 laps to go. Can you hold Bailiff and Musgrave off?
I don't know. We'll see.
To be continued.
Look at the moment across the line. Justin White, Diego Ardiles, you can see they were fighting wheel to wheel, drag race into the checkers. Probably a crossover of sorts from the final turn coming to a head there, and then tire to tire contact is all I can imagine. Oh, wow, they were already stuck together, but out of the kink. Again, makes you think that the last corner, turn 15, where they were side by side going at it, that might have been the deal there, but we're ready to go with our first main event of the day, KA100 Junior, presented by TKG, Beryl Art USA. Tyrone Kemper Jr. set to start from the pole for high five performance. Great pre-final yesterday, backs it up with another similar performance here today, and he starts alongside Nathan Golseth, your top qualifier on row number 1. Max Christia, tale of 2 days here, couldn't be further apart. Much better starting spot for today from the inside of row 2 alongside Eli Steinbruck.
Travis Pettit and Gabriel Balog on row number 3 with Tristan Murphy and Arthur Barb on row number 4. Emilio Balonas and Lucas Dryby on row number 5.
Row 6 starting on the inside will be Nico Orbezo. He's joined by Mason Berry's GWR Gillard, Carson Berry, and Yao Pedro Pereira on row number 7.
Lawrence Perriman and Callum Berghofer round up a BJR Kart row number 8 with Colton Schniegenberg, driver who put it on the pole earlier today, getting ready to start with a fellow rookie and Alex Chandler on row number 9.
Row 10, Benja Fernandez starts on the inside for MPG, and Nico Katowski on the outside. Easton Cox and Tucker Trabe for an all high five, row 11.
Rodolfo Lavin and Alexander Savage on row number 12 with Mia Johnson and Christopher Goulet on row number 13.
Theodore Mitchell and Fernando Estavo on row 14. Santiago Orioli and Braden Wagner back on row 15. And with the final few starters right here.
Last couple rows here, Franco Escoto, Carlos Molina, Jackson Baldus, Hudson Thomas, Clayton Stiles, Kai Park, and Leano Davalos. Your 19 rows, your 37 drivers that are getting set to go to war for the second main event of the year at the Skusa Winter Series.
It came down to a 1-to-1 fight yesterday. Will we see that today? Will we see more drivers able to get up and into the mix? Tyrone Kemper Jr. has them at a crawl. And a look down the main straight. The Superkarts USA Winter Series has provided a ton of action already. And now, to kick off the final day of main event action from opening weekend for the 2026 national season, 37 drivers in TKG Bureau Art, KA100 Junior. We're ready to go for the final time for these young drivers. Tyrone Kemper Jr. in the all-black machine on the left, Nathan Golseth on the right in the black, white, and red Speed Concepts Racing colors as they hit the start box. Nice and slow and a good jump for Kemper. Here we go. We're main event racing from Houston.
And already Max Christia to the inside, able to get the lead in turn number 6. Away from Tyrone Kemper Jr. Just didn't go low enough to fend off a charging MPG Motorsports machine of Christia. Behind him, Pettit slots back in the line right behind Junior. There goes Easton Cox, yesterday's winner, looking to make some moves into the buckle. But so far, so good up front. In the middle, some drivers already making moves. Carson Berry on Arthur Barb as Orbezo with Perriman look to work their way by as well on the Speed Concepts Racing machine.
1 lap in the books, 19 to go. Max Christia trying to end the weekend. The roller coaster of emotions from Saturday on a high note. He leads us as we get up to full speed for the first time down the backstretch. He'll take him to the low side early. Kemper nearly into the wall trying to find a gap on the inside, and it was not there. And that will stack the entire group up back to Golseth, who is looking to go anywhere that the pack is not right now through turn 7 and 8. Let's see if he finds anything. Not there through 8, not there through 9. Big run over the curves for Travis Pettit again, just like we saw in qualifying. And back to the low side we go to the buckle here for Christia, trying to back the field up. Trigger some fighting behind him, give him a little bit of breathing room.
This time by here into the boot. Nobody making moves inside of the top 6. Golseth there further back as Orbezo, the only one looking to make up a spot on Arthur Barb for the 10th spot. And he is able to get clear as they cross the timing loop. Orbezo up to 10th. And here's a look back to Nathan Golseth as Oda Bolanos is right behind him. And Carson Berry, who sits in the 8th spot for the second lap in a row. As Lawrence Perriman into the wall on the exit of turn number 5, coming onto the backstretch. And Christie is going to stack them all up once again.
We'll see if we can't take another look at that. I'm sure the production crew is right on it. They've been doing a great job bringing all the action today, and this race is going to test them for sure. Look how big the pack is now. Back to Orbezo. The entire top 10 out for Colton Schneegenberg. Heartbreaker for him. He was the other half of the incident with Lawrence Perriman back over at turn number 5. Perriman up and over the front nose cone of Schneegenberg and into the final turn. Still on the bottom, defending low. Look at Carson Berry ripping the high side. He'll get past Nathan Golseth.
Yeah, good move there out of Carson Berry to get clear, as now Nico Orbezo looking to go on Bolanos. It looked like he was able to go by just right after the timing stripe, so that moves Orbezo back to 9th. Everybody else single file with Golseth right behind Berry, who's behind Murphy. And here's a look back at that incident there as they hit the back straightaway, Xander.
Yeah, take a look at this. Right side of your screen. Lawrence Perriman as they flurry by, already on top of Arthur Barb, actually. So separate incident there, and then contact as well while we were looking at that in the bigger picture. Berry and Golseth collected. There's Easton Cox, yesterday's winner, in the mix.
Yeah, and Tyrone Kemper Jr. was able to make the move for the lead on the back straightaway in turn number 6, just as that replay was getting going. And now Christie is back to 3rd, to Pettit a 2nd, to Tyrone Kemper Jr. in the lead of the race. And again, Kemper just kind of doing the exact same thing Christie was doing, taking everybody to the bottom of the racetrack as he's in the lead, doesn't feel safe. But again, everything kind of just imploded with Golseth, Berry there. The two of them getting collected just on the exit of turn number 7, finally getting back going again and checked everybody else behind up. And that was the likes of Easton Cox, Dryby, Rodolfo Lavin, as now Pettit going to take it on the low side, looking for the lead. Christie looking to follow. They're both clear for now as Murphy looks to muscle his way by on Kemper Jr. Not going to happen, only going to be 4th.
Oh, maybe more. Backwards momentum now for Murphy again as Orbezo tried to go into 8. They'll get back into line. Look at the velocity. Sodi making moves. That's Pedro Pereira on the inside. Now the outside. And then just like that, he'll go backwards a little bit. The 805 making moves. That's Bolanos trying to claw his way back into the group. And finally a little bit of calmness with Travis Pettit now in command up front, trying to spread the field out. He's got some breathing room at the moment. Let's see if he can't use it to his advantage and string this pack away from each other. Was only a matter of time before the incidents would get too chaotic. And again for Tyrone Kemper Jr. Huge run back up to Christia. What does he want to do here from 3rd? He'd probably love to break away, and he's got an opportunity now as Orbezo retakes the 4th spot from Murphy. There with the move in turn number 6. But even Travis, an alternate line there. He said yesterday, I'm sure, I wouldn't say he said, I didn't get to chat with young Hurricane Trav about the last lap battle with Easton Cox as the fighting continues onward, but I'd have to think if Easton was able to do that, Travis said, all right, well, maybe I can incorporate that into my line some way or another. And that play right there of defending and then planning to go to the inside runoff, whereas a lot of times drivers are going to it kind of on an instinct or quick decision. He pulled nearly 2 car lengths on him by the time they got to the buckle. Nobody was anticipating it. Now, granted, here, there's not much you can do once you cover off the inside because you've got a big straightaway at the end of the corner section, and you're forced, if you defend into 4, basically to go to the bottom into 6. But let's see if he can pull that gap again, if he can hold the lead all the way to turn number 8. Now Christia on defense from Kemper. Here comes Orbezo's group again. Watch this right here. He cuts the wheel way sooner, cuts the corner nice and tight, rest of the field around the high side, and he gets a 3-car gap.
I tell you what, I spoke to him at podiums, and he said, if that's how I'm going to get past for the lead, that's what I'm going to do from here on out. I'm just going to take it there so nobody has a chance to kind of get around me. So kind of word for word for what you explained there of what his strategy is coming into today. That being said, though, doing a great job to keep everybody at bay and hold on to the lead. But you got to think, right, it has been a high-pressure race from lap 1, from the get-go since the green flag flew. This race has been high pressure, and it's staying that way. Whoever gets in the lead, none of them feel safe. They want to go to the low side. They want to stay in control and just hoping that something kind of goes on and happens behind them where it all shakes up. And you're seeing it here. Again, to the bottom of the racetrack for Travis Pettit. Everybody going to follow him through to Orbezo. Balog, the first one to try something different, and he's going to get the elbow there from Tristan Murphy.
Yeah, at this point, there's really not much you can do when you're the following cars. The other part about Travis Pettit going to that line and nobody else using it right now, though, is that it dirties the tires up, and so then he goes into the buckle and he probably has a little less grip than the pack behind him. Well, for the first time, all the defending's worked for Travis. He's now able to go back to the regular arc in the last turn as Orbezo sends it deep on Kemper. It opens the gap even further, and Pettit has an opportunity now to potentially break away. Tyrone Kemper Jr. at this point, he's been very conservative. He's given the driver in front, usually it's been second place, the chance to get back up to the lead. And when you get sent in on like that, you have to swallow your pride and say you got to do it one more time before you go back around him to keep the leader within range. He's doing just that. Smart play right there by Kemper. And now, behind him, he's going to get rewarded for it as Murphy and Christia go back and forth. It's really hard to do, to put your pride aside when you get it sent in on like that. But he's getting even more now with Orbezo starting to take a page out of Pettit's book, using that inside curbing, closing up to the race leader. And Kemper's still going to be no worse than third as he's been through the previous 8 laps, through lap 9, with a catbird seat view of the fight for the lead that's looming, because Nico Orbezo, by every move that we've seen him make, even though he pointed to focus forward to Travis, I would not believe that for a moment. He has been taking every single opportunity with force. Let's see what the 838 has in store for us down the backstretch this time.
Here we go, the kid out of San Antonio, Texas, still something to learn, point forward, sold the dummy to Travis Pettit to the bottom of the racetrack. Nico Orbezo for the first time this weekend to the point of the field, and Pettit now going to hold Tyrone Kemper Jr. at bay. And again, we said it right, Orbezo, a lot of laps at this place, but he's learning something different every time. The same for Tyrone Kemper Jr. So these drivers just learning from Pettit, and now Orbezo, you know, I kind of did it to you. You're not going to do it back to me, though. Puts himself in a defensive position. Not going to let Pettit back by, but Pettit with a nose down low look to go in 13, and just had to give way for Nico Orbezo with a much better run. But even then, wasn't a good exit for Orbezo out of the boot.
And it wasn't good for Pettit either. Now Kemper's into second. I was going to say, though, if Pettit was still in second to start this lap, fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. Travis Pettit will not believe Orbezo again if he says to work together. He knows the moment that he does that, he's getting ready to pass you. And so now Kemper with an opportunity. What does he want to do? He's going to push Orbezo for the moment. And that'll make Pettit, if he were close enough, an opportunist on Kemper, and there into 7. Almost got it. Christia really got bogged down there as he wanted to go on Murphy and couldn't, and he's going to lose a spot in the process. Balog through. Pereira. Colin Berghofer's in the mix. Berghofer started 16th. He's in the lead pack here in the white suit. Nate Golseth darn near crashed. He's back in the main contingent as well.
Yeah, insane scenes here in KA Junior as now Kemper starting to close back in as Golseth making a move on Colin Berghofer in a 14 with Bolanos right behind him. And Nico Orbezo, as we start lap number 12, is in the lead of this race with Tyrone Kemper Jr., a driver that he's familiar with, racing against him on the regional scene here in the state of Texas all last year in 2025. Orbezo as a rookie, Kemper as a sophomore. And now with Pettit, this is the only driver they are only race on the national scene. But the top two content to work together for now, as Kemper's still just following along with Nico Orbezo, hasn't even tried to pass, but for Kemper's case, he has been pressured by Pettit as Pettit's trying to get back into that second spot.
Now the entirety of the top 4 cutting the inside of turns 8 and 9. That'll change the dynamic for the last lap, and that'll make things a little bit more interesting for us, because now with all of them going to a different line, the braking points, the throttle points, the opportunities, it's going to be a little different there in both the setup in the run to the buckle and the entrance to turn number 8 of whether or not you're able to cover low and how do you do it, and the same goes for crossing the leader up. And we haven't mentioned yet, Nashville, Tennessee's own Tristan Murphy is now well and a part of the top 3 to make it 4. The 811 has been knocking on the door of a podium all weekend. The speed's been there in both divisions. Now he's got a great chance with 8 laps to go to really make something happen here. He's got a comfortable cushion back. It won't stay that way if they fight or if they defend too much, but at the moment, he's got about 9/10 to his credit back to Gabriel Balog. And here he goes with a run on Pettit. Let's see what he does in the buckle. Does he go? Pettit takes the option away.
And that top 4 is starting to kind of split up a little bit from Balog's group, who, again, if you look back at the 881, that front bumper, not sure if it's loose or not. It kind of looked like it earlier. Looks all right there through turn 14. But that being said, that group is starting to, the gap was opening up to the top 4. So they're starting to spread it out a little bit. That last time around, it was just about the same. But yeah, that front bumper looks all right for Gabriel Balog. Golset's the one right behind him, who kind of half crashed, if you will, earlier with Carson Berry. Berry, on the other hand, he's down in 13th as now Orbezo starts to feel the pressure. Going to take him to the low side quite late on the back stretch. Kemper just followed him through. And again, just looking to stay in second here for Tyrone Kemper Jr. That's the first position to challenge is Nathan Golseth with issues. Again, it looked like he made a mistake, not happy with himself. But he is able to get going.
Yeah, all that hard work now gone. Kemper inside for the lead. First time in the main he's made a single lead attempt, and it's successful. Pettit right on him, pressures him, forces him to cover in the last turn. Tyrone Kemper Jr. has been saving his stuff up. He's been just pushing everyone else into the fight for the win and staying close enough to it that he could challenge when he wanted to. Now he's decided it's go time. 6 laps remaining. Tyrone Kemper Jr. leads the way here in Houston. Pettit, Orbezo, Murphy, Balog looking back there in the Pinnacle Development TB kart. Only about 8 tenths and only about 3 more turns like that one, and he'll be there.
Yeah, it's going to be quiet here maybe for the next couple laps as Kemper looks to take control, but Orbezo looking to spice it up. Through for second for Nico Orbezo, crossed them up, and you can visibly see it on the racetrack now. A lot of dirt has been kicked into that section there, Xander. The double right's just very dirty, but even then, Orbezo able to make that move stick, and now closing in on Tyrone Kemper Jr. Pointed forward to Travis Pettit as well, but here comes the rest of the group. Christia's back, Nathan Golseth is back, Carson Berry, who got into it with Golseth earlier on in the race. He's with an outside shot now to a top 10, top 5 finish here, but it's all going to stack up as we have only 5.5 laps to go in this race here.
Carson Berry, mind you, even before the wreck with Golseth, rolled from decently back in the pack in 13th. Orbezo all the way against the white line to get the lead back this time. He'll bring Pettit. Kemper gets pushed in the dirt there by Murphy. He keeps his elbows out, though, to hold on to P3. The pack's connected now back to Golseth, who sets up for a crossover. Nice move on Emilio Bolanos to get a spot back. Nathan Golseth has gone up and down the group twice now. There is yesterday's winner, Easton Cox, 21st on the grid for the main event, in contention with 5 to go.
And what a drive up the field for the 815 as everybody now going to the bottom. Nathan Golseth through on Berghofer. Bolanos looking to follow him through. And they're going to go side by side on the front stretch. Berghofer ultimately giving way. But Tyrone Kemper Jr., Tristan Murphy just got to focus forward to be in the fight. They can't afford to move out of anybody in this group to kind of stagger them up any bit more. And Orbezo going to take him out of the bottom. Pettit looking for a lane down low, not going to get it. And on their way, here comes Carson Berry and more, as now Pereira looking for a move on the outside.
That was nice. He got it done on Balog, then left the door open, and Balog makes him pay in 7. Christian now to the outside into 8 and 9. Golseth on the inside, over the runoff. Little bit of room, little elbow grease. He'll get 2 spots there. Orbezo down low, Pettit trying to cross him over. The leaders are still close. Contact! Pereira and Christia collide in the buckle, and back they go down the leaderboard.
And here we go, back up front. Tyrone Kemper Jr., Murphy to Balog to Golseth, who's now in 6th. Back to Bolanos and more, working their way forward. Here comes Nico Orbezo, Travis Pettit, yellow flags fly in the buckle, but into the yeses. Orbezo, you got to expect it, right? Going to take him all to the low side, and it's really going to stack up here with just about 3 laps to go.
Yeah, he'll go straight to it. Not going to wait. Look at all the dust coming off the rear tires. They're going earlier and earlier down the straight to the bottom. Pettit's going to try and outbrake him. A game of chicken in the brake zone has them both washing out wide. Kemper pulls right up to the bumper there in 3rd, and they're back together again. Golseth has crashed and gone down the leaderboard twice now. He's 6th and challenging for P5, although he bottled it a little bit there through turn 9. 3 to go, 2 at the line. Murphy now with an opportunity to set up something there in the buckle. Couldn't really do much with the run. Tristan Murphy's probably been one of the calmer ones in the main group. He's given Tyrone Kemper Jr. ample time to try and set up something. But Nico Orbezo fighting like his life depends on it. It will be his first career national win in junior. He's been so quick over the years here. This is huge to start this season. If he can beat one of the winningest drivers over the year and the driver that was in the fight, leaps and bounds ahead of the field yesterday, Travis Pettit.
And here we go to the bottom for Nico Urbezo. Easton Cox also on his way, looking to rip the high side. There's Balog with Nathan Golseth. They're still trading blows as Golseth now finally able to get through for 5th. Bolano's going to get passed by Easton Cox that time by on the exit of turn 7. And there's more on their way, but what a drive out of the 815 to get himself in the mix here late. Look at Kemper looking to cross him up as now Cox goes to work on Gabriel Balog.
So much to follow, so much to try and look at. Look at Pettit inside of turn 13. New leader coming to the white flag. Urbezo gives him a little love in the middle. Golseth with a crossover on Murphy. They'll drag race down the main straight, and Golseth will have to give way.
And now into the S's. Travis Pettit leads this race for the first time in a long time. It feels like as Urbezo has kept them all at bay. This time going to be one of the last opportunities maybe for Nico Urbezo to the bottom of the racetrack. Travis Pettit takes him low. Murphy going to open up high. Everybody stays low. Here comes Cox, and here come more as Golseth looks to go.
Christie is back in the fight there at the back of the pack, as is Carson Berry now. Up front, Pettit covers low. He's led to the white 3 times now consecutively. He's trying to finally get the podium hardware to stick today. Inside, Urbezo with a huge shove in the buckle. New leader, Nico Urbezo, muscles his way to the front. And Pettit now, 2 turns to go, 1 turn to go, sends it into the final corner, parks it on the apex. They're going to stack up. Murphy with a run, Urbezo around the outside. Nico Urbezo wins in junior.
What a drive out of Nico Urbezo around the outside. Pettit just got bogged down, and you got to think, he's got to hope there wasn't a pushback there for Nico, but that would be a great story for the kid out of San Antonio, Texas, just 2 hours away from home. You can call it a home race for him, but the 838, provisionally, your winner in KA100 Junior. How about Tristan Murphy to get to 2nd? Kemper as well for 3rd, Golseth, and Easton Cox. What a drive and a half, if you will, for the 815. Won yesterday. You can count that as a win in his book to get all the way up to the top 5.
21st to 5th. I'd love to have another look as well at both the buckle and the last turn on the last lap, but let's go down to the scale line. Nico Urbezo provisionally victorious in KA Junior.
What an incredible race. What an incredible finish. Nico Urbezo, come over here. That was thrilling. How did you pull that off?
I don't know, just try to get to the front of the white line.
Well, you certainly got to the front. I mean, talk me through that entire last lap because that got a little chippy.
Yeah, I mean, he got a good pass. Just try to get back in front of him, got a good pass in the middle. He sent it in the last corner. I just rolled the outside, knew he was going for the over-under.
I mean, there were karts all over the place. I mean, just kind of talk through this race because it seemed like the front pack was like 10 or 15 deep the entire race. How did you manage to stay up front and not get passed by too many when you did get passed?
I mean, I just passed every time when they opened up, and when there was no space, just push them through, wait till there's someone who would push me, and then not defending, try to go.
How special is it to get a win here at the Winter Series?
Oh my God, it's so good.
Who do you want to thank?
I want to thank my family, Jacob, Charlie, all of Iron Rock, all the people who let me get here, Tony, Kart, OTK, everyone.
I'd say that's pretty good. You've been practicing that in the shower. You just had to have.
Let's take a look at this here with our Shop AKR replay, the final lap for you folks really quickly. First of all, that run through the buckle here, Caleb. A little bit of elbow grease to get it. Obviously, Travis Pettit was not happy about that. And then the final corner right here.
Yeah, there you go. Travis Pettit sends it on the inside. If it would have stuck, that would have been a move and a half. And just kind of goes back over to defend, bogs down. And Nico Orbezo just goes around the outside, crosses the line in first, and provisionally able to win it.
We know the last lap is under review, a number of incidents from that one. We'll confirm it all with time. Well, for now, we'll take a quick break. K Senior up next.
This is Henry. Henry feels sad. Henry feels sad because it's time for his next big race and his go-kart is in bits. Henry doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing is the United States' #1 shop for all of your karting equipment needs. Henry also doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing can deliver anything from tires to race suits and even wheels directly to your front door or to the racetrack itself quickly and efficiently, with tech support available 6 days a week. Poor Henry doesn't even know that Acceleration Kart Racing offers free shipping to mainland USA on selected product if you spend $200 or more. Do yourself a favor. Go to accelerationkarting.com and make sure that you are never left stuck on the pre-grid with Henry. Be smart and don't be like Henry.
Welcome back to the Skusa Winter Series live on Kart Chaser. Orsolone Racing, KA100 Senior, ready to take the green flag. We're ready to bring you through the starting lineup right here. Sebastian Garzone on the inside of Mateo Rubio Luengo for today's main event. Chase Cassiet Lee from the inside of row 2 on the Bennett chassis alongside Donovan Mania.
Colin Lloyd and Cash Perkins get ready to go racing from row number 3. Cameron Weinberg and Shane Reddy on row number 4 with Davis Henry and Matthew Cagle, your top 5 rows.
Row 6, starting 11th, will be Jared Clark on the BJR machine, Marcelo Tortado on his outside, Edgar Rodriguez and Ethan Gonzalez on row 7.
Joseph Hewitt and Finnegan Bailiff on row number 8 with Sawyer Roussel and Santiago Duran on row number 9.
Row 10, Camp Chambers on the inside, rookie Derek Wargo on the outside for McCrone Motorsports, and row 11, Talon Laney on the inside, Ibrahim Din on the outside.
Hamza Ambar and Wrigley Cleese get ready to go racing from row number 12 with Addy Bamrou and Rodrigo Poloya on row number 13.
Row 14, Jose Orangel Orozco, Josh Norman on the outside, Anthony Rivera and Oscar Antonsen on row 15, Max Weiland, Francisco Morris, Juan Paramo, Chris Harrower, Lucas Fink, and Vladimir Prodavich. Your 36 starters for Orsolone Racing KA100 Senior. A tall order to live up to after that KA Junior main, a barn burner from lap 1 to lap 20. Let's let the KA Seniors loose. Sebastian Garzone, Mateo Rubio Luengo, we're underway. A little bit wild there through turn 7, through turns 8 and 9. This will be tight again. A few drivers wide and across the track, but nobody off it until we got to the out of 9, and there's 2 together. Din is involved. 2 or 3 in the splash zone. Weiland is one of them off the racetrack coming out of the double rights.
Yeah, a couple more were there involved in the infield is now Weinberg, and looked like Lloyd just took a little bit of a lower line into turn 14, but up front, it's all right. In the midfield, that's really where it kind of exploded there, just into turn number 10, it looked like, going into the buckle. But so far, so good, as Chris Harrower.
Talon Laney.
Oh, Talon Laney, my apologies there, out in the double right.
And that was with a ton of mud on the visor as well, pretty far off. New leader, by the way, Colin Lloyd, top qualifier today, going straight to business here in the main event. Garzone back to second. Gassiet Lee with a solid start in third. Weinberg, Rubio Luengo, the top 5. And a great start again for Cash Perkins in 6th. Bonilla, Reddy, Bailiff, Clark, your top 10. As Lloyd covers low and Gassiet Lee tries to catch Garzone off guard. That was super late on the brakes for Chase Gassiet Lee. He'll make it work and give himself some breathing room.
Yeah, Chase caught Sebastian Garzone completely by surprise, and Garzone's going to go right back into turn 14, wasting no time on Gassiet Lee. So Garzone's back to second. Weinberg has now found himself with Rubio Luengo, Perkins, and Donovan Bonilla for Bailiff, finally catching a break, getting himself up to 8th.
Down the backstretch this time, 2 down, 18 to go. Colin Lloyd trying to get away. Gassiet Lee under fire. Cameron Weinberg putting the heat on him. Oh no! Gassiet Lee into the right rear tire of Garzone, and it's a huge lead for Colin Lloyd as the field scatters 2 and 3 wide as the track was purely blocked there at one of the slowest sections off the fastest one at the end of the backstretch. Now Rubio Luengo is going to go for the move on Weinberg, and Colin Lloyd is laughing all the way to the bank while we fist fight back here for second onwards.
Yeah, now from here on out, it's just important for these, well, as I say that, there goes Gassiet Lee again for third on Cameron Weinberg, and Bailiff going to get through for the third spot, and that leaves Rubio Luengo on his own in second. At one point or another, after one move or another, you got to realize, right, the leader, the race win, what you're here for is running away from you.
Chase Gassiet Lee a little out of shape in turn 4. He'll still have a run towards Bailiff. Let's look at the replay here, bottom corner. He got a little shove, went in deep, didn't expect Garzone to back the corner up and just slightly misjudge the gap. And he taps him, and they come to a halt right on the apex. Cash Perkins with a great heads-up job to not run them over, but he paid the price, losing a ton of spots in the process. And now Bonilla, Bailiff, and Garzone are going at it. Gassiet Lee's got himself back up to second. There's Perkins, how far back he fell from running in the 5th spot all the way outside the top 10. And now the lead even bigger. Gassiet Lee trying to hunt down Mateo Rubio Luengo and Colin Lloyd. But Lloyd, as good as he's been, he just added another 3/10. This one, it could easily be over before it has really begun. Colin Lloyd with a huge gift from the rest of the KA Senior field. Is off the racetrack goes Bonilla. Dono with a big wide run out of turn 5.
Yeah, Donovan Bonilla goes way wide. There is now Clark going to go by. Cagle looking to go through. Duran is one of the ones that was able to get clear. But, man, oh, man, this race. Again, you'd think they were some of the youngest drivers the way they're racing out there right now as Perkins goes by on Shane Reddy. And that gap up front is unfortunate there for the rookie, and Derek Wargo going to be out early. But this race just has opened up. Colin Lloyd 2.5. We'll see if it extends even more. But Gassiet Lee, Rubio Luengo finally getting a little bit of room, finally getting a little bit of track position, given they kind of created it themselves. But this race, 2.7 out of Colin Lloyd. Gift and a half, boys. What are we doing?
Chase Gassiet Lee and Sebastian Garzone going at it already once over. Garzone there, able to pick his pocket in turn 4. They both point forward. And if Gassiet Lee is willing to stick with him, Sebastian Garzone might be the only hope for anyone to challenge Colin Lloyd at this rate. He went at a 55.38 last time. Mind you, he had a little bit of a toe off the back of Gassiet Lee, so that helped. Yesterday's drive was impressive enough on its own right, Caleb, for Sebastian Garzone to score his first national win in senior. To have to drive from the back of the top 10 up to the lead, manage the race from there, get them to fight just enough for second to let you go back to hitting your marks, and then drive away to the checkered flag. Today, much different. Nearly crashed, not just once, but a part of nearly 2, and a 3.4 second deficit to the top qualifier here on Sunday in Colin Lloyd. It'll be a huge, huge impact that he'll have to make, and he'll have to start making it soon. 6 down, 14 to go. Only got a couple hundredths that time, albeit he had to make a pass. This is back of the top 10. Jared Clark just ahead of that pass by Duran. So Clark 10th, Duran now up to 11th. Matt Cagle on the Norberg Academy GFC back to 12th. And Garzone, the star of the action towards the top end of the grid right now, trying to put the heat on Mateo Rubio Luengo for P2. Only a car length back at this point.
Yeah, so here's an eye on what we have for second. It's a tall ask for Sebastian Garzone. But again, time is definitely in his favor right now. He's got a good bit to try and close down. On the downside, though. Yeah, on the downside, Colin Lloyd continues to improve here, Xander.
Yeah, he did get better. 55.43 for Lloyd. A 2 for Garzone. As impressive as it is, it won't be enough. Rubio Luengo, realizing how quick Garzone is going to give way to him and point him by. Sign of respect there from Mateo Rubio Luengo, the driver who hails from Atlanta, Georgia. He's a Micro Swift double national champion. Micro Swift, and at the time, Yamaha rookie, goes back to when he began. Took a bit of a hiatus after he tried his hand at open wheel racing, and then a bit of a break from karting. He's come back to it over the last 2 seasons, rekindled the love for it all, and the natural talent that he had when he was 8 is well on display here at opening weekend for 2026 again. And even though he may have given up some years of experience, that was a very veteran move to try and manage the lost time to the leader, realizing he was not making inroads, but maybe Sebastian Garzone can. This is Jared Clark, by the way, we're checking in with now. He's been up and down and sideways. This is as well just ahead of him. The likes of the Orsolone entry of Santiago Duran, who's gotten by him for 10th. Here's Bailiff under pressure. Cash Perkins, by the way, equally quick over the winter stretch, and equally quick last time. He was able to match Garzone almost to a T, 55.2 for himself. And now he's in the top 5, but he's much further back. 4 seconds and some change for Perkins, and then right behind him is this 3-car group. A move there by Duran. Santi on the tear. That'll be 9 spots now up the leaderboard for him.
That's a good move there out of Santiago Duran to try and work his way up, and it looked like Weinberg wanted to go right back. But that's going to check up Donovan Bonilla as well as Jared Clark that are just right behind Cameron Weinberg, and Matthew Cagle working his way just at the tail end of this group here as well. So if you're looking for a pass, it might come from one of these 3 drivers on your screen now. Bonilla might be the one with the best shot as he has a run now on the backstretch on Cameron Weinberg, and it's Duran and Bonilla simultaneously going to go for a pass. Duran's clear, and so is Dono to make up another spot.
Duran went purple last time by. The local, the Speedsportz Racing Park, putting that knowledge and extra bit of laps to good use right now. Clark now rolling up to Weinberg. And a huge kudos as well to Davis Henry. Another rookie debut entry here in senior for young Davis Henry in the 914. And while he's going to come under pressure from a Super Nats champ here in the last turn and have to give that spot up, Donovan makes up another one in the 904. Having a better day, albeit still probably not what would have been ideal for your first weekend with your new outfit. Chaos early, going off the racetrack in turn 5. That mistake cost him quite a bit of valuable spots and time.
And now on the backstretch, you see it here, looking to close in on Santi Duran. They were both able to get by on Davis Henry the last 2 laps, so some work to do to try and close in. You look at the movers here as Duran looking to get another one on Chris Harrower.
Ooh,
he was.
Chris Harrower, by the way, hard charger.
Tortado there.
Yeah, that's why we've got the cameras a little further back. Chris Harrower started all the way back in 34th. That should have been for 13th or so. And the BJRLN kart is moving the chains right now. Harrower in the 962 has the Anthony Rivera right behind him. That move on the 985 as well, a lap prior, was on Joseph Hewitt. So this is right around the mid-teens. There you can see it. Harrower up quite a few positions. Ibrahim Dean, one of the many drivers collected in the opening couple of laps, is out, by the way. Talon Laney as well. Derek Wargo we covered. Edgar Rodriguez also out of the race. Max Weiland still continuing somehow. Back in 32nd. I don't know how he fished himself out of the pond that he just doused himself in at the exit of this corner here at turn 9, but he's still around. So we have 32 still rolling at this point. 9 laps to go. Sebastian Garzone needed 2.5 tenths a lap every lap when we got to that halfway mark the last time by. On lap 11, he picked up 2 3/4 tenths as Bonilla picks up another one. This is on Shane Reddy. The inside with Duran. Behind him, another move as well. Fighting with the likes of Cagle is Henry to hang in the top 10. Clark is there. Matt Cagle on the debut national weekend for the Norberg Karting Academy. The GFC drivers on his second full season, truthfully, in junior, if I'm not mistaken there. 7 to go, and that was another 2/10 bite out of the margin to Colin Lloyd. It's going to be really close, Caleb. Garzone is still hunting, and it's not over yet. 2/10 a lap is not enough. 2.5 would be close. And you got to remember as well that 0.8 of a second margin is more or less when you start to get the benefit of the draft off the car in front of you. If he can continue the pace and find just a little bit extra, maybe hope that Velocity Sodi tightens up a bit at the end of this run, and he can close this gap down. As there goes Duran around Reddy.
Yeah, for Sebastian Garzone, he has 7 more laps to try and close down the gap to Colin Lloyd, and that's now at 2 seconds.
That lap was worse, though. Only a 1/10. That's not enough. Or 1/10.5, I should say. 1/10 and some change. So Garzone, with help from Rubio Luengo, they pulled away a little bit from Chase Gassiet-Lee, who's been caught and passed now by Cash Perkins for the 4th position, and Finn Bailiff now gets by him to get into the top 5. Finnegan Bailiff as well started 16th. He's rolled up 11 positions. Solid charge. Talked to him this morning. He thought he'd have a better day in Pro X30. He's having a solid one here in KA Senior. And behind him, look at where he came from. The midfield swarm continues. Duran and contact there with Clark. Getting fed a bit of a wheel by Cagle. And I don't think Cagle meant to. It looked like he got a little help getting into the corner.
And now Shane Reddy putting forward a Santi Duran. Cagle goes back by on Davis Henry into turn 14. So he's able to work his way by. But nonetheless, thumbs up to Shane Reddy there for Santi Duran. To tell him to keep going. And just a little bit of an update up front. It's another 10th away of Sebastian Garzone down to 1.9. But like you said, going to need a little bit more to try and close down the gap. As Gassiet-Lee, as he was passed by Finn Bailiff a lap ago, he's able to get it back now. And Bailiff now shuffled back to the 6th spot. Gassiet-Lee up into the top 5.
Yeah, Chase Gassiet-Lee, had he been able to stay with Colin Lloyd, I mean, the best lap for him is as good as the race leader. His average pace a little bit worse for wear. But with all the chaos, he finds himself well out of range. Mateo Rubio Luengo now has gone past Sebastian Garzone. He worked with him for quite a bit. This lap by, he had to go by him. Lost a little bit of time in the process. Now up to 2.1 seconds, 5 to go. A monumental, a Herculean effort for Rubio Luengo to close back down, and even there was a little wide in 4 and 5. They've flipped the order to their credit, trying any given way to reel in the race leader, knowing they've got time to burn and plenty of cushion out back. Bailiff back in on Gassiet-Lee here. The fight continues for 5th, and Shane Reddy goes off. Shane Reddy into the grass on the main straightaway. Was fighting with Cameron Weinberg and Jared Clark, his teammate. Him and Clark and Weinberg were 3 wide down the main straight. Obviously, contact must have ensued. Wonder what happened to those two as well, as Bailiff and Gassiet-Lee remain glued at the hip. Let's see if Gassiet-Lee goes here. He does not. But what happened as well to Jared Clark and to Cameron Weinberg? We'll see in a moment when they flicker by on the timing pylon. 4 to go. There's Bonilla. Here's Cagle and Duran. There's Clark with some scuff marks on the front bumper. And Weinberg with him, albeit 1.3 seconds back. So Weinberg lost a little bit out of the exchange as well. Garzone back in now.
And it looked like here Mateo Rubio Luengo is able to go by on Sebastian Garzone, and now Garzone going to go back to 2nd. But again, you talk about the charge, right, that they were doing to close in on Colin Lloyd. That just hasn't worked out. And for Colin Lloyd, this has been a long time coming, a return to the top step of the national podium with a Velocity Racing Sodi driver. Like you mentioned earlier today, Xander, right? None of the big names are here. You talk about Caden McQueen, you talk about Adrian Renneton and Mateus Morgado on site, but not racing. All they need is Colin Lloyd to get themselves onto the top step of the podium here, and he's done it. 2 seconds, extended the gap, and has extended even more as Garzon and Rubio Luengo haven't decided who's going to be the one to try and close down the gap. But this is a dream scenario for the 961 to get himself in front of the rest of the field. He's done it all, put it on pole. The pre-final, you talk about it. And now further back for Cash Perkins, for Finn Bailiff and Chase Gassiet-Lee. They're starting to close in here. Bailiff and Gassiet-Lee are sitting at about 4 car lengths in between themselves and the SCR Carlos Sainz machine of Cash Perkins here in the 67.
In terms of Chris Harrower's progress, I think it'll probably stabilize and maybe get one more spot, if that. He's climbed all the way up to 13th, up 21 positions. Anthony Rivera as well. We talked about Harrower. Rivera was also moving up quite a bit. He's up 15, started 29th. So a solid drive for Anthony Rivera, who turned heads and really got his name known off his performance at the Winter Series last year down in Orlando. But with 2 to go, as valiant as the effort has been from Sebastian Garzon, even the last lap, he and Rubio Luengo have not given up. They ate nearly 4/10 out of the margin. It's just going to be too little too late. And there, a huge bobble out of Mateo. Got well out of shape going into turn 8. Locked the brakes up just a bit. Tires roasting at the end of their life. After a full day of action, a chaotic opening couple laps, probably had everybody beyond your race leader really pushing the limits to just hold station, if not gain positions. It's still been a great weekend for Mateo. Top qualifier yesterday, in the mix here on Sunday, in the mix in yesterday's action as well. Staring down a podium to head back home. And Sebastian Garzon, even though the top spot's going to be out of reach on this final lap, this should hand him a great shot at the championship come February. And he's going to have to duke it out for the final couple points here on the table with Mateo through turn 7, Caleb.
Yeah, they're going to start to fight here as Mateo's going to look for a way by Sebastian Garzon. Garzon's still able to hold on to the lead of the second position going into the buckle. Going to take him to the bottom of the racetrack, but here comes Perkins and more. Don't think they're going to get there in time. Garzon looking to hold on, and for Colin Lloyd, 2 corners to go to the checkered flag.
He had to wait more than 2 years for his last win last summer. He'll have to wait a whole lot less for this one. Colin Lloyd wins round 2 in KA Senior. Garzon will hang on to second over Mateo Rubio Luengo to complete the box. Perkins 4th. Bailiff with a solid effort, up 11 spots to 5th. Colin Lloyd starts his 2026 with some extra sauce on it. The 961 for Velocity Racing Sodi, victorious to cap off the weekend in KA Senior in Houston.
Yeah, what a drive for Colin. And again, talked to him earlier on in the weekend, right? Just couldn't find luck here in Houston the last couple times he'd been here. But today, he found it. The 961 is number 1 on Sunday.
Hey, Colleen. Good job, mate. Let's go!
Well, it was a relaxing Sunday afternoon drive for Colin Lloyd. Probably a little more relaxing than the broadcasters wanted it to be, but for Colin Lloyd, I'll tell you what, that was pretty good, wasn't it? It was pretty nice, relaxing little drive there in Houston, Texas.
Yeah, I knew I had to get out front early. We definitely made some changes, and it felt a lot better than it did before. I don't know if the people behind were catching or not. But yeah, it felt really good. Just calm, smooth race.
That's pretty incredible. So you weren't really paying attention to the gap behind you. So what was the mentality then?
Just keep forward, no mistakes, and keep looking forward.
That's a great mentality. How does it feel to get a national event win this early in 2026?
Feels pretty good. I felt like we could have got it yesterday as well, but it's good that we got it today. So,
Colin Lloyd's going to try to continue that momentum and score a Winter Series championship in February.
IAMI USA West is the official West Coast importer for IAMI engines and parts. Our dedicated and knowledgeable staff have a combined 50+ years experience in the sport and can help you with all of your needs. Call us today or visit our website to find your local dealer to shop.
Hey, what's up, Caleb? What's up, Brandon? You sound defeated. A long day at the office?
Yeah, got stuck at a cat food marketing meeting for like 3 hours. I don't know a thing about cat food, and I don't even work in marketing. And then I got sent on a coffee run like I was some sort of intern. Then at the end of the day, when I want to go get gas, I just realized everything is so darn expensive nowadays, man.
Yeah, you got that right.
Like, do you have any idea how much we're spending on Netflix?
That's like 20 bucks a month.
Do you know how much we're spending on cable?
That's like 50 bucks a month.
But you know what isn't expensive?
Tell me.
Kart Chaser Premium. For only $9.99 a month, you can watch all of the American karting action live from coast to coast. Subscribe and become a member today.
Gee, looks like we're missing the engine. What the hell am I supposed to tag?
What do you mean? It's my Greyhound. It's all I need.
Where's the rest of it?
It doesn't matter. It's a Greyhound.
You gotta make way. Okay, you're good.
I'm sitting by here with Kyle, our race winner. Tell me how you did it. You were blazing fast out there, and I mean, you don't even have a go-kart, man. Tell me about it.
Yeah, you know, Norberg, Schmorberg, the Greyhound-powered Greyhound was great today. You know, it makes the difference. And the team's been working really hard back at the shop, and, you know, just shout out Greyhound.
Thank you, Kyle.
How the f did you just win?
Doesn't matter. It's a Greyhound.
So in motorsport, every detail matters, but we need to try to avoid using expensive and fragile sensors. So I'm gonna show you how we do it. So this is a comparison between the sensor, pink curve, and the accelerometer in blue. So we can read how hard the driver is applying the brake and how easy he's modulating his release in order to understand how the driver is braking. The sensor costs hundreds of dollars and the accelerometer is already in your dash, so you don't need to buy anything.
If you want to learn more about data analysis, sign up on my website. I will be launching an online course in December for people like you.
Are you looking to take the next step in your racing journey? Well, look no further than PitFit.
With 2 locations in Charlotte, North Carolina and Indianapolis, Indiana, PitFit trains drivers all the way from grassroots level karting to IndyCar and NASCAR, with top-of-the-line personalized coaching to improve physical and cognitive fitness.
For more information on programs, check out PitFit on Instagram or Facebook today.
You have to fight to pull ahead, to find your edge, to do whatever it takes to make you 1/10 of a second faster, smarter, more committed than the other guy, because you've got the kind of passion that can overcome the impossible. And we've got the most powerful performance race fuel available to help you do it. Sunoco Race Fuels. Take the lead.
Are you stuck with your kart racing? Not sure of the ideal kart setup? Or going to a track for the first time? Well, Kart Class has the answers for you. Our online portal has a wealth of experience and knowledge to help your kart racing. From kart setup advice to track guides that are targeted specifically to your circuit, or the driver coaching aspects with mindset, racecraft and driving techniques. If you want to take your karting to the next level, visit us at kartclass.com.
Let's take you through the lineup for main event number 3. Avinco Tires, Micro Swift, Jack Katowski. Domination all the way to this point in the weekend. One more session, an 18-lap stand between him and closing out a perfect opener to the 2026 season. Tristan Francisco stands as the closest challenger to him through the first couple of sessions in 2026. Then it's Dusty Strayer and Max Santana back on row number 2. Franco Schiavo and Cohen Scott start on row number 3. Bodie Bayer and Shep Sullivan back on row 4. And Noah Diamantino and Liam Compatiello round out your first 5 rows.
Go back to row number 6 with Trey Sanders and Axel Gomez, JJ DeShong, and Rodolfo Garza on row number 7. Bernardo Nascimento and Vero Baker on row number 8 with Leopoldo Santos Rodriguez on row number 9 alongside Sebastian Kim, Alexander Reppin, and Michael Dean on row number 10.
26 starters lined to take the green. That means only 4 more rows remain. Wiley Lee starts on the inside of him in row number 11. Then it'll be Andres M. Pena, Dan Ducalescu back on row 12 alongside Romeo Ferrante, and Wyatt White and Enzo Botero, tail end of the field for this main event. We'll check in to see the penalties and adjustments that have been made, of course, to the grid from the way that you saw them last during their pre-final. But the youngest superstars on the circuit here, Botero, a DQ. Incident responsibility, dangerous. From the session, sent to the rear. Handful of pushback bumper penalties. Couple of drivers with four-wheel out of the tram lines. But the only major incident here was the one that bit Enzo Botero in terms of the penalties. So put one of the faster drivers at the rear. Will give us plenty to talk about as we watch him try to march towards the front two. On the inside, Jack Katowski looking to close out a picture-perfect start to the year. Tristan Francisco trying to play spoiler. Here we go. Micro Swift green for round two. Tristan Francisco having a dirt track at the end of turn 7. Along with him, Schiavo in the 246 bouncing it off the racetrack. Everybody else able to keep it on the dark stuff, and we've brought them all the way into the buckle for the first time.
Here we go, already drivers looking to make moves. Here's Vettel Baker, Rodolfo Garza, two of the Kart CRG USA drivers into the buckle. It's going side by side as we follow along with Cohen Scott looking to go by on Tristan Francisco, who's placed himself right ahead of the Kart Republic machine. They're all ahead of the Bennick of Shep Sullivan. But they worked their way through. First lap completed in about a second in between Dusty Strayer and Jack Katowski.
So can Dusty Strayer be the one to lead back up to Jack Katowski? He's had a good weekend. It would be great if he could. The black and white Parolin leads that 3-pack, but he's going to go under pressure. The CRGs tag teaming him here into turn 6. Only one will get through. It'll be Santana. Bodie Bayer has to go back into 4th. And Tristan Francisco, much like yesterday, only dropped one spot in the pre-final, drops a ton more here to start the main, and a lot of time, valuable time lost to the fastest car so far. Here's Liam Compitiello defending a little bit there. That's after making the move on Diamantino for the 8th spot. And look at Bodie Bayer under heavy fire. Back and forth. Cohen Scott looks to get around him. Shep Sullivan as well, right on the heels of Francisco while they cross the timing loop. 2 down, 16 to go as we begin to settle in, but I shouldn't say that. There's contact as well through the S's. Cohen Scott barreling into the grass, and the cut through as they collided. They went door to door to turn number 2. A game of chicken between himself and Tristan Francisco, and now Shep Sullivan takes advantage, and the 212 moves on by.
Yeah, Shep finding the lane to get it clear of Tristan Francisco in the 217, and then Francisco looks to go right back on him around the outside. Francisco in an 8 is going to get clear, then Compitiello going to go through on Shep Sullivan, as well as it looked like Diamantino, the other one that was able to go by on the 212. So Shep, although he had a good start of the race, it's kind of fallen backwards since the start of it. Here's a look back for second. As Dusty Strayer, Max Santana, they're fighting for the second spot just behind Jack Katowski. 1.4, and even more than that. 6/10 out of the gap for Katowski. Absolutely flying in the 204. He's 2 seconds clear of the field right now, Xander. That's just very, very commanding lead for Jack Katowski. 2.0, and it's going to grow even more this time around as Compitiello going to go to the bottom, looking to go on Diamantino. Looking to defend, I should say, from Diamantino. And Sullivan now going to go on both of them. Shep Sullivan found a lane down low into turn number 6. What a move out of Shep to get clear and up into 6th. 2 for 1 in a turn number 6. What a move out of the 212.
Major moves here in the main event for Shep Sullivan. I think everybody else needs to figure out what Shep had for lunch today. He's on it and digging. And now with a little bit of breathing room, let's see what kind of lap times he can put together to close in on the next group. Might not have to do too much. Tristan Francisco's up there already starting to spice things up. Try to move there, really bog the motor down, working the inside of Bodie Bayer. And that's going to take it from 4 back down to just 2 together. 2.7 seconds as well, Caleb, already for Jack Katowski. Just incredible how locked in this young man is, just already out of frame as we keep the eyes on the action back here for second onwards. Look at this. Sullivan ahead of this pack. Trey Sanders there in the blue and yellow Nash Motorsports machine. Little contact moved up the racetrack a bit by the 280 of Diamantino. And closing in now is Santos Rodriguez in the 228. Leopoldo looking to knock on the door of the top 10. Currently 11th.
Yeah, currently 11th as we look back in with that group of Rodriguez, Schiavo, Sanders. This is all 8th and behind. They're all behind Compatiello on the TB Kart, TB Kart USA. But nonetheless, they worked their way through the front stretch. Shep asking for a little bit of help from Compatiello. And the same for Schiavo with Trey Sanders. Diamantino going to round up the top 10 now. There's a couple of movers there further back. White looks like he's lost a couple, or gained, I should say, being hand scored. He's up to 19th. And here we go. Finally a pass for second. Dusty Strayer having the run he needs into turn number 6. Dusty gets clear for second, as well as Francisco and Bodie Beyer going back and forth still. And Beyer, you can see it on the front bumper, just looks a little bit pushed in from the bottom side. A little bit of contact there from maybe at the start of the race. So yeah, Beyer, you see it on the nose cone there. Just pushed in a little bit.
Bodie Beyer fully crushed in, though, as well. So that CRG potentially trying to outrun a pushback bumper penalty as they cross the line this time. 7 down, 11 laps to go. Look at the group further back that Shep Sullivan leads. Trey Sanders going at it with Liam Compatiello in the TB Kart. Couldn't quite get past him. This is all just behind your top 5, outside of the trophy spots for the top 3, but a good scrap nonetheless. And speaking of the top 3, you can see there Francisco wants to get some moves made, just doesn't quite have the momentum. There's a move by Trey. He'll get by Compatiello in 6.
Yeah, good move there out of Sanders to make up a spot. And here's another look further back. Schiavo now looking to go on Compatiello. He's able to get by, so I move Schiavo, who's down in 9th, up to 8th after making a move. And the second group has started to spread out. Looks like Tristan Francisco now in 3rd, as Dusty Strayer has been given a little bit of help on his Paralyn machine to open up his gap over Santana, Francisco, and Bodie Beyer. So this group, they continue to fight still. Shep Sullivan looked like him and Compatiello maybe switched spots, and they did indeed. And it wasn't Compatiello, though. It was Trey Sanders to go up to 6th, and a Sullivan and Schiavo and Compatiello. So here's that second group that we were talking about. Bodie Beyer's now in 5th. Santana's in 4th. Tristan Francisco now goes up to 3rd. All the while, Dusty Strayer has been able to set in a good little gap ahead of 3rd on back. So, and that's actually closed down now. So only a car length in between Strayer and company.
Not much at all for Dusty Strayer back to the action that easily could heat up at any given moment. But right now is the perfect time and the perfect window for him to make that not a reality. Take that chance out. And while we are giving plenty of love here to the group on the edge of the top 10, how about the kid who has charged his way all the way up to the outer rim of it? Whoa, Tristan Francisco, take that back. He's going to rip the outside lane around the outside through turn number 1. Tristan Francisco gets the job completed by the end of the S's, and the 217 is back up to 2nd. Unfortunately, of course, Jack Kotowski long and away right now, but for the RPM Nitro kart, he's back to where his speed should have him. It took him a while. He made sure he wanted to do it cleanly, and now he'll get a little bit of extra help as Max Santana moves back up to 3rd. Dusty Strayer back down to 4th, and Bodie Beyer into 5th. Gap back to Trey Sanders is 2 seconds and some change. Having worked past Shep Sullivan, Trey Sanders started 11th. That's a net gain of 5. Biggest mover, though, way back, Romeo Ferrante. Romeo up 12 positions. Enzo Botero, his Orsolone teammate, also up 12 from 26th to 14th. As Strayer goes back on Santana in the fight for the podium.
And how Strayer side by side there with Max Santana asking for a little bit of help. And yesterday, as Santana looks to go by in turn number 4, caught me by surprise. Shirley caught Strayer by surprise. He's going to drop a tire onto the back straightaway, and that promotes Bodie Beyer to get clear. And into 4th, looking to go for 3rd. Bodie down the inside of turn 6. side by side with Santana, who looks to take the outside line, and Beyer holds strong, elbows out racing, but Santana holds on after 2 corners.
It's not done, far from it. But unlike yesterday where they had so much time, Kayla, to be able to fight, today they're going to learn here in a couple of corners at this rate that there are a lot more drivers that have the speed to play with them here on Sunday, because this group, while it was at 1.3, maybe 4 cars, is now marked at around 8. Compitiello with a move to the inside of Schiavo. Changing hands there. Here's a look as well, the ups and downs on the left side of your screen. Botero and Ferrante would love more of this. I mean, this is the fight for the last podium spot. It'd be a first career national podium for many of them. So much on the line as they roll down the backstretch, and still so much time as well. 8 laps remaining. Francisco up and away, and the battle is still on here for third. Another spot for Trey Sanders with a move to the inside of Dusty Strayer there.
Yeah, there you go. Trey able to get clear, and now he's kind of pushed Strayer back into Shep Sullivan here, as Shep is working his way in 7th. Strayer now fell back to 6th, just falling away from the podium, as now Trey Sanders looking for one more. He's going to go by on Bodie Beyer into the buckle. So promote Sanders up into the 4th spot as he looks to chase down a first career podium, and Sanders going to spin in front of the field on the exit of turn 13. Unfortunate for Trey Sanders, as he was on for a good result, closing in for 3rd. Sanders falling down the order, unfortunately, here for the 231.
Oh, heartbreaker for Trey. Such a valiant effort thus far. He still could recover pretty good. Who knows how much fighting is still in store as they roll down the backstretch. Dusty Strayer back to the inside of the 210 of Bodie Beyer. Will chase him all the way through the corner to keep the fight alive and take the spot back in turn 7.
Yeah, Bodie there, good way to keep himself in that spot, pushing each other a little bit wide. Bodie in the 4th spot with Max Santana, unfortunately, here just running away from this group. And have to stay single file to try and close in. 3 drivers out of Texas, 1 from Waco, and I believe the 2 right behind him. Both of them out of the Dallas Metroplex area. Here comes Dusty looking on the inside of 13. Going to take him side by side. But Dusty trying moves here into the left-hander, into the boot. And it didn't go his way. Nonetheless, though, stacking everybody up. Compitiello now starting to close down his gap. The same for Schiavo. Diamantino not too far back. Rodriguez, who sits in 10th. Just a little bit ways back, but this group here has provided some great racing action from start to finish. Here goes Sullivan, as it looks like he wants to go 1 spot better. Looking on Dusty Strayer at turn 6. And Shep, just not enough of a run for him to get clear.
Dusty Strayer all over the back of Bodie Beyer that time. Still going at it for P3. And again, who knows if that bumper, albeit crushed in, is pushed in as well and would trigger a penalty. Earlier, that might have not really been much. Now, look how many karts are starting to form behind him. The rest of the group is still there. The fight continues into 13. Dusty's going to look on the inside. It'll put him on the outside in the last turn. Heads-up move by Compitiello. The inside of Sullivan. Here comes Schiavo. Franco with a move for 7th. Dusty Strayer back to the front of the pack. But now they've given up over a second and some change to Max Santana.
Yeah, Max Santana, again, he's been able to pull away, trying to repeat the podium that we saw yesterday with Francisco, Katowski, and Santana in that exact order. This time, Compitiello going to take him to the bottom. Schiavo's right behind him. With Sullivan, who's going to get past, and Bodie Beyer goes around in front of the field in turn 6. That's the second driver where, again, on for a good result, just facing the wrong way around. The same story as yesterday in the main event, unfortunately, for Beyer. As now, Botero is it in the 205. No, that's Ferrante there, who was in 11th. It looks like he's made a good number of spots. So I think it might be even better, who sits ahead of Shep Sullivan in the 205. So a great drive out of Ferrante so far, with Rodriguez just ahead of him up the road.
4 laps to go in Avinco Tires Micro Swift. And while the win seems all but decided, second place the same. Third is not out of the woods yet. Dusty Strayer digging deep. That last lap, he picked up 3/10 on Max Santana. He's charging, trying to get there. Leopoldo, Santos, Rodriguez, 17th to 5th. Enzo Botero up and almost to the top 10, but even better has been his teammate Romeo Ferrante, up to 6th from 24th. He's in that green and black Orsilon Tony kart that's now gotten well ahead of this main contingent. There's a look at the 280 machine of Botero, who started all the way on the final row, but Romeo Ferrante, his teammates, got even better. And here, a move to the inside with a nice pass. That's going to be Axel Gomez.
Axel Gomez on Compatiello, who, again, his front bumper looked loose into the buckle, and I think indeed it was. That's probably a pushback bumper coming the way of Compatiello as they work their way by the front stretch. Nonetheless, though, Jack Katowski, what a drive out of this kid with 3 laps to go. 8+ seconds, 8.5 to get this drive done. As, again, there's, like you mentioned, there's Axel Gomez now working his way up to 9th. So that group's still continuing to fight. And, again, the other Burrell in the field. A drive and a half here, probably going to be 9 seconds plus. It's Compatiello now looking to go back on Gomez in a 6. He's going to get it with help from Diamantino.
As good as you can be in the rest of the racetrack, that back straightaway is vulnerable for everyone, even for the likes of Jack Katowski in the opening lap or lap and a half. And right there, it bit Axel Gomez, going back 3 spots. Look at Compatiello, that front bumper definitely loose. Pushback bumper penalty, unfortunately, waiting for the 2-1-3. 2 to go. Already, Jack Katowski across the timing loop, continuing to set an unmatched pace. Today, he's just been on another level. I mean, he has found more speed session by session. Yesterday's main event, he was about 2 or 3 tenths better than Francisco, and they both had a couple of tenths on the field as this pack is really heating up now, seeing the double sticks. Good gracious, that was tight.
Yeah, Diamantino sent it there on Compatiello for 9th. So that was a good move out of Diamantino. Here we go for the podium, though. Dusty Strayer looking to mix things up for a first career national podium with Max Santana going side by side. And they're going to continue on into the double rights. Dusty Strayer looking to hold on.
Dusty Strayer a little wide, though, and ultimately ends up back down to 4th. Santana has now got multiple challengers at the waiting. Coming to the white flag. The fight for a first career podium for many in this group on this stage. Jack Katowski's stood there before, and he stood on the top yesterday. He's headed for that right now with a great performance in the making through turn 5 and down the backstretch for the final time.
Yeah, it's been a great drive so far for Jack Katowski. Only driver in the 59s, able to put in a massive gap on the rest of the field. And you got to think, right, where he'd stack up. Imagine if he was in the mini Swift field, but one driver goes off. That's Ferrante in the 205, who was sitting 6th. Another look to go off there as well in the S's. And up front, Jack Katowski just cruising to another race victory.
It is a huge, momentous weekend that will be capped off by a margin of victory potentially over 10 seconds. Jack Katowski sweeps it all for round 1 and round 2 of the Skusa Winter Series. And behind him, here's Tristan Francisco, a runner-up in a valiant effort to get there after getting swallowed in the opening couple of laps to P2. And the fight for 3rd will go to the end. Dusty Strayer has pulled it off with a huge final lap move. P3 into the podium for Dusty Strayer.
What a turnaround for Dusty Strayer. Yesterday showed up to the podium, stopped they were for the top 5, and again he was informed it was only for the top 3, and he said tomorrow I'll stand on the podium, and he will later on tonight. The 221 for a first career national podium for Dusty Strayer. For Tristan Francisco, another second place finish, and for Jack Katowski, flawless on Sunday, and for the opening weekend of the Skusa Winter Series.
There you go. Jack Katowski, Tristan Francisco, Dusty Strayer, your podium from Sunday. The congrats will settle in. It never quite feels any less good to have a race like that. The adrenaline may have faded a little bit, but what a job, what a drive for Jack Katowski.
Young Jack Gutowski rolling through scales, getting the congratulations. What a job by this young man this weekend, and particularly today. Diego Ramos giving him the congratulations. Jack, let's have a chat. My goodness, that was a beatdown. Did you realize that you had nearly a 10-second lead?
No, I just looked over when I was coming out of the hairpin. I saw they were very far behind, but I didn't know I had a 10-second gap.
How good does it feel to win today? And are there anybody, or is there anyone that you want to thank for this? I know there's a lot of people giving you congratulations.
I want to thank my mom and my dad for doing all of this for me, and the whole TKG team, BRLR, my mechanic Mike, and Diego and Colin.
That's Jack Gutowski, a dominant driver who I suspect we're going to be hearing a lot from in the next few years.
Let's see who we'll hear from next. X30 Junior quick and onto the racetrack here, presented by Rollison Performance Group. We'll take you through the starting lineup as they roll around the circuit now. Travis Pettit on pole alongside Royce Vega for an all-RPG lockout. Ashton Woon and Nathan Golseth on row 2.
Tristan Murphy and Nico Gutowski getting ready to go green from row number 3, with Mateo Calderon and Marco Samet on row number 4, Liam Nachawati and Ju Thermalaswamy on row number 5.
Row 6 as we continue on down. Valentino Santillan will start on the inside of Braden Wagner. Then it goes to Enzo De Janeiro, Josh Bergman, Colton Schniegenberg, Arthur Barb, Eli Steinbruck, Grayson Walcott, Parker Ives, and Asher Pavon. Your top 10 rows as we'll pull them back for you. In total, 32 starters getting ready to roll here from Houston. Here's a look closer again at the back half of the top 20 as they parade their way through turns 4 and 5.
Yeah, a couple of rookies looking for better results, like Enzo De Janeiro, like Josh Bergman, Braden Wagner, Colton Schniegenberg, Parker Ives there as well, who only did a couple of starts in the junior ranks last year. But that being said, we're ready to go racing as Travis Pettit and Royce Vega lead us into the tram lines.
Long way to go for Easton Cox and Alexander Savage, and we've got two drivers stuck together.
Schniegenberg and De Janeiro.
That's big. Green's out, and they are still beached on the inside. A heartbreaker indeed, and we are underway. So X30 Junior presented by RPG rolling to the infield for the first time. So far, so good as they roll to the last turn and over to turn 15 to put the first time up on the pylon.
So here we go, this time by. We hit the timing loop. It's Travis Pettit to Royce Vega, and then two Speed Concepts racing machines, Ashton Woon and Nathan Golseth, looking to chase down the pink and blue Cosmics that, again, have been fast all weekend long. Yesterday was Pettit across the line, but Golseth when it was all said and done. And here's a look further back as Josh Bergman, Braden Wagner, Grayson Wolcott, it looked like was another one of those drivers in there that all went to the low side. As Samet looked to make a move there as well, and would look to be Gutowski maybe, and that wasn't going to stick. That being said, first couple laps underway, so there's Gutowski with Tristan Murphy right behind him. That wasn't Gutowski, that was a move on somebody else there further back, but it's critical now for Woon, for Golseth, to try and close down the gap to Pettit and Royce Vega here as we complete lap number 2 and underway with lap number 3.
Single file as they roll through the S's and down the back straightaway for Travis Pettit and Royce Vega. The field trying to keep them well within reach here as they go down to turn number 6. Overall, no big moves. There's one way back for Grayson Walcott. Everybody else is trying not to make the same mistake that we saw the field make in KA Senior. If you were to draw a comparison of letting the leaders, some of the fastest karts, get away. That doesn't stop Royce Vega, though, from pushing as hard as he can with Travis Pettit to open the gap up. They're almost broken away from the draft window, and they may have done it here this time around.
Yeah, just maybe as they work their way through here as Travis Pettit now extends his gap over Vega. The same for Vega over Woon. You look at the lap times, 54.2 compared to the 54.1. So Woon caught by about less than a tenth, almost half a tenth it looked like there. And Golseth knows they're not making up any time, going to want to go on Ashton Woon. So the 23 ahead of the 3 in a turn number 6, and Golseth going to see what he can do, leading the pack up to the top 2.
Nathan Golseth, Ashton Woon, and a car length and a half gap. Back to Nico Katowski for your top 5. A little gap back to Murphy, and then to Mateo Calderon, 6th, 7th, then Marco Samet, 8th. They've got about 6/10 back to Samet. But this is right now going to be make or break for the entirety of the field. If they have the speed to hang with the 2 RPG Cosmics up front who have not yet put a single wheel wrong. And yesterday's winner, Nathan Golseth, he might be the best one to have a shot at him. Last time by, he was a 1/10 of a second better, so he ate the gap down a little bit as they roll down to turn 6.
Hey, here we go. We saw Nathan Golseth really coming to life yesterday. Was able to stick with Travis Pettit the entire time, outside of making a mistake there on the one of the final laps. That being said, now coming to life here early as well on lap number 5, starting to close in, both on Vega and on Pettit, kind of closing down the gap to only a second. It was a little bit more than that just earlier. And he did go a 10th faster than both the pair of Vega and Pettit. So Vega's struggle point right now, if you want to call it a struggle point, it's the difference in line really, where Pettit takes the aggressive line that we saw in the double rights in K Junior compared to Vega, right? Taking the normal line, just kind of going on the outside, typical to what he is used to really out here. So now we'll see if he adapts or if he continues to do the same. That looks to be the only spot where Travis Pettit really has an upper hand, as a couple of movers further back with Nacho Wadi there making a move on Juther Malaswamy. Nonetheless, here go Royce Vega and Travis Pettit much closer together. The same can be said about Nathan Golseth, Ashton Woon, who are starting to close in. Katowski's not too far off either in the 5th spot. Then Calderon, Murphy, Samet, all the way back to the 8th spot. So some work to do still for the Speed Concepts Racing Carlos Sainz machines to catch up to the top 2.
Let's look down the leaderboard as well for some other notables. So again, we followed a little bit with Grayson Walcott's forward progress. So far, it's netted him up quite a bit from 18th early on, now up 6 from there. And here, Liam Nachawati wanted to see if the gap would open. Now it will right there in turn 7 to follow the path made by Tristan Murphy, and the 2 of them will get their way past Mateo Calderon. Calderon down to the 8th position now. Nathan Golseth, though, star of the show for the moment, because as good as Travis Pettit has been, as good as Royce Vega has been, they have been slowly losing time to 3rd and to 4th as well. Huge credit to Ashton Woon. He has been in the mix both days, right there on the cusp of it. Backing up the performance that he put in 2025 to get that 3-plate, Caleb.
Yeah, definitely. You look back to the Summer Nationals back at Newcastle Motorsports Park, where he was able to get his first win as a junior. And again, that took some time, but he's won the Summer Nationals about 3 years in a row. You call it a Mini Swift as well as an X30 Junior. And I think in the Micro Swift division, Ashton Woon was able to get a win at the Summer Nationals a couple of years ago. Nonetheless, though, this is a year where they can finally try and, break out. Be breakout stars with the likes of Alexander Vanchev and a couple of more moving out of the division, which gives way to a guy like Travis Pettit, to a driver like Royce Vega, Nathan Golseth, Ashton Woon, Katowski, to try and get themselves into the spotlight of this class, right? So this is important. It's an important year for all these drivers to become a household name before you get into senior racing action, or for any of them, wherever they want to go in their motorsports careers.
12 laps complete, or 12 laps to go, 8 laps complete. as they roll down the back straightaway. Nathan Golseth, Ashton Woon, Nico Katowski, your same 5 from early on in that main event from yesterday. And Tristan Murphy, so close, and unfortunately it seems like it may be so close yet again based on the times last time by. And when you dig deeper down the pack, really, these 5 are the only 5 consistently in the 53-second bracket. Everyone further away are not necessarily far off, but they're just not at the level of the likes of Pettit, Vega, Golseth, Woon, and Katowski. Now that still could change a little bit, and some of it may be a false positive or false negative, like here with Grayson Walcott. We've seen the 744 have speed. He just has had to make a pass almost every lap thus far of this main. That was another one to get by Eli Steinbruck. He is now up to 12th again. The gap, though, up to Josh Bergman, nearly 3 seconds. You can see there, about half the straightaway.
And here we go. Already a couple of movers. Steinbruck looking on the inside of Grayson Wolcott into turn 6. He's going to get it. Moore looking to work their way through. There's Mason Berry for GWR, working his way by on Arthur Barb, it looked like. But this group here, just on the edge of the top 10, starting to spice things up. William Beater at the rear of it with Valentino Santian in 18th. So this is about from 12th all the way back to 19th on screen as 2 get together, and that's Schniegenberg and DeGeneiro again.
That's a big impact there, and Colton Schniegenberg is going to leave this weekend with 2 destroyed go-karts at this point. Had the crash in the K, junior main, won there for the second time here in X30 Junior. There was chaos on the final lap of this class yesterday as well, Caleb. And at the same point, we're just in the waiting game for anything to happen in our main group. It's got us looking back here. The 2 hard chargers going at it. Mason Berry, as much as we've given the kudos to Grayson Walcott, and those are definitely well-deserved, Berry started all the way back in 28th. He's driven his tail off to get to 13th, knocking on the door at 12th now. It'd be a 14-position net gain. And again, a long ways to get anything more than that, but still a very respectable comeback drive with half the race to go. We're only 11 laps into this one. 9 to go now. Travis Pettit just going back and forth, trading lap times at the moment with Royce Vega. The 2 of them, half a tenth apart. Here's the middle of your group that we were following there in the teens. Josh Bergman here, end of the top 10 on the blue and red Red Bull livery. Marco Salmon on the charge now to the inside. Calderon to the high side, and Thermal Aswami as they all get boogered up there into 6th, jammed on top of each other, and it's going to end up with ultimately the same result for the front 2. Bergman and Thermal Aswami hop tires, fighting for real estate at the end of turn 7. You and I have seen that move many times over when you want that pass to be completed, and you have to do it. You have to kind of be a bit aggressive coming out of turn 7, otherwise into 8, they're going to get you back, and at this point, probably be able to prevent a crossover with that extra bit of runoff being at the driver's use, Caleb. So kind of had to do it on both cases. No give, all take, and it ends up with some tears.
Yeah, like you said, I've seen that kind of time and time again. You lose so much time through that section if you can't make a move stick in turn number 7 with how easy it is to really hold the outside, run the high side, and then get the inside for the double right. So that being said, for Bergman and for Thermal Aswami, just didn't go their way. Ran out of room for the both of them. It looks like Bergman has some issues on the right-hand side, and unfortunately that's going to be in for Jude, who's going to bring it into the pits here shortly.
Let's check back in with the leaders. Nathan Golseth and Ashton Woon have started to make some inroads towards Royce Vega. Last time around, they got it down to half a second, and I think they're starting to close in a bit now. Vega actually might be closing just a hair to Travis Pettit. All 4 of them have dropped Nico Katowski. He has not been able to maintain the level of pace that he had earlier, was hovering the high 53s, now down into the mid 54s, which is the same level of speed that we're seeing on a Liam Nachawati, who's clawed to 6th, and Tristan Murphy into 7th. But down the back, 7 to go, 4 drivers in contention. Travis Pettit, boy, does he want this one, Caleb. How close? I mean, he has unfortunately lost a main event. All 3 of them he's been in the fight for in 3 completely different ways so far. Maybe at least one checkered flag going his way would be a bit of a consolation to walk out of the opening weekend of the new year.
And you talk about yesterday as well, right? Three main events. Yesterday was one of the ones where he did win. And then, again, a penalty for scrubbing tires, past the commitment cone, gave it away to Nathan Golseth. So it's just, again, Pettit just wants this to end his way finally. But it's not going to be easy to get it done. Royce Vega just took a big chunk out of the gap. A 10th was the difference in between Royce and Travis Pettit, which is going to bring Royce back into drafting range. And for the first time, might even put Travis under a little bit of pressure here, because along with Royce is Nathan Golseth, and along with Nathan is Ashton Woon. So you have a 2v2 here, 2 RPGs, 2 SCRs, and again, I touched on it yesterday, right? How many times have we seen this time and time again where there's a black, red, and white machine against a pink and blue one?
Yeah, change out the names, and this year maybe those names are going to be the likes of Travis Pettit and Nathan Golseth and Royce Vega and Ashton Woon. Is that your new top of the class for 2026 in the junior category, especially Junior X30? 5 laps to go. Travis Pettit lost off a penalty for tire scrubbing, lost off an over-under maneuver, lost on a maneuver that he then made up for and drove back through the field to get the lead on the last turn, only to, instead of getting crossed up, to not get crossed up, bog the cart down so much he lost the podium. And now he's dominated this X30 Junior main, but Golseth's into second with that pass on Vega, and he's 2 car lengths back. And for Nathan Golseth, flip the script here. Gets the win yesterday. A little out of shape there. Big moment over the curb in turn 9. But if he could sweep the first weekend of the new year, Caleb, for a kid that had never stood on the box until 9 months ago, who never won a major until yesterday. He was kind of robbed, truthfully, of that, too, because he wasn't the first to cross the line. He wants to earn one, get to celebrate at the checkers. He's got the speed. He's been the best of the 4 the last 5 laps. Here he goes, rolling right up to the back of Pettit now with 3.5 to go.
Here we go. Now's the time to go for Nathan Golseth to kind of rattle Travis Pettit a little bit if he can on the backstretch. Not going to be this time, but again, speaking of Nathan Golseth yesterday, right, spoke to him. He said he thought he could have won the race on the racetrack, made a mistake on the second and last lap that just put him out of range to try and make a move for the win, really. And now you look back at the difference, right? Learning from that yesterday, learning from a mistake against Travis Pettit, and how do you do better? How do you bounce back? How do you win this race on the racetrack on Sunday? For Nathan Golseth, we're going to find out here. This time around, 3 laps to go as we start lap number 18.
Also, double battle going on here while the leaders absolutely deserve the spotlight. 5th on back have tightened up. Nico Katowski has been reeled in and now passed by both Liam Nachawati and Tristan Murphy for the final spot in the top 5. And that battle's probably far from over yet. Murphy and Nachawati will go at it. But here, for the lead, first pass for the top spot all race. Nathan Golseth makes it stick, makes it count through 7 by covering the inside there. He'll do the same through 8 and 9. And back across the curbing we go. They're right on the edge, and then pure dirt, as mentioned, Caleb. The closer they get, the higher the risk that either they or the carts behind them will start to drag some dirt on the circuit, make it that much tougher to go that much lower.
And here we go. Nathan Golseth's going to take him out of the bottom. Goes to the middle of the racetrack there. Travis Pettit to Vega to Ashton Woon, who's looking, searching for a way by on the 39. This time by 2-6 in the air. 2 laps to go for Nathan Golseth, Travis Pettit, Vega, and Ashton Woon.
He covers the low side in turn 4 through turn 5. It's his first weekend with a new team, an entirely new environment. Nathan Golseth would love to impress him and send him with something to cheer about here to close it out on a Sunday afternoon. 1.5 laps to go. Down the inside for Travis Pettit and Vega following the leader. Ashton Woon trying to get creative back and forth. And Golseth is parking it perfectly, using the runoff to his advantage. Again, Woon, nowhere to go as much as he's tried. But that doesn't mean that at some point he'll be able to time that run right as he sets up for at least a move to steal 3rd. Let's see what Pettit has here in 13. The only downside of defending as early as Golseth has, you give multiple chances for drivers to set you up and try to pick you apart. Here comes Pettit around the outside for the lead. Travis Pettit gets it done into turn 3. Golseth back to 2nd. Vega to 3rd still. And now they're all out of shape. Huge lead down the back straightaway for Pettit. Golseth trying to cover for 2nd. Vega pressuring him into 6.
Yeah, Golset didn't think he was going to be there in time, but again, white flag flew. This is the final time around, and Travis Pettit going to run away with this one as Golset just still defends, looking to pick up the scraps here as Royce Vega sits in third, still looking for a way by to get to the second spot on the podium. Vega still looking. Golset's going to defend, but Travis Pettit, again, is this the one on Sunday?
You can only show your hand and play the same football play before someone finds a way to beat it. Travis Pettit, after a weekend of so much heartbreak, he earned this one, your X30 Junior winner for round 2.
What a drive. What a move out of Travis Pettit to get himself on the top step of the podium. Had to wait about 24 hours to get here, and he's got it done. Your winner on Sunday, Nathan Golseth, with a congrats on the back straightaway. Royce Vega will join them on the podium. And you see that they're happy about it there. 2 RPGs on the podium in X30 Junior.
And from all provisional incidents and moments under review on circuit, this one looks good. Finally, Travis Pettit, this result should hold. Your winner in X30 Junior. Here's a look at the rest of your top 10 down to Bergman and Calderon, Samet, Katowski and crew. Asher Bavon, Valentino Santillan, Grayson Walcott with a nice run up the board to 13th. And it closes out the first half of the day. Let's go down to the scales for a fired up Hurricane Trav.
Nice race, boys. Good job, boys. Good job. Oh, thank you, man. Thank you. Yes! Woo!
When you went through him, I tried to go through. I know. Thank you. Yeah, good job. If it wasn't for that little bump, man. Oh. Thank you. Yes! Good job. Thank you.
Longtime viewers of Kart Chaser will certainly remember many a great RPG versus Speed Concepts racing matchup, and I think that was one of the better ones that we've seen. And Travis Pettit, we've had a lot of time as more congratulations come in. We've had a lot of time together this weekend, and I would say this is a pretty good way to end it. What an exciting finish. An outside pass? Are you kidding me?
Yeah, I mean, if it wasn't for Royce, I don't know if I would have got it, but I'm glad that Royce gave me that little push, and that really helped me.
How amazing was that to have a pair of teammates racing against each other? I mean, that was one heck of a duel.
Man, it's awesome.
And, of course, you mentioned how awesome this is. With the adversity that you've faced this weekend, all of the battles that you've been in, to finish this weekend on top, bringing a trophy home, how special is that for you?
Man, it means a lot. I mean, I couldn't have done it without Rollison Performance Group, my mom, my dad, my family watching that back at home, and Tap Racing Engines for building an absolute missile of an engine. And, yeah. Oh, sorry, AVP, sorry.
There you go. Look, you got the sponsors right. Travis Pettit, what a fantastic race.
Attention Superkarts USA drivers. Be sure to order your complete photo package from On Track Promotions. All drivers receive a minimum of 40 photos from throughout Friday, Saturday, and Sunday with instant access from our automated delivery system. Visit otp.ca right now to get instant access to your photos.
Are you ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here. For more information, check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us and go racing today. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Skusa Winter Series. Round number 2, action on tap for Pro X30. Ryan Norberg joining myself, Xander Clements here in the booth. Caleb Vieska stepping out for a moment, and he's done a phenomenal job carrying the broadcast to this point. And in terms of carrying the lineup, Gus Lawrence and Paulie Massimino will start on row 1. Oliver Hodgson and Alexander Vanchev, top qualifier today, the rookie rolls on the outside of row number 2. Jose Carlos Hernandez, a slow and methodical run up the leaderboard on Sunday after an abysmal Saturday. He starts to the inside of row 3. Aiden Ingrata on his outside. Donovan Bonilla, former Supernats winner, on row 4 with Diego Ramos alongside him. Finn Bailiff and Remy Andriatos, and all TKG Bureau Art USA. Row number 5. William Botillier and Tiziano Rosso Orcel on row 6. Levi Sangera and Buddy J. Jesus Vasquez Jr. buried a bit further back in the field. Off a number of penalties that happened. We caught a good bit of the swarm from the pre-final. It's row 8 for Blake Nash. Broken steering column, or bent up steering column from early contact for the 3rd place qualifier from this morning. Keep an eye on the number 5 to try and charge forward. Yesterday's runner-up alongside Fion Shi. Aturiaga, Overbeck, Chambers, Ramirez, and the rest of your field filing on all the way back to Eric Doan, Chase Bellinger, and Marcelo Tortado. 29 deep today for CRG USA Pro X30. Gus Lawrence on the inside, Paulie Massimino on the outside. 20 laps for CRG Pro X30. Let's do it. Round 2 is green.
All drivers side by side in the first corner, bumping and shoving, going on just like yesterday, but it seems so far that everybody's making it cleanly through. Here we go through turn 2, one driver off, but so far, nice and tidy.
Jose Carlos, the one, dropping the right rear off the circuit, kicking up a little dust cloud there as they roll out of the corner. And then into the run to the buckle. Alexander Vanchev up to 3rd. There's a look at Vasquez on the bumper of Finn Bailiff. Oh, contact way back. 2 stuck together. Fion Shi is one of them.
It's Levi Sangera right there as well. 2 drivers that had some faster laps during the pre-final that are just getting tangled up there in the beginning of this race and fighting their way back. But Alex Vanchev right now putting the pressure on Oliver Hodgson, yesterday's race winner and yesterday's fast lap driver, are nose to tail right now. Those are 2 hungry drivers that do have a strong potential of winning this race. But Gus Lawrence, good lead right now ahead of Paulie Massimino. Oh, Aiden Ingrata looking to the inside of Alexander Vanchev, side by side, a little contact, but Aiden Ingrata's through. Diego Ramos trying to make it through as well. It looks like
Bonilla.
Bonilla is going to be the real winner of that one.
Oh, no. Ooh. Ramos with a crazy rejoin. Vasquez, Bailiff spins out in turn 9 to the infield.
Wow, well, just an unfortunate place for Gavin Bailiff there. But Diego Ramos getting sideways, just kind of bouncing over that curb and landed right in the middle of the pack there. I don't know who's to blame there. I mean, it's just one of those situations where you know, once you're in the air, it's you just got to watch out.
Well, and he's got dirt all over the tires. Blake Nash now getting past him along with others. It spread out the field. That really all began, right, with Aiden Ingrata making the move on Vanchev, and it felt like just it bottlenecked down the entirety of that top 10 group, and ends up, like you said, with Finnegan Bailiff spun to the inside of turn 9 and out of the running. Meanwhile, up front, even gaps there. Here's the eye on Nash. The number 5's up a couple. This will be for 9th on Jose Carlos Hernandez, so mark him up 6 positions and counting. Oliver Hodgson went purple last time, but only by a bit as he tries to reel in Paulie Massimino and tighten up the run for the top 3. Yesterday's winner on the factory kart. And today, compared to yesterday, Ryan, you can attest to the track a little different, I'm sure, this morning, but it feels like with the sun out starting to bake things up a bit, that were similar conditions to the round 1 main event for all of these drivers.
I think today is definitely a lot closer to the final, this final for the seniors, but everybody else is dealing with much colder temperatures. Right now we're going to a replay there. We're going to watch Alexander Vanchev down the inside of Diego Ramos, and it looks like Donovan Bonilla just kind of gives him the side pod. There he goes over the curb, and yeah, unfortunately, Bailiff is just at the wrong place, wrong time there, just snags the nose. And right now we got to change for the lead. Paulie Massimino to the inside. He sees that hard charging Oliver Hodgson, yesterday's race winner, and he's going to get to the lead, see if he can stretch this one out. Yesterday we saw a lot of the fields, 2-kart battle, checking out. All I've seen today has been nose-to-tail racing the entire day, and I have a feeling that this is how this race is going to go. Oliver Hodgson looking to get by Gus Lawrence right here. He's going to look to the inside. Nice, clean, easy pass.
That looked eerily similar to the situation you and I called the last time we were in the booth together, Ryan, a couple months ago. A JT always finding a way to pass for the lead right as third gets up to the top two, and Paulie did that one to perfection, realized Hodgson was on the way, was time to go. He was making inroads himself, and now he's got a little gap, but not a big one. Gus didn't make it too painful for Ollie to get past him. And another thing that I'm noticing here a little bit with Hodgson, specifically in turn 6, a little bit in 7. Let's see what he does here in 8. Very similar to how you and Austin Garrison would have to drive when you were behind each other, to get a little bit out of the wake, get some clean air to the front tire on the inside, and just try to go where the leader isn't to be able to follow him.
So far, I'm surprised none of these senior drivers are really utilizing that corner cut, if you want to call it that, through the double rights, turn 8 and 9 there. I mean, we've seen all the juniors use it, and it's really paid off quite a bit. So I'm surprised these veterans haven't tried it yet. But yeah, I mean, Oliver Hodgson, he's what Shaquille O'Neal would call a driver with G14 classification. That's an elite level driver right there. He's not going to make mistakes like we saw yesterday. So if these drivers are smart, they're going to get back in front of that guy and make sure he doesn't do what he did yesterday and just kind of run the field. You see him utilizing those curbs, and this is where that elite driver status comes from, because when you get behind another driver, everything changes, and you've got to make it fast however you have to do. So if you got to use the curbs, you haven't been using the curbs all week, but you got to use them this time, make it work, right? There's no coaches out there. There's no one in your ear telling you pick this line, pick that one. You got to experiment and make it work. And right now we're seeing Oliver Hodgson kind of experiment with different lines out there. And right now to the inside over Paulie Massimino. That's going to bring Gus Lawrence back into this. But Oliver Hodgson, yesterday's winner, again, early back to the lead, and he's trying to just put down laps like he did yesterday. Let's see if it'll play out like it did.
And what does Paulie do to answer? Because along with Gus Lawrence pressuring, Aiden Ingrata has been slowly chipping away at the top 3. Diego Ramos as well, folks, has pulled into the pit lane. The day is done for the 4-plate. And the purple lap time, it would have gone to the purple and white REM machine had Blake Nash not been entered in this one. He has been blisteringly quick here. He's up to 7th from way back, up 8 spots and counting, and he could potentially get to the lead if, like you say, Ryan, we end up with not a mano-a-mano runaway, but a big group. And right now, they're still pretty closely tied. Hodgson, Massimino, Lawrence, and here comes Ingrata, the multi-time Canadian national champ, the multi-time U.S. race winner, bearing down on the lead.
What I'm surprised about is Paulie not going back to the lead right just yet. I mean, it's one of those things that when you're in the wake of another driver, you're just eating your front tires up. And at a track like this that's this grainy, you're really going to pay for that. And Oliver knows that. He wants to get out front and make you eat your equipment up. So I'm kind of surprised to see Paulie sitting back there. Maybe he thinks he's got a little bit more in the tank, and there he goes, right to the lead. Good move, right? This is the right decision to make. You've got to slow this guy up. He could probably see that Oliver had some speed there, and he's got to get in front of him.
And so with that, Massimino back to the lead. Hodgson second. Lawrence won't go just yet, but he's right there.
Little tip of the tire.
Go down and hear from David Land. He's standing by with Diego Ramos.
Yeah, Diego, we saw some of the action there in the middle of the pack. What exactly put you out of this race, though?
I mean, it was no point to keep driving, like I told you guys yesterday, with the difference of the tires this week, it's just frustrating, like you test, you come here, you test, you finish the year really strong. We come here like in the first 2 days, we were like really quick. We passed like two, 3 different tires, and then we were quick. Then you go to the race, and then it's just that, like you guys saw, it's like nothing you can do. You try everything, you flip the car over, and it's not the car. It's not the setup. It's just the tires.
There you go. That's the story from Diego Ramos. He's definitely looking for a much happier rounds 3 and 4 to the Winter Series.
Right now, the driver happy here, Ryan, is Paulie Massimino with Gus Lawrence making that move for second. That gap has exploded now to over half a second.
Definitely threw Oliver off his rhythm there. This is one of those momentum tracks, and there you see Aiden Ingrata getting up the inside as well. Now he's into the 3rd position. Oliver Hodgson back to 4th. When you win a race on Saturday, that's one of the only unfortunate parts about a Saturday-Sunday kind of back-to-back race day. Is that it does paint the target on your back, man. I mean, when you're the winner, everybody knows, all right, championship's up for grabs here. This guy's already got one under his belt. Let's punish him, before we can go to the next round, right? So right now you see Paulie Massimino with a slight lead. He's been able to kind of eke out 4/10 over Gus Lawrence. But that draft is big. So, let's see what Gus can do in the second position. But really, Aiden Ingrata is your hard charger right now. That guy's digging. He's up on the wheel, and he's trying to get through Gus here to try and take a stab at Paulie Massimino. I really think what happened with Oliver Hodgson was he dipped a tire going into turn 10 there. Or turn 11, that hairpin there. He dipped it on the way into the braking zone. You see he uses all the track every time on the way into the corner. And that really caused him to lose a little bit of momentum. And, in a group like this, you can't waste time. You got to be able to stay doing consistent laps the whole time. So a very uncharacteristic mistake for that driver.
And right now, along with Aiden Ingrata, the one we're looking to see maybe make some excitement happen up front. There's no bigger fans of him than these two. Alexander Vanchev trying to fight back to the lead. He doesn't have as much forward momentum as he had yesterday, where he was a rocket ship after getting crashed. He's actually a little worse in terms of pace, and yet he's still pretty good. But Blake Nash behind him has been even better. He's tracked him down. Fight looming here for 5th as we've just gotten to the halfway mark. And when you start in the mid-teens, it's hard to really have the faith, but you get a good opening lap and you still see the leaders close by the time you get going, and you make a move like that there to get up to 5th now. Blake Nash is really starting to believe that Sunday he's going to get a shot. I think everybody thought as he was getting battered around the field in that pre-final, he was not going to get a chance to redeem himself for coming up just a couple of car lengths shy on the first main event of the year. He just might, with a 4-pack up front that continues to close up. The moment they battle, these two could get there. And here we go. Gus Lawrence back to the lead here in the main. First time in a while we've seen them really mix it up in the lead group, and they are all bumper to bumper again.
Yep, and I think Blake Nash has some options with Gus Lawrence parking the bus right now, getting to the lead and driving down low. That's that British kind of driving standard that we've seen in the past. One thing about them is they know how to block. When you're talking about the two drivers checking out, I guess I was mentioning that earlier, two drivers can get away. They say two's a party, three's a crowd. Well, yeah. Four's a disaster. And so they're going to slow this pack down, and hopefully for Blake Nash, that's going to pull this group closer together. But you see Gus Lawrence getting to the lead, and I don't hate that move. I think that's probably the right move. You want to get out front and control this race. You can only control a race from the lead. And so I think Gus getting back into second, he's really never fallen worse than third. And there you see Paulie Massimino up the inside. They're making contact. Two drivers side by side. He wasn't able to clear him. He's going to now lose a spot, possibly to Oliver Hodgson, who's over the curb. No, seems to not be able to get it done. Right now, Gus Lawrence still in the lead, opening up all the way. Now Paulie's on the defensive. But all these drivers, this is a crowd, man. These guys are starting to park it up. And here you see Blake Nash started way back in the field, making some good laps, some good headway through this field. He's the only one that's on the clean track, man. He's a clean side of the racetrack. So when he catches these guys, he's going to have a huge advantage.
Yeah, it'll be multiplied every time that Gus Lawrence takes them to the inside. Let's see if he covers low into 4 as Nash closes up to make it 5. Vanchev on the way to make it 6. Jose Carlos Hernandez probably a bit too far back to make any noise there, but he's not terribly out of it. New leader, Massimino to the inside.
This is where you want to be, man. Control the race from the point, especially if you got a driver that's blocking every time somebody gets to you. If they leave the door open, you get to the lead, and you block. I mean, why let him do it? I'll just do it, So a good move by Paulie to get to the lead there. He's going to set back up. It looks like he's got some breathing room. There you go. Blake Nash to the inside of Aiden Ingrata up into the P4 spot. He got some momentum,
a little bit there on the apex. Kind of got into Aiden. He's going to need a cover probably here, and he doesn't. And Ingrata tries to send it, but he'll hang tough on the outside. Nearly into the dirt. Ingrata tripped up with Vanchev, and he gets a lucky break there, but Blake Nash left the door open. He'd made every decision up until that point probably being the right one, and that corner, you called it yesterday, Ryan, that one's open no matter how far back you think the driver behind you is.
It is, and that was just an attempt from Aiden Ingrata to just kind of stop the bleeding. I tell all my drivers to do that. When you start losing spots, you got to stop the bleeding fast, and whether you just got to pass a guy just to make it happen, do what you got to do, but you got to make sure you get your momentum going forward. But Blake Nash with the cleaner tires, like I mentioned, he was just able to hold that outside line and keep his momentum up coming out of that corner. But there you see Paulie Massimino getting slightly defensive. This racetrack just leads to late lunges, and so you really are never safe. Now we're heading down into the boot, and like I said, it's always on, right? If you ever leave the door open, it's game time. And right here, Oliver Hodgson trying to get the over-under on Gus Lawrence. Looks like he's got it. Both drivers side by side through the kink. No contact. We saw that earlier today. Oh, and Blake Nash sneaks one through. Now into P3. What a great move.
That was heads up. A game of chicken down to turn 1. Hodgson didn't want to run the outside and potentially dirty his tires even more, and he pays the price for trying to get creative there with Gus. Now Nash continuing the forward progress up
Good
to
job.
second.
That's some speed right there. Blake has got the advantage, right? He's got the hot hand. That's like when you see a basketball, basketball player shooting it from super deep. That's a hot driver right now, and he's got the speed. And wow, Alex Vanchev take an alternative line right there through the corner to get by.
And it was Hodgson doing it too for the first time all race, Ryan, that he went 4 wheels up and over the red. But now the fastest car all main event chasing down the leader with 4 laps to go this time by. What a race we have had so far. It is still yet to be decided. Massimino trying to add to his win tally. Blake Nash looking for his first in the category. He's had numerous podiums now. He's a winner in OKN. He'd love to be a winner now on the X30 Pro stage. Huge run down the backstretch. Does he send it here? He'll hold a little restraint, and he can. He's got time, but can't wait too long.
He does have time, but the one thing that a lot of drivers make a mistake with is when they're coming through the field hot, you just want to get to the lead. You feel like you got all this momentum, and you just got to barrel through, and you just got to remember, like you said, you got time. You got 3 laps to make this happen, and there you go to the inside. Nice, clean pass. Paulie saw it coming and kind of backed out. He knew he had some space going back there. Look, he's telling him, let's work together. I don't know if you want to do that, Paulie. He's going to walk away from you. This guy's fast right now. You got to make sure you stay up front. But here you come out of the last corner. Paulie Massimino on Blake Nash's bumper. They're going to go through this 1, 2, 3 section. This is where the air wash gets really bad. And let's see if Blake Nash can maybe pull a gap getting onto the back straightaway. I think if he does, this race is going to be a lot more likely to go in his hand.
Well, again, it's up to Paulie. Paulie told them to work together. He'll close up on the backstretch. And like you said, if he doesn't go now and the pace isn't there, he'll be in trouble. But he had a good run into 6, and here he goes back into 7.
Don't believe a fellow competitor wants to work with you ever, right? Especially when you see him blocking like that. The way they came out of that corner onto the straightaway, I mean, you can tell when somebody's quick. And Paulie saw that and goes, you know what? Back to the original strategy here. We're just going to white line this thing to the end. I mean, 2 laps to go, 3 laps to go. They're all counting laps. These guys are all elite drivers, so they're counting laps. They know what situation they're in here. So Paulie coming out of the final corner, 2 to go this time by. Is he going to white line it the whole way? Will we see one of these 4 drivers switch it up and somehow manage to pull out its win?
It'll have to be something that they haven't really had to do yet. Fighting a main group, a group more than 1 or 2 go-karts. 6 deep for the lead. Oof. A lap and a half to go. Massimino heard the engines roaring behind him and covered low before they could get there. And now they're all parking the bus on the bottom. And if anyone makes a mistake here, Paul can get away. Hodgson over the curbing again into 8. He's the only one that's starting to experiment with that shortcut on the inside. Like you said, the juniors had been doing it from the rip once Travis Pettit realized he could and lost the race yesterday. But the seniors, they've been leaving that open. That might be a way that Blake could do it if any of them have paid attention. You'd think, again, being the coaches for many of their teams, they would already know that's on the table, but white flag out.
1 to go. Paulie Massimino. Oh, and Blake Nash with a surprise move over the curb. Paulie holds it off, but everybody's stacking up going into turn 3, side by side. Oh, Blake Nash in the grass, and Oliver Hodgson's going to over-under him and be P2 getting onto this back straightaway. Paulie Massimino with a good lead. Blake Nash going all the way down to the inside to cover off Aiden Ingrata. Ooh, the 2 drivers for second are starting to defend. That's really going to benefit Paulie Massimino.
Yeah, how about it? Hodgson here, a second would still do him great in the championship, but yeah, Blake Nash, he tried an aggressive move there to catch Paulie off guard. Hodgson with a shortcut to try and get closer. He kicked up some dirt. Massimino just going to block this one to the end. Oliver Hodgson almost got the crossover done on Gus Lawrence. 2 turns to go, 1 turn to go. Paulie to the low side. Ollie will cross it out, but it will not be enough. Paulie Massimino is back in victory lane in Houston.
Great run from him, just recognizing the level of competition from his other competitors and just getting back to the lead. I mean, that's one of those things where you don't necessarily have to be the fastest. Not like Paulie was slow, but he wasn't the quickest, right? But he recognized who his stronger competitors were, who were faster. When Oliver Hodgson got to the inside of him, he made sure to take the lead immediately. When Blake Nash got back in front of him, he recognized that little bit of pull he got going onto the straightaway. He said, no, this is time for me to get back to the lead, and celebrating there, rightfully so. That was a really good drive, a really tough battle. I mean, 5-6 drivers in that lead pack. I mean, that could have gone any way, and one bobble, one mistake, and you're dropping 4 spots.
Well, we get ready to go to the scales. If we have it, we'd love another look at that moment in the S's on the final lap for sure. But nonetheless, your look down the leaderboard here for Pro X30, Paulie Massimino and Brandon Jarsacrack Racing. Heartbreak with 0 laps turned in yesterday's main. Victorious today for the number 3 plate. Let's take a look right here, folks. Bottom right corner of your screen. You can see Blake Nash tried to catch him off guard. Ryan, walk us through this here.
Well, it looked like Blake just tried to pull a surprise move going into turn 1 there, but yeah, just might have been a miscalculation. I mean, you really have to get further up along just so that they see you. A little bit over the curb, and that's when he gets all out of shape. And at that point, he's just almost a passenger at this point. He's just trying to survive and make this corner. And really, you know, Oliver Hodgson was the big beneficiary of the whole thing there, just to go from 3rd to that 2nd position.
Well, what a race here for Pro X30. We'll go back down to the scales. Paulie Massimino's got a long way to get over to David Land, but I'm sure a lot of congratulations are in store. Ryan, thanks again for joining us.
Thanks for having me, man.
And I was there, and he kind of like little me in the ground.
I thought you were behind me.
If there was one more lap, I was about to pass that.
Wait, you were behind me?
Dude, I was on your bumper. I was like, yeah, but literally one lap. One lap where I did 4 mistakes.
What time did you go?
K100 Master presented by Miami USA West. Now next up, Brian Boley and Mario Barrios on the front row for RPG. Carlos Calderon and Jose Eduardo de la Garza Elizondo on row number 2, Caleb.
David Pregande and Miguel Mir on row number 3 with Scott Falcone and Brent Harper on row number 4 with Janae Din and Shane Burkett on row number 5.
Row number 6 as we roll back to the latter half of your field. Benjamin Davalos to the inside for Ursuline Racing and Scott Cherry for High 5 Performance on the outside. Todd Shambo and Tom Gerstner on row number 7. And then Kyle Piepenbrock and Slade Miller on row 8.
We go back to Esteban Roche Sr. starting on row number 9 alongside Trevor McAllister, who qualified on the front row. Has a long way to go to get back to where he qualified, starting 18th. Paul Montopoli starting at the back of the field on row number 10.
19 deep for KA Master, presented by Miami USA West. Here we are, ready to roll. For 20 laps, set for action. KA Master, an all Rawlson Performance Group front row, and Boley is going to take his time down the long main straight to get us underway here for our 3rd to last main event from opening weekend of the Skusa Winter Series. And out of crawl, let's see, as they inch towards the start box, the leader can go anytime inside the blue cones, nearly to a dead halt. Boley's got him nice and slow right at the clutch engagement point, and away we go. Masters green from Houston. All good through the first half a lap so far as they roll through the buckle. Keep an eye on Trevor McAllister trying to charge his way up the pack. He's wheel to wheel there with Shane Burkett coming out of the buckle, up a number of spots already, sending it again. Almost had a look there on the 4-1-3 of Brent Harper. Couldn't quite pull it off.
Yeah, good start there for Trevor McAllister to work his way through this field. As we look back into the front with Miguel Mir, Janae Den, who's right behind him, two teammates. Forcelon Racing, they're finding each other on the racetrack. That being said, after lap number 1, Brian Boley leads us from Mario Barrios, Calderon, and Pregande to Scott Falcone, the top 5 within the same piece of real estate here on the racetrack, Xander.
Let's go down to David Land as the aftermath of Pro X30 begins to set in, and we begin to get going here in K Master. Dave, down to you.
Yeah, Paulie Massimino with just a spectacular win, a great defensive performance. I guess let's take a look at the first corner of the last lap when Blake Nash sent it on you. How did you hold him off?
Yeah, I mean, I wasn't expecting him to go in there. I didn't think I left enough room, but he definitely went for it. So I wasn't taking my foot out of it. I've had so much bad luck in the Winter Series, so at this point I didn't really care. It was either I was keeping the lead or I was crashing. So.
Evaluate this weekend, because I know when we spoke this morning you were feeling pretty down. You'd had a bad day yesterday. How good has this turnaround felt for you?
It's actually been good. I was very frustrated after yesterday, and even through practice, I couldn't figure out why I could go fast and then why I couldn't. But it definitely made me have a mentality to never give up, and that's something I used to struggle with a lot. I've been working on it a lot, and I feel like it's been getting better. But yeah, I mean, this team, they never gave up. We tried so many different things, went one end to the other. But yeah, everybody stayed in it, and they gave me the confidence to keep going.
To chase this Winter Series championship, I know that's one you'd like to cross off the list for this year and get a good start heading into Pro Tour. Just kind of talk through what you need to do in rounds 3 and 4 upcoming.
I mean, it's plain and simple, just go win. But I think I had a lot of help this weekend from up above. Unfortunately, my grandma passed away in late December, and a week following that, my sister's husband passed away as well. So this is for them. Been a very hard December into the new year, but we've been trying to stay positive, and this one's for them, this one's for my sister, this one's for my family. Without them, none of this is possible. And Eric Jones, of course, as well. I don't know why, but yeah, the whole BJR team, BBS, obviously, for the amazing power. They've really stepped up their game in the middle of last year, and we've been up at the front, mainly everywhere. We just, sometimes we could do all right, sometimes it's on me. So without them, it's not possible. My mechanic, Chris, my parents, without them, it's not possible. BBS, Offset, Nextset, Group A, Odenthal, Wiggity Wayne, Paulie Racing, and everybody else that supports me.
That's a lot of support and a lot of motivation for Paulie Massimino. We look forward to it. Congratulations. Thank you.
A heartfelt victory for Paulie Massimino. What an incredible drive that was. Great drive forming here for Mario Barrios versus Brian Boley as the fight continues up front in KA Master. Scott Falcone by himself in third. A head-to-head battle looming. Regande and Carlos Calderon. We heard from Paulie Massimino. We'll send it back down to you, Dave. Blake Nash, so close, and still a valiant effort all the way to the end in that fight in Pro X30.
Blake Nash after the pre-final, it was a bit of a grim thing, but man, that was an exciting race. Thanks for the entertainment. Talk me through that move at turn 1. We weren't all expecting it. Were you even expecting it?
Nope. Yeah, from what I could see, I had a way lower gear than everybody else. I kind of just threw a Hail Mary on the setup. We were starting back in 15th, so might as well and kind of try to learn for the next time we come back here, and it ended up working. And yeah, middle of the race, I was just cooking. I was passing people left and right, and I knew our package was fast, and once I saw them starting to block near the end of the race, I thought for sure we had a shot at that. I actually got to the lead for maybe a couple corners, but they had a couple teeth on me, so every time I would pass, if they ended up passing back or blocking, they would just pull a gap off the corner. So coming on that last lap when it was Massimino out front, I knew I had to do something in that first sector to be in front by the time we got to the infield and catch him off guard somehow. He was already kind of down low, but I saw a little bit of an opening, and I didn't want to cross the line second again, honestly, so I threw a Hail Mary and tried to get to the lead, and didn't work this time, but, you know, I had fun.
Chef Nash cooking up the entertainment here in Houston.
Heck of a performance, heck of a drive for Blake Nash. Podium yesterday, and oh so close to that first win. It's definitely in the cards for 2026 for Blake Nash. No doubt about that one. What an incredible run he had. And now we're watching another one in the working here, Caleb. Trevor McAllister trying to charge up the leaderboard from the tail end. 18th on the grid. He's up to 6th. Mark it 5th now. Into the top 5 for T-Mac and Captain Arcane.
Yeah, I think he's up even one more to 4th. Just slotted behind, in front of, I should say, of Calderon and Pregande there as well. So T-Mac on an absolute tear here. You talk about coming back from the second to last row on the outside, second to last really, to get yourself all the way up to 4th and hunting Scott Falcone in the 99. A lot of work to do for T-Mac to get himself in the conversation for a race win and even a podium here. But he's digging in the closing stages of this race. Falcone's at about a second up the road. I think that's going to even close a little bit further. Barrios and Boley are the two that find themselves in the lead. 425 and 426, first and second. But for T-Mac, a third is looking promising, and a battle for first and second would be a dream scenario.
So here we go to the line this time. 8 down, 12 laps to go. Brian Boley back out in front over Mario Barrios. He's got a challenge on his hands. Saturday was an easy drive. He said it was almost too long, it felt like, just waiting for that race to come to a head with how big of a gap he had and trying to put good laps together. He's under pressure. He has been under pressure and challenged and lost the lead for a couple of laps already here in this main. We're yet to get to halfway, though, and I think the biggest challenge has yet to arrive. Trevor McAllister on a tear, marching toward the top 3. The next up will be Scott Falcone. A little bit of time before he'll get there, but it probably won't take him too long. Further back, here's a look at the midfield. Janae Din on the move, trying to pick up some positions. He's a little bit quicker than some of the cars around him. Might be able to get a few more. He just got by Jose De La Garza, I believe, a lap or two ago. So a nice improvement drive here on a Sunday afternoon for Junaid. Ahead of him here is teammate Miguel Mir, David Pregande, a respectable run currently going in 6th. Calderon still in the top 5, and while Carlos Calderon is not as fast at the moment as Trevor McAllister, he is matching the leaders more or less. So if T-Mac can get up there and the battling can begin to back the lead pack up, just like what we witnessed in Pro X30, there might be more than 3 drivers in contention for the win. Falcone could get new life, and Scott Falcone as well, not happy with how yesterday ended. We'll see how he and Trevor McAllister handle this fight looming for 3rd, because it's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when. T-Mac, fastest car on the circuit, lap after lap, 0.2 quicker than everybody else last time by, Caleb. He's rolling.
Yeah, T-Mac's digging. We're about 3 car lengths away and about 2 laps away from a real fight and a real challenge from Trevor McAllister. That time around, cross-six in the air from Aaron Likens. We're halfway through this race. And for Mr. Arcane himself, and Mr. T-Built, if you will, as well, starting his own engine program, or restarting it, if you will, chasing down Scott Falcone on his own package here, Xander.
Yeah, what a proud moment this could be. He's built everything from the bolts up, the chassis, the motor program that he has been slowly developing and building here, and now, as he hunts down the fight for 3rd, we go down to our 3rd place unofficial finisher from Pro X30 as well. Gus Lawrence, another respectable effort and a podium on tap, doubled up here on the Winter Series opener. Dave?
Yeah, down here with Gus Lawrence, another podium finish. Pretty good little race there. Everybody seemed to throw all the haymakers and Hail Marys and whatever else you want to call them. What was it like from your position in the cockpit?
No, obviously that's the 3rd run on the tyres, so it's like Bambi on ice. It's really hard. When you get in the lead, you pick up the rubbish off the track from people behind defending, like the previous lap, so you're the first to hit it, and it's just really difficult. Like, just need to have a little debrief, I think, and change a few things for next time, because it's been good in qualifying both days, okay in the pre-final, and then the finals let me down both days, so we just need to back to the drawing board and try and make a few changes for next time.
So looking in kind of retrospect on this race, you really maybe didn't have anything for Paulie Massimino there at the end.
Nah, it was hard because when me and Oliver Hodgson was 2x2 into the first corner, he just broke away, and then the gap's created, 2 laps to go. It's so hard to catch up. You've really got to grind it and be precise. So it's not one of those tracks where you can catch up straight away. So it would have been difficult. It would have been difficult. Obviously, if the race maybe went different when I was in the lead, maybe I got a bit of a gap, like they had a crash or whatnot, maybe so. But no, it's tough, very tough track to race because it's the tyre wear is crazy.
Looking at this weekend as a whole, though, are you satisfied with the performance here?
More so today. And again, on new tyres, fine, new tyres. It's good enough to go a pole, like nothing in it. So, but just not good enough in the final. I need to have a little think and yeah, get it ready for next time.
I have a feeling Gus Lawrence is going to figure out poise.
Is one of the best drivers in the world for a reason, as you mentioned, Dave. I got full faith as well that we'll see Gus Lawrence on the top step of the podium once again very soon. The Supernats champ comes away with some hardware here on both days from the opening weekend of the Skusa Winter Series, and now Trevor McAllister is on tap for some and maybe more. Now, unfortunately, as time has ticked on, the pace advantage he once had over the leaders has started to subside. Brian Boley and Mario Barrios have found a little bit more as the race has drug on. They've been able to match McAllister. And so now for T-Mac, what was seemingly very achievable to drive all the way from last to the win is going to be a whole lot harder because the leaders have picked up the pace quite a bit. He's gotten by Falcone. We saw that in the side-by-side angle to get to third, but he's still 2 seconds and counting away from the top two, Caleb.
Yeah, a lot of work to do for T-Mac to try and close down the gap to both of the Awesome Performance Group Cosmics and Barrios and Boley, and they're not even all too close to each other, about a car length away from one another. And again, for Barrios, it's kind of just let Brian Boley do what he wants to do, right? Has let him be in control, let him run his times, let him run his laps, and hasn't really rattled him at all. But you got to expect, right? 2 laps to go, 2:65. Mario Barrios is going to be there, and he's going to be there to win one way or another over Brian Boley. So you got to look back at yesterday. Boley was able to get the better of him. You look at the pre-final. Mario also lost out to Brian for the pole position. So, you kind of finish in second that many times to your teammate. You're going to want to get one over him at one point or another. And I think on Sunday, I mean, what better place, what better race to do it in, right?
Yeah, I mean, this is the race that gets remembered much more so than day one. You walk out of the weekend thinking back of your last session. Racers tend to have a bit of a short memory. So if Boley can sweep the weekend, well, it's obviously no question. If he loses out on this one, after winning the pre-final, after qualifying on the pole on day 2, after having that dominant run on Saturday, all that's going to end up on his mind on his trip back home, thankfully a shorter trip now after the relocation here to the Lone Star State, is going to be a loss in the final session. But as we say that, Caleb, he's pulled that gap back out just ever so slightly back to Barrios. Last time by, he added a 1/10.5. Now the backstretch is, of course, the great equalizer, the great unequalizer, if you will, between two cars, where the leader gives up anywhere from a car length to 2 car lengths and then some. As for McAllister and Falcone, they're kind of holding station there. Not so much here in the fight for 5th. Calderon, Mir, kicking up dirt there as Calderon tries to get back around him.
Miguel Mir kind of just thinking bigger picture, right? See if they have enough time to try and close in to Scott Falcone and company. And again, Calderon just wanted to stop the bleeding. Was in 4th, got passed by Mir, who's been working his way through the field. So that's just kind of set him on the back foot, right? So now it wasn't 5th, really, I should say. Now Mir is going to be the driver in 5th, as Falcone able to close back in on Trevor McAllister for 2nd. So that battle's heating up as a battle for the lead as well. We're just about 4 laps away for it to really kick off here, Xander.
Trevor McAllister going to work on the power plant. Makes a little carburetor adjustment there with his right hand down the straight. He's searching for a little bit extra. That last bit, all the run up the pack. I don't know if he's got enough left in the tank to be able to get to the top 2 at this rate. It's a far cry, and every lap that ticks by, the probability, the chance of him getting to do the unthinkable, go from the last row of the grid to the top step of the podium. He's at least going to be a little bit easier to stay on that podium there with a mistake by Falcone, dropping the rear tire off the edge in that middle corner, the buckle. And now with 3 laps remaining, the heat remains turned to the max for Brian Boley. Barrios still keeping the pressure on him. McAllister here, back in third. Falcone, a valiant effort, a solid effort to walk away with. Talk about turning his weekend around, keeping himself in the championship conversation. Yesterday's DNF absolutely going to have to be a drop for him to be on the box when the dust settles at round 4 in February. But this one, a top 5 in the cards, maybe more. It's not over yet, and T-Mac's not far away, and these two, who knows what could happen. Brian Boley has been super consistent. Barrios, maybe a little more hot and cold on the lap charts, but nonetheless, he's there, and here he goes for the lead in the last turn. Mario Barrios gets back to the point, and it's right on time. 2 laps to go, this time by.
There you go, and now for the first time in this race, Mario Barrios is going to be the driver in control of it, and T-Mac's going to hope and pray for a whole lot of fighting in between the top 2. Brian Boley, does he have an answer on the back straightaway for the first time that they hit it? Since Barrios took the lead, he's going to go to the middle of the racetrack. Boley going to stay high and wide. Same for turn number 7, looking to cross him up. Barrios going to wash out wide. Here comes Boley looking to cross him up into the double rights, up and over the curb. Does he do it again? Brian Boley alongside Barrios as we head into the buckle.
Oh, Boley into the dirt there as Barrios kept him on the outside, pinned on the dirty side of the track. And now a little more dust kicked up there through the kink. Into the boot now. Boley needs to reset. Barrios covering. He might not have needed to do that, but since he did, Boley's got new life. 1 lap to go. Mano a mano here in KA100 Master for the lead and the win. Final lap underway from Houston.
Here we go. They're coming out of the S's. Mario Barrios went a little wide on the exit. Boley looking on the inside on the back straightaway, and Barrios is going to crowd him on the bottom. Boley just has to make way, and here comes McAllister. Here comes Falcone. Boley going to open up to the high side, looking to set up a crossover like he did a lap ago on Mario Barrios. He's setting it up. Does Barrios see it?
Watch the runoff right here. Boley up and over it. He's got the nose. He's inside. Wheel-to-wheel contact between the teammates. Boley is through into the buckle for the final time, and he covers the inside. McAllister and Falcone threatening. Barrios with a mistake. The rear end kicks out of the buckle, and it is all Brian Boley from here through 13, 14. Falcone with a Hail Mary for third. Wheel-to-wheel with McAllister. But Brian Boley sweeps the weekend in KA Master. Barrios second, and McAllister hangs on by a thread for third, fighting with Scott Falcone to the last inch, the last breath he had off that incredible drive. 18th to third for Trevor McAllister, and a sign of respect there between himself and Scott Falcone. A huge kudos there to the pair of them. Miguel Mir will conclude your top 5 from KA100 Master. Carlos Calderon, Junaid Din, David Brigande, Jose De La Garza Elizondo, Todd Shambo, and company. We go to the scale line here for another celebration with Brian Boley on tap. 2 races remain on the day.
Thank you so much. She was getting me. Yeah, let's go.
Let's go. Billy Vincent has arrived on the scene with, that's not a broom, I don't think. It's the best.
It's a sweeper.
It is a sweeper. That is objectively what it is. It does, and objectively, Brian Boley is the sweeper this weekend. We probably should wait for his kart stand, maybe. Maybe we should do that. Why not? We'll wait for it, at least for a second. The utensils are gone. There's our kart stand. Let's. Oh, maybe that's not our kart stand. Where's the kart stand? I don't know. This might be the only misstep of the weekend, Brian. No kart stand, but it was a wheel-banging, exciting finish. Just talk me through it.
Yeah, I mean, Mario's been super quick all weekend. It was a pleasure to race with him. Having both of us under the tent, we were working together to find lap time all weekend, and yeah, I was just really pleased to be able to go head-to-head with him, and we raced super hard and clean all the way to the line, and that's what you love to see. So grateful for it, grateful to be out here and racing, and yeah, awesome way to cap off the weekend.
When you have a weekend like this that's so dominant, I mean, it's got to feel pretty good, huh?
It does, yeah, it does. Yeah.
That's an easy answer. Stupid questions require easy answers. Brian Boley, congratulations. Thank you very much. We'll continue our coverage here in just a second. We're going to head to commercial break. More Kart Chaser act soon from Houston.
Well, it's time to go racing in Mini Swift, presented by Parisino Chassis Gig. And on row number 1, it's an all-God shock lockout of the front row. Win on the inside with Zev getting ready to go green from the outside. Jake Manolio, yesterday's winner, starts alongside Cooper Lorenzo Lopez.
Moving on back to row 3. Mason Brody starts on the inside. Dutch Westbrook, an even better starting spot than yesterday. Hopefully it'll bring him a little more luck to get through turn 1. The same goes for Brody. Hudson Howard and Lucas Tarango back on row 4.
Brody Stoffel starting on row number 5 alongside Liam Francisco. Then you go back to Brody Brown and Kimo Ahmad on row number 6.
Heartbreaker for the Kid X crew. Brody Brown started up in the front row along with his teammate Liam Astalis. They got a long way forward to even define Liam. It's Yusufati and Flynn Fallon on row number 7. Connor Lipka and Iker Alvarez back on row 8.
Marcelo Flores getting set to go green from row number 9. And Samuel Chauvery alongside him starting 18th. Mace Lasek and Bautista Puglisi Bassi on row number 10.
Row number 11 as the drivers keep on coming. Leonardo Tavares and Nico Salazar to the inside and outside. Emilio Damian Chait and Nathan Ramirez back on row 12.
Andy Schiavo and Sam Hornish on row number 13 with Tyler Moravietz and Andrew Lee Anastasio on row 14 to Samia Altershite Sanchez starting alongside Grayson Drazic on row number 15.
In total, for Parisino Chassis Jig Mini Swift, the final 5 starters, Marshall Steves, Thomas Pertell, Liam Astalis didn't get a lap turned in that pre-final from 33rd. Tyler Blackwood 34th. Forrest Blair 35th. Early start for the field. They're all just trying to stay in line till the green waves. We're green. And a number of them around in turn 6, including Iker Alvarez, who tries to rejoin across the track in turn 8, back a little further from where he exited. And up front, Win Godshock with the lead. The Nitros are going at it. Manolio, Brody, way wide. Lopez behind him. Huge lead here to kick things off for the 18-lapper for Win Godshock. Zev on the outside into 13. Loses a spot there to Hudson Howard. And as the teammates continue to duke it out, Cooper Lorenzo Lopez now alongside for second. And Win Godshock's lead continues. They've got to sort it out now. Already up to a second and a half. Caleb, this looks all too familiar to that KA senior main from earlier this afternoon.
And they got to sort it out, and they have to sort it out fast here because Win Godshock has a huge lead, and it's just a matter of recognizing it, right? Cooper Lorenzo, though, wants to go. Same for Hudson Howard on Jake Manalio. Everybody washing out wide. Still very little warmth into the tires, and Mason Brody's going to go right back.
He'll hang on to it. Now, Zev Godschalk there in the middle of the pack, the off-pole starter, buried while his big brother is running away with the lead early in the main. Lopez back behind Brody into the buckle. Hudson Howard, phenomenal start for him as he rolls through and over to the boot now. Mason Brody. How far back will this second group be? Hudson Howard continuing to carve him up. That'll give Brody some space. Manalio with a crossover. Jake Manalio has been heads up on nearly every racecraft decision he has made in the race sessions this weekend. Can the 191 back up the win from yesterday? Surprisingly enough, they didn't lose all too much to Godschalk last time by. Only a 10th back fell Mason Brody.
And there goes Zev, going to take Kimo Ahmad to the bottom of the racetrack. Lorenzo Lopez looks to go on Jake Manalio. And he gets back in the line, but they're side by side. Looks like Fallon and Howard, and Ahmad now slots ahead of Zev, who was defending on the backstretch. Now the next one up, it looks to be Liam Francisco in the 114, with Stoffel right behind him. That's Ramirez, Tavares, Brown, and Lasek inside of the top 15. But Ahmad just fades low, looking to fend off young Zev Godschalk, rookie in the Mini Swift division. But two Ryan Perry Motorsports Nitro karts now looking to push their way up to the Bennick of Win Godschalk as Ahmad gets through on Fallon, looking to go, and Godschalk looking to go by as well. Everybody a little bit squirrely as they exit the corner, and Godschalk looking to make it stick. He's got it into turn one, and here comes back. But we're just getting reports that Win Godschalk has some sort of mishap here because that gap was at about 2 seconds, Xander. It's growing even more. It's closing, I should say. 1 second in between, and it's the front left. Something amiss with the front left here.
Look at this. I mean, we saw how squirrely they were in the first few turns. I wonder if he lost a bead lock and he's slowly losing air pressure in the left front tire. Look how wide he was there through turns 8 and 9. A disaster following a gift on the opening lap from all the fighting behind. Look how out of shape he is. Maybe the right front, one of the two. He's got no bite, no hold through the center of the corner. He's pointing at the left front there. It's a predominantly right-hand turn racetrack. Look at him in the last turn here. How much that tire begins to fold over and how much time he's lost. He knows what the issue is. He's been signaling his mechanics on the fence line, friends and family. And after that heartfelt moment with him and his brother crossing the line side by side to end the pre-final, Win Godschalk now a wounded Bennick getting hunted, and now fallen prey. Here comes the cavalry. The Nitros are ganging up on the outside. Brody with a huge lead. Godschalk's going to try and fight tooth and nail to hang on.
I tell you what, for a wounded Bennick, Godschalk's giving it everything as Brody goes by on the inside into turn 7. What a move out of Mason Brody as Godschalk looks to hold on for second. Lorenzo Lopez through for third, and Kimo Ahmad up to fourth.
And now Win Godschalk, no fight is too tall for this young man. He has given it everything, but it might just give an equally big lead gift to Mason Brody. Let's see what Lorenzo Lopez has in store to the last turn. He'll follow here, has a run, nowhere to go with it. Godschalk hanging on for now. Lopez high, Godschalk covers that off. How about Kimo Ahmad? He had a charge from way back in that pre-final, was nowhere. The Iron Rock Tony Kart now up to 4th from 12th on the grid. He might be able to give a little help to Lopez here down the backstretch as Godschalk tries to hang on. Brody, the lead, up to half a second. It'll be more so now. Lopez to the inside.
And Godschalk just stuck on the outside there. Ahmad going to push Cooper Lorenzo Lopez through. They're clear. Now Godschalk going to fall under fire from Hudson Howard. Jake Manalio is looking to go on Howard. And he's clear, so Jake Manalio up into the 4th spot. And Win Godschalk continuing to fall backwards here in this race as Ahmad going to fend to the middle of the racetrack. They're going to keep Godschalk at bay. But unfortunately for Godschalk, just doesn't have a response here.
You wonder, again, you'd think a slow leak would have probably already gone fully flat by now. He's hanging on pretty well. So maybe instead of a flat tire, it might have been the set screws for the kingpin if he's pointing down at the right front, or something else in the front end geometry that's making it a struggle for him to go through more so the left-handers, it appears, than the right-handers. But either way, as he rips out of turn 5, he'll lose another couple spots. Hudson Howard and Jake Manolio going past him now. He'll try to fight back to the inside of Jake, but he won't be able to get himself past him by turn 7. He's got some breathing room. And our early race leader slipping slowly further and further down the pylon. Still early going, 12 to go, 6 complete. Mason Brody leads, albeit the lead starting to close in a bit now from Cooper Lopez with help from Kimo Ahmad. Talk about a turnaround over the 2 days for the 111. Kimo is there.
Talk about a story as well, right? Talk about this kid just pitted out of his garage here with his dad, Mo, and his mom, just kind of local to the Houston area. See him out here at a whole different amount of club races with his younger brother, Cairo, as well. It's a whole family affair for them, and had him age out of the microsub class a little bit earlier than the rest of his competitors, kind of grew taller than expected. And since then, we've seen him in the regional scene, and we see him here this weekend. We don't see much of him on the national scene, but when he is here, when they do come here to Speedsportz Racing Park, you see him fighting up at the front. And again, small operation, fighting in some very, very competitive fields, looking for a maiden podium on the national scene, and maybe even a maiden national win here. Going to need some help, though, from Cooper Lorenzo Lopez to bring him right up into the mix. He's brought himself up there as well to get himself to third, as Francisco now going to pass Win Gottschalk.
So move Liam Francisco into the 6th position. He had to start 10th, but realistically his starting spot was further back than that by the time we got around to the timing loop and how the opening lap shook out. Gottschalk kind of a shrug across the line. His younger brother now in front of him, Zev, after starting on the front row, finds himself back up to 7th and in shouting distance to the lead, but the leaders, well, I was about to say they were staying calm. They're not. Cooper Lorenzo Lopez wants to command this race. He goes back to the front. Mason Brody didn't make it out of turn 1 yesterday. Was watching the field come at him. Nearly end up making contact with a nitro car. That's a scary feeling. He hopped right back on the horse. First thing this morning with warm-up. He's been dialed all day. He was dialed in the pre-final. Didn't get to show what he was made of in the main event. He's there. And again, Kimo Ahmad with a huge opportunity as the top 3 continue to break further away from the field. 4th and 5th, Hudson Howard and Jake Manolio, best of the rest currently. They're a little bit quicker at times than the top 3. That time by a 0.5 better than the leader. With the pass, that helped close the margin a little, but not all too much from 4th and 5th up to the top 3. And now Lopez even pulled away a little bit through the S's.
Yeah, that's a great exit out of the double rights there for Cooper Lorenzo Lopez. We look back, further back. Brody Stoffel now catching up to the 3 plate of Win Gottschalk. Stoffel able to get clear, no issues, into turn number 6. Now looking to join teammate Liam Francisco just a little bit further up the road. So Stoffel now up into 8th.
Dutch Westbrook and Brody Stoffel both are as fast as the leading trio by themselves, carving up the pack. Both drivers started inside the top 10, got washed out of it early, and at the halfway mark now, just past it truthfully. 10 down, 8 to go. They have time, but they need more mixing up at the front of the field to get there. Your leaders rolling through the S's here in Perazino Chassis Jig Mini Swift as Dutch Westbrook is back in the top 10. Behind him, Leonardo Tavares up 10 spots to 11. Look at this gaggle here. We saw Connor Lipka, it looked like, turned around on the opening lap. He has recovered almost back to neutral. And in the wake of everything going wild, Tyler Blackwood in the Bennick has climbed up 20 positions to 14th. But here is that midfield scrum we were just alluding to. Look at this, 2x2. How about that big crossover from the 107 Ursula Machina, Nico Salazar.
That was a great move out of Salazar. Got 3 almost in the process. As now there goes the high-five performance machine to Marshall Steves looking to get one. He's able to go by on what looked to be Mace Lasek there for Iron Rock Motorsports. 2 drivers local to Texas going at it here. Looking to go by on Salazar. Looking Marshall Steves on the inside. Able to get clear into turn 14. Marshall Steves up another spot So Steves, that should bring him up to 19th as they're side-by-side, Salazar and Lasek.
This is going to hurt for anyone around them with hopes of trying to drive up to the lead pack. There's Liam Astalis. Mind you, again, he started tail end. Had to avoid the opening lap carnage. Here's more carnage inside turn 6, right in front of everybody. The 195 velocity, Sonia Flynn Fallon. And as he turns around, as a pack of maybe 8 deep, split him. Oh, that was a pucker factor moment for sure, Caleb.
Yeah, just got to be a little bit more cautious there, rejoining the racetrack. Nonetheless, though, so far so good for everybody able to make it through. As one driver off, that's Marshall Steves for High Five Performance Texas. On the exit of the buckle, got washed out wide, and through goes Andrew Lee. Anastasio in the 43 looking to go by as well on what looks to be one of the Bennecks for the back of Ramirez there. So Anastasio able to get clear. But that group just elbows out racing. Puglisi Bassi just right there as well in 23rd.
Yeah, and this is all again way back from your leaders. Oh, and looked like one of them just went right off by our camera station here at turn 5. At the front of that group. I think they rejoined somewhere in the mix. That looked to be Salazar, I think. Salazar might have gone wide in the Ursula machine. All that hard work just to get to the front of it. Now he's back buried in the mix. And this is what you don't always get to see when the lead pack is fighting, is the chaos that ensues in the middle.
And Marcelo Flores is right there. That's one of the drivers that we saw running up front yesterday. Top 5 throughout the day, challenging for a podium. Didn't go his way in the end, but he's back in this group. Hasn't been able to make headway as Marshall Steves gets collected with him with a move on the inside. That wasn't going to work. Both of them are out of this race. And Anastasio now the one who leads that second group. But goodness gracious, all throughout this field, battles upon battles.
And Flores is on a comeback drive. He'd already crashed once, was involved in the start incident in the first few corners. He had started middle of the road and had just gotten back to the middle of the road and then got cleaned out again. There's your jinx of the day.
Yeah, there you go, I guess. But on the other hand, Mason Brody now to the lead of the race over Cooper Lorenzo Lopez. Kimo Ahmad in third, still sitting patient. But on their way, Hudson Howard and Jake Manalio here, Xander.
Yeah, no better testament to the patience needed when you're in the position of Hudson Howard and Jake Manalio to just keep hitting your marks. Because at some point, the leaders will battle. Two's good, three's a crowd. And this right here is all they needed, because they're on the cusp of the draft now. You can see Howard's less than a second from the lead. He'll get some help off the back of Ahmad, down the back straight this time. And Kimo up 9, Howard up 3, Manalio down a couple, but getting back to it with the fast lap of the race. He's clocked in the process. Beyond them, second and a half will find Zev Godchuk and Liam Francisco, and they're not terribly out of the hunt. Only 2.5 seconds back from the leaders. They were duking it out a little bit on the backstretch that time by. But we've got 5 deep up front. Mason Brody, your leader, into the infield.
Work our way through here. Turn number 14 now. Mason Brody still your leader, and Hudson Howard going to make it 3 wide on Ahmad, and Cooper Lorenzo Lopez off the racetrack on the exit of turn 14. The driver who had been one of the quickest ones all weekend long, out of contention here in Houston as Howard goes through in turn 14 on both of them. What a move out of Howard, and heartbreak for Lorenzo Lopez.
Hudson Howard has made a bit of a name for himself navigating these chaotic incidents. Let's see how he got through this one. He was looking for the pass. Ahmad, realizing that, tried to go as well. And as Hudson was on the inside, he washed out as they got kind of tied up, he and Kimo, and then Kimo's left rear bumper hooked with Lopez's took Cooper off the racetrack. And for CRG's home race, the first of 2 in the Skusa Winter Series and the Skusa National Circuit, Cooper Lopez will sadly not be able to deliver them some hardware, it appears, on Sunday. 2 to go this time. Hudson Howard tracking down the leader, fighting still for 4th. Ahmad versus Liam Francisco with a sweet crossover. Francisco's got it to the double sticks. Jake Manalio, don't count him out. Zev Godchuk, Kimo Ahmad, Liam Francisco, they're a little ways back. They're not terribly gone if they stop the battling amongst themselves now, but I don't know. That'll be a tall order because the top 3 being single file, those 3 being closer together. Yeah, you see Kimo putting the heat on Francisco. He'll pressure him to cover the low side, but the same's happening up at the front of the pack equally. Door to door for 4th. Howard is close. He is there.
There was contact further back. Francisco just hopped over the top of Kimo Ahmad in turn number 7. You saw it there just in the background of this shot, but Hudson Howard now challenging for the lead in the buckle. He's got it. Mason Brody now still looking to go back, and Jake Manalio looking to go through on both of them. Mason Brody stays in the lead.
But he got all the dust on his tires. Now we'll go to the dirty side with Howard. Big run from Manalio. 3 wide for the lead. Not quite there. 1 lap to go in Mini Swift. Mason Brody leads the way.
Here we go into the S's. Mason Brody leads, looking for a first national race victory. Hudson Howard looking for his first in a Mini Swift. Jake Manalio looking to sweep the weekend in the class. And here we go to the backstretch. Mason Brody going to take Howard to the bottom of the racetrack. He's going to open up. Manalio going to follow him through. Howard looking for an outside move. Not going to be able to cross him up. Manalio looking to get Howard. They're still all on the low side. Brody still leads.
Mason Brody, high side, low side, anywhere to cover off. Hudson Howard is sandwiched now between the RPM teammates. Does Jake Manalio have one last trick up his sleeve? Brody deep in the buckle. Howard alongside. Manalio, one last check over the shoulder. He's got real estate. He can go wherever he wants to. Last 2 turns. To the inside. Howard with a big shove. Here comes Manalio again. He's there. Crossover. Into the dog leg contact. Howard off. Brody wins it in Mini Swift. Mason Brody. Are you kidding me?
What a race. What an end. What a way to cap off the weekend on Sunday for Mason Brody, in the 109 for Nitro Kart wins on Sunday. And in second, Zev Gottschalk able to capitalize after starting on row number 1. And Jake Manalio, when it's all said and done, finishes in 3rd. Mason Brody, take a bow. What a way to hold on.
Oh, we have so many replays needed to take a look back at that one. What a race. That was worth the price of admission and then some, folks. Mason Brody gets it done for Ryan Perry Motorsport and Nitro Kart. And onward through the rest of your results here. Pro Shifter on tap. Brody Stoffel first in the scales, and I'm sure he's going to be pumped up to congratulate his teammate. How about it?
Good run, buddy. Buddy. Good job, man. Good job, bud.
Mason Brody, surrounded by friends and family members. Come over here. We got to do an interview. That was unbelievable. What an exciting, and I suspect the hugs are going to go on all night. The congratulations from all of his competitors. I just want to talk about the Red Seas parting there on that final corner. Did you think you had a chance of winning this thing when you were coming out of turn 14?
Not really, because I got punted by Hudson. But after they wrecked, I was like, yes.
Talk me through that entire race, because that was pretty wild. It looked like Win Gottschalk was going to win it, and then he fell by the wayside, and that opened the door up for all of you to fight for the win. How did you manage to do it?
I just was being smart, pushing a CRG kid for a little bit, and I thought I was faster, so I passed him. and I ended up staying in front for the whole time.
Well, I'll tell you what, you won't be able to wipe the smile off of Mason Brody's face. This kid is absolutely so happy. Who do you want to thank for this win?
I want to thank Nitro Kart, my dad, my mom, and all of my friends, and Frankie Mossman, and my mechanic, Rich.
Well, I think he's going to get hugs from every single one of them. We're not going to let him wait on that any longer. Go on and celebrate.
Come on, Mason.
You big dog.
Congratulations, boss. Oh, you're a legend. Hey, don't do your...
Dump it on him, Trey. Come here, baby. Dump it on him, Trey.
Dump it!
That's right!
Mason! Hey, good job, dude. Congratulations.
iYami USA West is the official West Coast importer for iYami engines and parts. Our dedicated and knowledgeable staff have a combined 50+ years experience in the sport and can help you with all of your needs. Call us today or visit our website to find your local dealer to shop.
Final race of the afternoon and final race of the weekend for Skusa Winter Series Round 1 and Round 2. The first stop on the 2026 national calendar. Jay Irwin with the first win of the year yesterday in the number 6 plate. Billy Musgrave, the reigning Pro Tour champion, will join him on the outside of row number 1 today. Gavin Bailiff and Ashton Henkel for an all-barrel art row 2.
And back to row number 3 with Justin White and Diego Ardiles. Cooper Becklin and Noah Zarsa on row number 4 with Lucas DeLongchamp and Vincent Cassard on row number 5.
Row 6 here of the 15 drivers lined up for action. Charles Gauthier on the inside and Kyle Drysdale completing his first ever weekend in a pro shifter package. Nicholas Boulay, former sports car champ, on the inside of rookie JP John Paul Melchiori in the CRG. A heartbreaker on Sunday, really a heartbreaker after that stellar qualifying effort yesterday. His teammate will start right behind him as well as alongside him. Alejandro Herrera lines up behind Boulay for your 15 drivers. But Jay Irwin's had them all covered to this point. Now, lap time-wise in yesterday's main, Gavin Bailiff was throwing down heaters. A little miscue trying to get past Justin White, and Billy Musgrave cost him some time. Had a heck of a save. Billy Musgrave as well hasn't quite been able to put himself in the catbird seat to fight. He had a broken kingpin yesterday. That hurt him a little bit. Entering the main event today, of course, we do have a little look. The top 3 in the standings coming into round number 2. Now, mind you, the Skusa Winter Series points, well, it's the best 3 of 4. So after this weekend, if one of the 2 days was a bad one, which of course would be the case for Billy Musgrave, he should be able to drop it, assuming, of course, he can perform as we know he can for rounds 3 and 4. But for rounds 1 and 2 thus far, we've got qualifying in the books. The main event from yesterday, along with the pre-final and the final. For pro shifter, Jay Irwin leads the championship standings currently over Gavin Bailiff. Provisionally here by 60 markers, Justin White enters today 3rd. And again, Musgrave essentially needed a drop yesterday. Ready for action. Pro shifter for the final time at Skusa Winter Series opening weekend. Green flag in the air. And Musgrave with the hole shot off the line. Billy Musgrave, chip stacked against him based on the pace thus far. and pressure on. He's able to get the job done as Justin White goes back and forth with Ashton Henkel for fourth. Top three with a nice getaway. But the one plate, one of the best starters in the nation, Billy Musgrave has the lead coming to the end of lap number 1.
And again, Billy Musgrave just on the clean side of the racetrack, able to fire off nicely over Jay Irwin on the inside, dirtier side of the racetrack, if you will. And you see Musgrave with a great exit out of the boot, able to pull a little bit of a gap over Jay Irwin and Gavin Bailiff as well. The start, a little bit slower than maybe he would have wanted, but third, so far, so good for the TKG Burrell Art to slot in behind a fellow Burrell.
Jay Irwin hasn't seen the back of any other go-kart in quite some time. Now, pressure's on him to be able to find a way to run behind someone and get close enough to set up a pass. If not, fellow Burrell Art, the number 7, Gavin Bailiff for Trinity Karting Group, might be able to get up to his heels and challenge for P2. And both Bailiff and Musgrave know, albeit again, a bit of preseason type of feel to this Skusa Winter Series, setting up for what we know will be another barn burner season on the Skusa Pro Tour kicking off in Tucson, Arizona. They still would love to have a title early on in the year and bring that home to their respective camps. 3 different teams, 2 different manufacturers in your top 3, 3 for 4 of manufacturers in the top 4, and really 4 for 5 with Cooper Becklin off a good start. He was able to get the better of Henkel there at the end of the second lap, moves himself up. Ashton Henkel back to 6 under pressure. Noah Zarsk looking, not quite close enough. Henkel with a big moment there in 6. As we check back in with the number 6 of Irwin here in second. Couple of DNFs early. John Melchiori, Alejandro Herrera out and into pit lane. Lucas de Longchamp in the 21. So we've lost 3.
Yeah, unfortunately there for the Longchamp. The bad news continues for him and the bad luck as well. You look back at yesterday, wasn't really able to capitalize, and you see him there just on the inside of turn 14. It's an awkward place to kind of end up in, but going to be out.
Look at the air wash Bailiff just had it in turn 15. You wouldn't think they would really get out of shape there, but he was right on the bumper of Irwin as they were coming up the gearbox. And that corner, easy to get through single file in every class but this one with the extra power. And he was all out of shape, setting up for maybe a run down the front stretch. Couldn't do it, and now Irwin begins to narrow his lineup a little bit through the hairpins. But that's going to give Billy some extra time to get away.
And I'm interested to see it here from Gavin Bailiff. Do you go here on Jay Irwin, or do you wait for him to kind of start to pick it back up? At the moment, it looks like Jay just doesn't have the same pace that Billy has. And you see it in the lap times. 2/10 is what Billy's been better so far in the early stages of this race. Still a long way to go. Again, Xander, we're just about to start lap number 5, only 4 laps completed. But Billy's pushing. You see it there on how fast he's kind of entering those S's. He's on the limit. And to me, you just don't see the same out of Jay Irwin at this stage of the race.
No, but at the same point here, if you're Gavin Bailiff, I mean, you don't want to throw the race away, but you can't wait that long. And you really don't know if you're better or not until you make the move and try it. Big send in 7 for the number 7. Gavin Bailiff's up to second.
Yeah, so now you see it here, right? And that's the question I was asking. This change, is this what Gavin Bailiff needs? Does he have a little bit more than Jay Irwin? Because again, so early, we don't know, right? We don't know what Jay's experiencing right now, but it's a long way to get up to Billy. You talk about a second that can close quite easily. But now Gavin in clean air, we'll see what he can do to try and close down to the American-made factory kart machine.
Look how dirty that front straightaway is now, folks. So much grass. I mean, literally, it's a 1-car width lane, if that, through the first probably 5 corners of the circuit. Justin White leading the next train, back and forth. The pace was close to start the weekend. It was the best to start the weekend with the pole yesterday morning. Since then, his competitors have been able to find a little bit more than he has. And it didn't help with a busted qualifying effort today, compounded by a penalty that took away his best time as well due to contact with the driver right behind him, Cooper Becklin. 2 of them are about 3 seconds away from third. And Becklin looks like he has a bit of an edge. Let's see. Here he goes. Cooper Becklin to the inside. He'll make the pass work for fourth.
And just ruffles kind of Justin White's feathers a little bit on the exit as well. Justin now gonna have to gain his momentum back and try and close back in on the LN card of Cooper Becklin. Ashton Henkel, those right behind him, looking pretty good so far for Henkel in the 80. We'll see what he can do on the back straightaway. Looking on the inside of 6, thinks better of it, starts back in the line. So Henkel not looking to go just yet. Well, he is looking, just hasn't been able to find the lane.
And he's been able to at least kind of clean the line up now. We saw how good of a start Ashton was able to get and then struggled to get the braking stability down to a T there on the low air pressure and colder tires over this 20-lap run. But now he seems to be kind of finding his rhythm, finding his flow. He's got Diego Ardiles starting to close up to him, though, so he can't waste too much time trying to pick Justin White's pocket for 5th because that number 16 is pretty fast. We've already seen it in qualifying today. And in fact, Ardiles the last time by was only slower than one driver, Gavin Bailiff. He was even to the race leader and better than everyone else on the racetrack. But we saw Ardiles struggle to really be able to make those passes work in the pre-final. He qualified on the front row today, off pole for the number 16 of Diego Ardiles. We thought that would have been the money spot, just like it was for Billy here in the main, getting the clean racetrack ahead of you and the cleaner side. But instead, a bottled start put him on edge, and he had to really fight to get himself back forward, and he could only really get to about the middle. Here's Henkel looking on White, there, through. Ashton Henkel into the top 5 again, trying to back up that impressive result from yesterday. And now Ardiles is going to sandwich Justin White and put the Maranello under more pressure.
Now we'll see what the sophomore driver can do here. Second year in the shifter ranks for Diego Ardiles as he hits the back straightaway. Does he go on Justin White? Does he wait one more lap? And I think he's going to choose to wait behind White. Ardiles.
He's got so much time, right?
Yeah,
I mean, a huge gap out the wayside. It doesn't look like, as good as he is, that he's good enough to be able to run down the top 3. So it's really the 3 cars left in front of him that he's going to be able to try and make some moves on. And he's got 12 laps to do it. 11 this time by. Let's see what he's got here in the last turn. Starting a little bit further back, but probably winding up for it. White actually even more narrow and almost winding up for a pass on Henkel. Great fight here for 4th and a looming fight for the lead. Gavin Bailiff has continued to chip away. You're watching the gap on the left side of your screen closing down for the top spot here for 4th. They're still nose to tail. We'll mark it 5th truly as Beckland's gotten away, and now White is trying to give an answer back to Henkel. Can't quite get alongside him.
Yeah, he just had a stamp on the brakes there into turn 6, but they're all just kind of staggered bumper to bumper, pushing and shoving. Ardiles looking to go through on White and destroys that front fairing of the Maranello. Diego Ardiles try to go. White didn't know he was there. They make contact, and that's it for Justin White. He's out.
Oh, a heartbreaker. Worked so hard to get here, and then to, again, end on a sour note like that. That one hurts for Justin White. We'll have to definitely take another look at it. Well, at the same point, here we go. Look at the bottom right of your screen. White a bit tripped up by Henkel. Ardiles there. And I think if he had gone a little more to the right, he would have been okay. But once the kart stepped out, the rear just a little bit wider than the front. Look at this. Trying to crowd Justin, push him to the high side, and then right at the last moment, ramps the rear tires. And at that point, he's airborne in a passenger and, like you said, destroys the front end of Justin White's car. And, well, we've talked about it enough. We've said it enough. But it does definitely feel like we've seen this story begin to play out before. The only difference is we had Mateus Morgado in front of Jay Irwin. Now, Billy Musgrave is once again leading at Speedsportz, and Gavin Bailiff is hunting him down. He has had his number on the lap charts for the last 5 laps or so. He's down at 2/10 away, and Musgrave, all that early speed. You saw the back end kick out for him a little bit going into turn 6. At the same point, catching him's one thing, passing him's another. Gavin's been able to be creative thus far, making moves in different spots than last year. These two, again, the big moment that everybody thinks about is the last corner. Everyone forgets they traded the lead multiple times in that main. They know exactly where every single pass was made, every left judgment where they should have gone right, and vice versa from last year's 25-lap main, from yesterday even, from the pre-final potentially. So what is left? What moves still remain on the table that either Billy can do to maybe pressure Gavin and put him in a compromising spot to bring Jay Irwin new life. Because, again, the 6 car is closing back in. He's only 8/10 away now.
Yeah, Jay's starting to fire off. And, again, I kind of caught myself here checking the calendar, making sure it's not March of 2025. And, again, we're in January of 2026. And Gavin Bailiff and Billy Musgrave at the same place they were at last year go at it. And, again, we saw it yesterday, right? Gavin was able to pass him here today.
And Billy learned.
Yeah.
And he just was able to make that card a little bit tighter on the entry. So he's been closing the door in the last corner. Tough to make something happen here in the S's. Gavin had to get physical with him to get the win last year in the Pro Tour main. And again, that was $5,000 on the line. There was the points championship to get into the Skusa Circle of Champions, a fund now that even for 10th place in the standings, the 10 plate is over $5,000 in value between entry and tires and cash prize. It's huge for any driver to continue, huge for any race team, not to mention the 10K prize that Musgrave pocketed with the title at the end of the year. And all the single-digit plates here in your top 3, all 3 drivers confirmed entries and seats for the 2026 season off their performances from last year. There's a reason they've got those numbers on the carts. There's a reason Jay Irwin was able to be as good as he was yesterday. It wasn't a surprise to us, and it shouldn't be a surprise to any of you that he's back there again today, still looming, even though his package doesn't seem to be the best. If anything, third best. But all it takes is a little bit of fighting here and then just being the ultimate opportunist. 5.5 laps to go. Musgrave trying to park it, trying to just stop this race at this point, freeze it, back Bailiff up, trigger the fight for second, but Irwin just cannot get there. Gavin is able to go wherever he wants to as they're both well out of shape.
And when do you try it here? If you're Gavin Bailiff, when do you go? How long do you wait behind Billy Musgrave? Now you're going to have to regroup yourself after getting tripped up, but how long do you wait if you're the number 7 here?
I don't think he's trying to wait. I think he just can't find a way by at this point. I mean, Billy has covered everything beautifully, and the sun setting right at the midpoint of this race over half the racetrack, significantly dropping the surface temps, not to mention if there's any other battles going on, dragging dirt onto the surface is probably what caught those guys off guard in the run to the buckle last time through. I mean, look at them. The mid-corner speeds dropping from their lap times earlier in the session. They're nearly half a second slower to at least 2 to 3 tenths even.
Yeah, you got to think that this track has definitely cooled down a whole lot since the pre-final when we were at peak heat, really. And now it's just very shaded, even through the buckle, through the backstretch. Everything's just very, very shaded here. So for Gavin, talk about a lap where he's been having to regroup himself. He's starting to close back in. The gap was at a car length into the corner. It's going to extend to that little bit more, almost 3 to 2.5 in between Gavin Bailiff and Billy Musgrave. And you got to think Jay Irwin is still right there, very much in the fight here with 4 laps to go.
Yeah, that one moment of both of the leaders getting sideways, they're still trying to recover from. Jay Irwin just at his best lap of the race last time by. That cart is peaking very late in the session. And had he gotten the whole shot, maybe he would have been able to back him up a little bit, buy himself some more time, and then put this pace to good use. On the flip side, Musgrave with the speed early and the great launch off the line has maximized it, but now he's got to protect. Here's Bailiff with another run to the last turn. Right to the rear bumper. 3 laps to go. You could throw a blanket over him. Musgrave, Bailiff, Irwin, the top 3 in Pro Shifter. 3 laps remaining on opening weekend for the Skusa Winter Series.
Yeah, the fight's very much on here. Billy works his way through the S's. A little wide there on the exit of 4, exits 5. Gavin with a good run on the backstretch. A little too far back for a late lunge and a 6. You see the lockup there out of Billy. That's going to bring Gavin right to his rear bumper as it extends. Billy's really good out of these corners, but into turn number 8 over the curbs. Gavin Bailiff goes through. Irwin going to follow him along.
He had to force it. Musgrave was doing such a great job at defending, but there was nothing he could do. Bailiff washed out a little bit over the inside curb, but Gavin Bailiff, for the first time all weekend now, is in command. 2 laps to go this time by. Jay Irwin, best kart on the circuit for the last 5 laps. Oh, big mistake out of the Kiwi. Drops the tire off the racetrack out of the last turn. Musgrave back on his heels again.
You see Jay just sliding through the S's, looking to hold Billy at bay. He's going to have to go defensive here. Billy's going to have a much better run on the backstretch, and you see it there. Billy all over the back of Jay. Musgrave to the bottom. Jay Irwin looking to hold on around the outside. Is it going to be enough? It's not. Billy Musgrave through for second.
And now, do you have anything left for if you're Billy Musgrave? Jay Irwin, we thought, was the next challenger to have a shot. He was doing such a great job hunting back down the top two after losing the lead early. One mistake. That was all it took. One move. One good run out of turn number 7. All Gavin Bailiff needed. And now, coming to the white flag. 19 laps completed. Gavin Bailiff's only led one so far. There's only one more left to go here in Houston. And the number 7 has a 1.1 second lead.
And again, you look back to a year ago for Gavin, his first race on the package, his first time racing a Burrell Art machine. And you
12
saw,
months.
Yeah, 12 months to the date, and already improvement there. And a year later, looking to go back to victory lane at a track where he got it on the first round of the Pro Tour.
There was a lot of progress shown, a lot of learning, and a lot of highlights, albeit the results weren't quite there. The bad luck that struck him at the Winter Series opener last year seemed like it was inbound again on Friday with multiple engine failures. But a close recall and a podium on Saturday. And on Sunday, once again in Texas, Gavin Bailiff's victorious. He wins round 2.
Something about Gavin Bailiff and Speedsportz Racing Park, a pair that was made to be. And on Sunday, he gets it done over Billy Musgrave. Different fashion this time around, but a move, and again, a sign of respect and a tip of the cap from Musgrave to Gavin Bailiff.
Yeah, what a great race that was there. Edge of your seat, waiting for the right moment. A classic shifter main. Gavin Bailiff had to stay patient. Couldn't lose his focus, and now there's his brother Finn, the rest of the TKG crew. The best way to end the weekend with a win. And the number 7 is going to soak this one in for sure. In fact, as he rolls it nice and easily into the scale line. Musgrave, Irwin, your podium, Becklin and Ardiles, your top 5. Ashton Hankel, Noah Zars, Charles Gauthier, Vincent Cassard, and Nicholas Boulay, your top 10.
What a relief. You did it. Woo. We got a long way race. It was a long race. Sure. Woo. Don't get on your side. Good? Thank you. Oh.
Gavin Bailiff. This has been, I suspect this track seems to love you, and I suspect you love it. Just tell me about this place.
Yeah, I love this track. I think this kart's got a really good balance here. I think we've got a good technique in the driving, and to be able to win here twice now and I guess a year, it's pretty surreal. But I love this track. I love this place. Can't do it without the whole Trinity Karting Group family, my mom, my dad, my brother, and yeah, this is such a great race.
You mentioned the year anniversary. This package, too, was new to you last year, and after a year on it, just kind of evaluate where you've grown since then.
Right, yeah. I mean, we still have to work at the chassis, obviously. The track's always changing. We were here at a different time last year, so a lot of development went into the practice sessions, a lot of forward thinking for these finals. We knew our late race pace was second to none, obviously. And yeah, I mean, there's a lot of development. This whole year has been nothing but success and learning and being able to improve upon our package. So I'm super excited for the team, really excited for myself, and I think there's so many people I could thank, but I can't name them all.
It came down to you and Billy Musgrave again, and it was a spectacular move. Just kind of walk me through that over there.
Yeah, I don't know what happened. I saw he was struggling a little bit just on corner exit. I think maybe it was on a different gear. Just would bog a little bit more than me. So I set myself up, was prepared for it, and he bogged off that corner, and I was able to just barely sneak it up his inside. Almost spun out yesterday going over that same curb, so I was a little nervous going over that. But obviously we got it done, and yeah.
You know, it's a sign of a good race car driver when you can spin it out because you know what the limit is. He found the limit. He found victory lane. Gavin Bailiff. We'll send it back up to Xander.
Thank you, Dave. Let's take a look back at that moment here, how Gavin Bailiff was able to get it done right on the inside going into turn number 8. Again, sent it, no doubt about it, to make that move stick there on Billy Musgrave. And once Jay Irwin was able to follow him through, well, it was all up to Gavin to hit his marks from there. Phenomenal job by him and the TKG crew. And then this moment right here for Jay Irwin just about sealed it. That one mistake after he had the fastest lap of the race for so long. Let's go back down to you, Dave, as we continue.
Billy Musgrave, and it was kind of a Groundhog Day for you, unfortunately. I mean, were you kind of feeling, well, this feels a lot like Pro Tour last year?
Honestly, you know, we were off the pace pretty much Thursday, Friday, trying some different stuff with engines, chassis, all that kind of stuff. Today, started over with something new, something a little different that we've been wanting to test for tracks like this, situations like this. And it came out the gate working really good. So, no, I mean, I learned the car in the heat race there. Figured out we had to make a couple adjustments for that main. Nothing big. Car was actually really good. Got a good start. And honestly, hats off to Gavin and Jay. They both raced me super clean this time. So, dude, that was a straight up race. I just started losing the back of the car there, you know, about lap 14, 15. So I tried backing it down a little bit, you know, getting that roll speed down, but then I just started bogging coming off some of those corners. So I did it once over there in the hairpin, and I heard him, and I was like, I think I still got enough. And then a couple laps later, I did the same thing, and he capitalized on it. So
I should ask you as well. I mean, you guys have obviously expanded into single-speed racing as well. I mean, it's been an incredible weekend for factory karts. Just kind of talk through it as Billy Musgrave, the business owner.
I mean, it's been phenomenal. I mean, I can't be more proud of the people that we've surrounded ourselves with. I mean, the team we had staying late last night to make a couple changes on the car. I mean, between Ollie, Justin, man, Blake on the wrenches for Ollie, Dodson on the wrenches for me this weekend. It's just been, you know, the whole crew has been so synced up, and everything we've done has just moved the needle in the right direction. So, you know, from a bird's eye view, from me, I'm super proud of the whole organization. And I mean, for us to come out swinging here, I mean, we weren't even really planning on being here at this race. We kind of decided, yeah, let's get some more testing under our belts and let's make sure we're ready, you know, when Pro Tour comes at the end of March. So yeah, we checked off a bunch of boxes this week already. So for me, it's a very, very productive couple days. So now we get to go back, re-engineer a few things so we can come back in a month. We're going to be even more ready.
Look out, field. The All-American Badass is getting prepared.
Billy Musgrave, tip of the hat there to Gavin Bailiff, and a well-deserved one for the number 7. He still ends away with a whole lot of data. So that's obviously solid. Caleb, closing thoughts from our on-track activity from weekend 1 of 2026.
Thought it was great. It was clean. 0 red flags on the weekend. So a huge tip of the cap to the entire Skusa crew for keeping it clean, for keeping it safe as well. And again, a great day of racing. We saw some new winners. We saw some different faces run up at the front. And definitely a lot to smile about for a lot of different drivers. But to me, again, great to keep everybody safe. 0 red flags, and a tip of the cap from us to the Skusa crew. And as well, for some drivers with bad luck, we'll be back in a month here at Speedsportz Racing Park to get ready to do it all over again for rounds 3 and 4 of the Skusa Winter Series.
Yeah, hopefully for some, it's a new weekend and a fresh start and some different results. Quite a bit of carnage at the same point. No red flags, clean all the way from start to finish. It was fun to watch, especially today. Huge thanks, of course, to David Land and our entire KC production crew for bringing you all the action. 2 continuous straight days, a ton of angles of every bit of it. And while there was chaos for sure, there were some highlights, no doubt about it. Gavin Bailiff's win, obviously most recent on memory, but you have to give a huge tip of the hat to Jay Irwin for his big performance today. How about the first race of the day as well to really kick things off and set the tone? Ryan Norberg put it best, and a thanks to him for joining us in those Pro X30 mains also, that yesterday had a couple runaways, a couple one-on-one fights. Well, today, for the most part, pack racing all the way to the end. And had this moment not happened in K's Senior, you might have seen it in that one too. And at the same point, it still gave us a heck of a storyline. Colin Lloyd taking Sodi back on top of the box once again. First win of the year on the first opportunity. Overall, it's been a pleasure once again to call the action for the Skusa Winter Series. Post-race ceremonies with the podiums here, hosted by Caleb, of course, are coming up after a short break while the finalization of the results are done, along with all the rest of the engine teardown and the beginning of the pack up for us as well. We're back in 2 weeks for the Rotax Max Challenge Winter Trophy and a number of races. The 2026 national calendar is underway. For Caleb Vieska, David Land, myself, Xander Clemens, Superkarts USA, the Alan Rudolph Racing Academy and Speedsportz Racing Kart crew, and of course our fantastic KC production team that have done an amazing job bringing you all the action. We'll see you in a bit for post-race, and we'll see you with more on-track action in 2 weeks.
This broadcast is the sole property of Kart Chaser Group, LLC. Any rebroadcast, reproduction, or other use of the images, audio, or accounts of this event, in whole or in part, without the express written consent of Kart Chaser Group, LLC is strictly prohibited. Thanks for watching.